It's a big episode, and I hope you listen right through to the end because there's a lot you can gain from my guest, Darren Reed, who can be found on Twitter at Lift the
look at
Offer.
Those epic flames.
Darren's been a stockbroker, the head trader at a $300 million hedge fund, and an active prop trader at Australian firms PropX, Allium, and Genesis. At the later two, he also mentored traders as a part of his role in trader development. This year, 2017, Darren has returned to Perth on the west coast of Australia to establish a new proprietary trading firm with a few partners called Cygnet Trading, which is spelled Cygnet. The main focus of this episode can be summarized with just a few words: grit, hustle, and intent. Further, Darren speaks about paying your dues and what it takes to be a good trainer and a good trainee, why your environment is everything, and a window into the life of a discretionary prop trader. Full show notes for this episode can be found at chatwithtraders.com/123. And that's all from me. Please welcome Darren Reed. Enjoy and pay close attention. Okay. Darren, I'd like to spend a little bit of time talking about your experience because you've done a bunch of different things. You've worked at a hedge fund, you've been a broker, and also a prop trader, which is where you're at currently. So just backing up a bit, how did you get your start as a trader? Let's start there.
I guess it's a fairly convoluted story. And if I track back and kind of think, how did I get into the industry and how did I get to where I am? Like, if I'm really honest, it all kind of started at high school. So I think we probably need to go even a little further back. So, and if it sounds like I'm just telling old war stories about high school, I promise I'm not. I'll loop it around and tell you exactly how this all kind of happened. So, like you probably told from my accent, grew up in South Africa. I've been in Australia now for about 12, 13 years. Had a couple of years in the States, as you mentioned, at a hedge fund. But when I was growing up in South Africa, I went to an all-boys high school that was pretty famous and pretty well-renowned as a really good kind of rugby school, sort of like perennially in the top 3 to 5 schoolboy rugby sides in the country. Pretty old school, lots of tradition, all that kind of stuff. And it was a public school, but because of the level of rugby we kind of played at, we played sports against all of the private schools in the area, right? So we were the one public school, and we were playing against all these private schools. So basically, they had just like better everything, like better food, better sporting facilities, their boarding houses were better, like everything was just better. So like I'm sitting down as I talk about it, I can remember, give you an example, a story about that. Like typically on any given day during cricket season, let's say, there was the under 13 A's to E's, let's say. So under 13 A's, B's, C's, D's, E's, all the kind of way down. If we were playing away against one of these other schools, one of these private schools, because obviously if you're going to play cricket at an away school, they'll feed you for the day, you'll get lunch there. Guys would literally make teams just to go and eat food at that school, right? So all of a sudden there was like an F team, a G team, an H team, and it was literally just dudes trying to get on the bus to go and eat at the other school. So long story longer, basically what happened is that we were bred all the way from the beginning with people telling us, look, you don't have the best facilities, you don't have the best boarding houses, you don't have the best rugby boots, you don't have the best cricket bats, you don't have the best anything. But what you do have is teamwork. They bred into us like this attitude of just, the best word is just grit, right? Like just that underdog, like bulldog mentality from day one. It was absolutely indoctrinated into you from day one. And so I went through my entire upbringing, the years when you're kind of being formed as a person, right? It's like between 13 and 18, with that really being like drummed into my head that it doesn't matter what the obstacle is. If you put your mind to it, you trust the process, you just, go as hard as you can at your challenge, and you work as a team, that you can achieve great things. And I think what really cemented that in my mind, and I promise this, we'll get back to trading. What really cemented that in my mind was when I got to my last year of high school. Okay. So, like I said, very prestigious rugby school. So from day one, you get there, and I was just like, all I want to do, my entire focus in life was just, I want to play first team rugby. I want to play first team rugby. I want to play first team rugby. You know, as long as I pass, I don't care about getting A's. I don't care about being anything. All I want is, I just want to play first team rugby. Like, that's the highest standard you can achieve at that school. So in my last year, there was actually a guy who, and I played all the way like through the A grades, you know, 14A, 15A, 16A, the whole way through. And then a guy actually transferred from another school, like just absolute stud athlete, total machine. Like, he actually has also immigrated to Australia a bit before me, and is, I think, Australia's strongest man. Like, he's competed in the world's strongest man and all this stuff. So like stud athlete. He moved over in the last year, right? So everyone's kind of like patting me on the back and going, well done, mate. You'll be second team captain, which isn't bad, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And I kind of sat back and I thought, you know what? I can't control who the coaches pick. I can't control if this guy's moved over. I can't control any of that. But what I can control is I control my attitude, and I can control the process, right? So for 5 months, I got up at 4:30 a.m. I trained for 2 hours every morning. Like, I just did everything I could. And I just said, all I can do is like just trust the process, right? Trust the process. And, you know, to wrap this kind of whole high school war story thing up, I ended up playing first team rugby the whole year through, played for the town kind of under 18 side, the state under 18 side, like the whole thing. It all kind of worked out perfectly. And that was a real lesson to me in just trusting process, and just, like I said, that attitude of just grit and just grinding through day by day. You know, you don't want to get up at 4:30 a.m. It's not comfortable. It's not easy. But if you want to achieve something, that's what you're willing to make that sacrifice, right? So coming out of high school, I didn't know what I wanted to do with myself. My dad's an airline pilot. My brother came out of high school and straight away went, bang, dad, flying school, let's go. I wasn't sure. Like, I didn't know exactly what I wanted to do. What I did know was that I loved being in a team culture. I loved being in a culture of excellence. I loved being in a culture of competition where everyone is competing with each other, yes, but also pushing towards the same goal. So, like, you know, if you have a cricket team or you have a rugby team, you've got, sure, 11 guys go in the field or 15 guys go in the field, but you've probably got a squad of 20 guys, 30 guys that you can pick from. And the best environments are environments where, sure, you know, Darren and Aaron may be competing for the same spot. Okay, we're both going for that spot, and we are going as hard as we can at each other in practice, and we're both doing everything we can. But there's no animosity around it. There's no ill feeling around it, because ultimately we're doing it so that we can all achieve, right? We understand that I'm pushing you, you pushing me, and we're helping each other be better. So I knew that I wanted to be a part of something like that. Once I finished uni, I have an uncle who lives in the States, and he'd been there quite a while. And he was actually a pastor in a church. So like that's one of these huge, like, you know, 1,000 people in the congregation type of thing, churches in a town in Connecticut in the States. And the town just happened to be basically one of those Connecticut towns where if you were doing really well on Wall Street working for a bank or a hedge fund or whatever it was, you probably lived in one of these towns in Connecticut and commuted into the city every day. So, I mean, you may or may not know, but there's two towns along that line, Stamford and Greenwich, which eventually became sort of like, in the day, hedge fund central, right? Because the guys got sick of commuting into the city and started moving their offices out there. So I just said to my Uncle Mike, I was like, Uncle Mike, listen, can you kind of, you know, help me out here? Give me a couple of interviews, whatever. And he said, mate, no problem. These guys are, you know, they sin from Monday to Saturday, and they're in the church on Sunday repenting their sins so they can do it the week after. So basically that's how I made that connection, right? And I ended up getting an internship at a hedge fund in New York. And I was there for, I think my internship was initially for like 8 weeks, something like that. And they eventually asked me to stay. And during that time, I rotated through kind of each part of the business. So I rotated through the back office. I rotated through, you know, the sales desk. I rotated through client relations. I rotated through legal. I rotated through all these different areas of the business. So it was a real good exposure for a kind of young, fresh-faced kid to all these different parts of the business. And the last part that I went through was the trading desk. The guys who started the hedge fund were an ex-investment bank prop trading desk that had broken off, got seeded, and they started the desk. And I remember like distinctly walking into that room and just going like, I am home. Like, this is where I belong. And I didn't understand, I promise you, Aaron, like I didn't understand what they were doing. I didn't understand how they were doing it. I was such a dumb kid at the time. But just the energy in the room and the way they reacted to each other, like I was back in that environment. And that's really where I went, okay, I don't know what these guys are doing. I don't know how I become a part of this, but this is where I belong. There was just that electricity in the air where it just clicked. So that's kind of how I realized, okay, like this is the world that I want to be involved in.
Right. Okay. So you came to that realization, and that was during your, I think you said it was an 8-week internship. What happened after the internship? They obviously kept you on. Whereabouts did they put you?
Yeah, so they kept me on. I was there for, it was about 18 months, I think, somewhere around that. And basically they were said, okay, well, you're on your path now, right? So you go into the back office, you start, doing the grind there of, reconciling trades, all that kind of stuff. You got to remember that a lot of the things that happen in the back office now, just automatically, were all done still manually back then, right? So a lot of just that grinding, type of very dull, monotonous work. But that's a part of your learning curve, right? That's a part of your business. I'm a firm believer in the fact that you have to pay your dues. You have to pay your dues, and I think that's a mistake that a lot of people make these days. Is they want to go straight into a position that may take you years of just doing like menial crap to earn, right? I still had some contact with the trading desk, but it's even that, it was just kind of menial labor type, like blue collar work on the trading desk, answering phones, booking trades, all that kind of stuff. There was no actual real trading as such involved in that job, because you've got to earn that right. You guys are putting real money on the line. It's big bickies at the end of the day, so you've got to earn that right. It then ended up that because of a bunch of visa issues, I couldn't actually stay. So my time there ended, landed back in South Africa. During that time when I was in the States, my folks had immigrated to Australia, to Perth. So I kind of landed in South Africa, and I'm kind of like twiddling my thumbs going, man, like what do I do with myself now? Like I sort of have a rough idea of where I want to go in this finance world, but how do I make that happen? And during that time, my folks basically called me and said, listen, whilst you're getting your head together, why don't you just come over on a 2-week holiday? Just come over and kind of, we've moved over now. We've got a house. We're settled. Come over, just kind of get yourself together and figure out what your next step is. So I thought, okay, cool. It can't be that bad. Perth, beautiful weather, nice beaches. For 2 weeks, it can't be that bad. So I literally landed in Perth thinking I was here on a 2-week holiday, and that was, like I said, 12 or 15 years ago. So I came with no kind of preconceived ideas. But I mean, I landed in Perth in, I think, 2004, 2005. So out of sheer luck, I just landed in the city right at the beginning of like the biggest period of wealth creation that Western Australia has ever seen, right? Because that was basically when the mining boom really kicked off. And when I landed here, I saw a totally nondescript ad in the newspaper going like, I think it literally said, do you want a job in finance? And I kind of thought, well, I'm here. You know what? I'll go give the interview a whirl. What's it going to harm me? Okay. So I went and spoke to the guys, and the guy who was doing the interview, the recruiter, basically said like, look, this is for a broking firm in Perth. I think they're actually looking for someone with, 10 or 15 years of experience, but let me go speak to the guys and see what they think. Okay. So he went away. I got a call back, and they were like, listen, can you come in on Monday? I mean, I'd literally been in Perth for 4 days. Can you come in on Monday and have an interview with 2 of the directors? Yeah, cool. No problem. Chucked on my cheap suit and the tie, traipsed into the city, went and sat down with 2 of the directors there, had a pretty good 1 hour conversation, left. As I was getting on the train, I got a phone call saying, listen, can you come in tomorrow and meet with the other two directors? Okay, cool, no problem. Same cheap suit, back into the city on the Tuesday. Had another sort of 1 hour interview. And they said, listen, can you start next Monday? And I basically started as a kind of a retail desk assistant to for retail brokers, sort of high net worth, etc., retail brokers for that firm. And those guys were really, really good to me. I'm still good mates with them now. I owe them a lot. And they were just, at the time it was small to mid-cap West Australian mining stocks, that sort of focus. And that's what they were dealing in. I was like basically their grunt, right? I did that for about 6 months, doing all the account opening and all that kind of stuff, all the kind of work that they didn't want to do, wanted to fob off to me. But I learned a lot through osmosis, just by keeping my head down, bum up, ears open, and just listening to what was happening. And after that, I moved into being, at the time, what they called a DTR, so designated trading representative, on the institutional desk. So the institutional desk, obviously only dealing with kind of, hedge funds, big asset management firms, that kind of stuff. So a DTR at the time was, you actually had to be licensed by the exchange, you had to be licensed by the ASX. And what a DTR did was, you were the guy that had the license to essentially enter orders direct into the market. So just having, like, as we say, DMA, direct market access. At the time, it wasn't like anyone could just have it, right? So if there was an average broker sitting there, if he clicked an order, it kind of went to a compliance person. Is that okay? Yes, that's okay. You haven't messed anything up. Okay, into the market. Now, obviously, if you're dealing with a hedge fund or an insto, you don't want that kind of lag or delay, because things need to be done. If a guy calls up and says, hey, sell me 1 million shares of XYZ, you potentially want it done right now. So DTR, you have direct access to the markets. And the old system is called SEATS, the Stock Exchange something trading system, whatever it was. And basically my job then was to sit there with 5 or 6 brokers in a circle almost around me, and they would just shout orders at me all day, just all day sitting there. And so you're just working orders all day, bang, 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 bang. Like, your fingertips almost want to bleed because you're just working so many orders. But that was an awesome job in terms of boning up your trading skills, because what you were doing all day was you were watching order flow. You were watching how the market trades all day, literally tick to tick, right? Because a huge part of how a broker makes money is giving good execution. So if someone calls up and goes, sell me 1 million shares of XYZ, and you do a really good job of it, those small kind of basis points or ticks or dollars that you save that guy, that potentially goes into his P&L at the end of the year, and his bonus is paid off his P&L, right? So that execution is a massive part of the game. Like obviously now, a lot of that's all disappeared because there's VWAP algos and TWAP algos, and all of that is done kind of quantitatively, algorithmically. But at the time, I would sit there with a pad of like 40 or 50 stocks on a busy day, and I'm, let's say 20 buys and 20 sells, and all I'm doing all day is going, okay, I've got 50,000 of this to sell over the day. I need to do it at the best price possible. So you start to develop a decent sense of how is the market moving. So if the market's going really bid and you're a seller, you kind of want to step back and ease off and let the buyers come to you. If the market's going off it and you're a seller, you may have to be more aggressive and kind of hit the bid a bit more, because you don't want to get left behind. Because if the market's going off it and you are not being aggressive enough, the market keeps dropping, and now you're a seller, you want to sell at the highest price possible for your clients. And you may get into a scenario at the end of the day where you've got to be super aggressive when the market is at its lowest. So you intuitively start to develop a sense of how the market is flowing in order such that you can execute those client orders as well as possible, if that makes sense.
Yeah, right. So by this point in time, you've done some work at a hedge fund, you've been a broker or a DTR, as you later became. What led you into prop trading? Bring us forward to that moment.
I can remember a conversation I had with, let's call him old Daryl. So old Daryl was one of the old bucks at the broking firm. And I think at the time I was too naive to really appreciate some of the stuff that he said to me. But I remember him saying to me, and this guy was really wealthy, independently wealthy. You know, he was in his like kind of mid 70s at the time, and just did it because he loved it, right? He just loved the game. And I can remember Daryl saying to me, he said, boy, he said, your whole job is just to get your bum in a good seat and stay there. Okay. So, and he said, you know, in your first, like I said, take a step back. This is when we're going through this massive mining boom, right? So there's just money flowing everywhere. I remember old man Daryl, he said to me, he said, in your first boom or your first cycle, he was saying boom because obviously he's a long only equities guy. So it doesn't apply as much to trading, but it still does. He said in your first, boom or bust, whatever it is, you'll either lose a little bit of money or break even. Okay. In your second cycle, you'll either break even or make a little bit of money. And in your third cycle, that's when you've kind of got enough experience. You've seen the patterns a few times that you know what's happening. And that's when you can really kill it, right? And what he was saying is that you need to get somewhere where you start building your chops in something that you are willing to really dedicate your necessarily your life. I think that's a bit extreme, but you want to dedicate, a huge amount of time and a huge amount of effort to an industry or a craft or a vocation, because this just takes time. You need to play the long game. You need to play the long ball, right? Don't be in it for kind of the quick fix. Get yourself into a scenario where you're in a good seat and you go, right, now it's time for me to really put in the time, so that when the time comes, once I put in my years, I'm ready. Once I'm in that, first, second, third, that third cycle, that I can recognize what's happening and take advantage of it. So commissions in terms of a percentage of a trade was getting smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller, because now sort of that whole kind of algo execution domain was starting to take over more and more and more and more of the commission dollars that are going around, right? So clients were getting more demanding, handing out less bro, etc. And I kind of looked ahead in time and went, man, like this old model, this old school way of doing things, I think it's going away. And I think that's been proved true, right? Like you look at what your average broker charges on a trade these days, it's pretty tight. Like the margins are really small, right? It also started, as I progressed from a DTR and moving more into the sales role, not that there's anything wrong with sales, but I kind of felt like, every day I was trying to make chicken shit look like chicken salad, if that makes sense. That was all I was doing all day. And I think the biggest thing was that I developed a sense of self-awareness, okay? And I think this is a huge part of what has helped me navigate my way through this world, is that I think I'm quite self-aware, and I understand what my strengths are and what my weaknesses are. So I looked at the guys around me who were really succeeding in that world, and they loved the sales part. They loved reading company reports. They loved having lunches with company directors. They obviously, like I said, West Australian, kind of mining resources focused. The guys had an interest in geology. They loved going to mine sites. Like, I didn't like any of that. I find reading a company report the most boring thing on earth. I'm not saying that it's good or bad. It just didn't appeal to me. And I just had this thing inside me where I kept thinking back to that moment that I had where I walked onto that trading floor in New York, and just the way that I felt. And I was like, man, I need to get back to that. So I started seeking out proprietary trading firms. Now, obviously, the prop trading industry, very East Coast focused. So the only place to really go was Sydney. So I started reaching out to firms there, got an interview. And again, this kind of reflects the, I talked about that kind of, just go for your goals no matter what type of thing. At the time, I had moved in with my then girlfriend, now wife. So we were living together, and it was literally like on her birthday, I was like, all right, love, guess what? I'm leaving for Sydney in 4 days. Like, see you later. Because I just had in my head, like, I'm going to go do this. Like, if I have to pack all my stuff up and move across the country to give myself a crack at what I want, that's what I'm going to do. Like, I'm going to go for it no matter what. Now, looking back at the time, I probably could have done it in a more sensitive way. But, like I was 25, 26 years old, whatever, and I just had that bulldog mentality of, okay, I'm just going to go for this. So packed up my bags, moved to Sydney, and got into a training program at a prop firm. Went through that, and kind of that's how I got my start in the proprietary trading industry.
Are you ready to get serious about trading? Then join Tasty Trade, Investorpedia's best platform for options trading in 2026. Stocks, options, futures, and more. Tasty Trade has everything you trade, all in one platform. Get low commissions, including 0 commission on stocks, so you can keep more of what you earn. Tasty Trade is packed with advanced charting tools, backtesting, a pre-built strategy selector, risk analysis tools, and more features to help you trade smarter. See equities and derivatives with high trading volumes, dividends, upcoming earnings reports, and more with their pre-built watch lists. Or create a custom watch list to keep an eye on the companies and sectors that matter to you. Manage your positions with speed and precision using active trader mode, one-click trading, and smart order tracking. Plus, Tasty Trade's stellar trade desk team offers live support during trading hours if you need it. Visit tastytrade.com/chat for more info. Tasty Trade Inc. is a registered broker-dealer and member of FINRA, NFA, and SIPC. Have you ever watched a stock explode and thought, if only I had the capital? Or sat on the sidelines because your account balance felt too small to matter? Good news, with Trade the Pool's limited risk platform, you don't need millions or even thousands to start trading the U.S. stock market. Bypass the PDT and tap into over 12,000 U.S. listed equities, from penny stocks to big caps, ETFs, even the newest IPOs, and short anything you like with 0 locate or hard to borrow fees. Start your evaluation, get funded with up to $200,000 in buying power so you can go big without risking your own savings. And now you can also have unlimited time to reach the profit target. It's a game changer. Not ready to trade yet? Trade the Pool offers a free demo and educational resources. Practice on live data, master the platform, and build confidence risk-free before you even pay a cent. Click the link in the show notes to start trading with Trade the Pool's capital.
Okay, so what was that like? I mean, tell us about your first couple years as a prop trader. I know you eventually went on to become very involved in trader development at some of these firms you've worked at. We'll get to that also. I'm keen to spend a bit of time on that. But yeah, tell us about maybe your first couple years as a prop trader. Like, how did you go? What challenges did you go through? What things did you pick up easily?
Well, I mean, I think what happened to me was the worst thing that can happen to a beginning trader, and that was I had some success early on. Now that kind of sounds counterintuitive, but I honestly believe that is the worst thing that can happen to you, because if you think of trading as a skill, okay, and I firmly believe trading is a skill. Every skill has a learning curve. Okay, whether you're talking about a baby learning how to walk, someone learning how to surf, someone learning how to play tennis, someone learning how to play chess, whatever it is, how does a baby learn how to walk? It falls over a lot, and you don't look at it and go, gee, it shouldn't be doing it. That's how a baby learns how to walk, How does someone learn how to surf? They fall off the surfboard a lot, So what happened through probably just blind luck, I was actually profitable at the beginning. So I went through the training program, pretty basic. But at the time, I think an advantage I had was from my time as a DTR, I had a good sense of how the market moves, because for many years, all I'd done, as I'd said, is sit in front of a screen and watch how stocks move up and down or futures markets move up and down. And so I had I had enough screen time that I'd built some sort of intuitive sense of how that works. And I think that helped me at the beginning. But I think the fact that I had that meant that there were other skills that I didn't develop where the market eventually caught me out, right? So what I always say to guys is you're going to pay your dues at some point, right? You're going to. You are going to suck as a trader at some point. And you want to be at your worst when you're trading your smallest, if that makes sense. Because then obviously, you want to be really bad with a 1 lot, not really bad with a 20 lot, if that makes sense. So at the beginning, I think I actually got a bit cocky, right? And I was like, man, I got this, got through, started the training program with 20 guys. I think they took 3 of us, maybe, mate, like, I worked my butt off, right? Because you got to remember, I may have been naive, but I knew it was on the line. I'm going over to the east where I've got to find a place to live. I don't know anyone. I'm not earning any money. Like, I'm only on a profit split, right? So I understood how much was at risk. I was lucky that I had a bit of money in my pocket from the kind of Perth days after that whole mining boom that I could facilitate that. But it's hard, like particularly for someone coming interstate, because what you really want as a beginning trader is you want as little financial commitment as possible. Because if you go through the natural learning curve that we've spoken about, like when someone's learning how to surf, they fall off their surfboard. Fine. They get wet, they get cold, no big deal. Someone's learning how to snowboard, you get a couple of bruises on your elbows and your shins, no big deal. When you're going through the learning curve as a trader, what that means is you lose money. Okay. Now, obviously, at a prop firm, they are absorbing those losses. But if there's no money in your account to split profits on, then there's no money coming into your account, right? So the learning curve for a prop trader is you go through a decent period of not making money. And that's just the way of the game. It's like, being a prop trader is like starting a small business, right? If you go open a cafe or something, there's going to be a period where you aren't selling enough cups of coffee to cover the cost of your rent and your staff, etc. You've got to generate that following and get a couple of locals that are coming every morning after their morning bike ride. A couple of businesses that all office workers are coming to you, and eventually you build momentum. Then away you go. So the thing that happened with me was I had some success early on, and then the market changed. Okay, we went through a period where volatility changed, liquidity changed, and because I'd had a good run at the beginning, that was all I could do. I was a one-trick pony, and then all of a sudden I was like, wow, like I don't know how to cope with this, and so I got smacked. I got the lesson that the market was always going to give me, and I got smacked, and I kind of had to take a step back and sort of reassess, like, whoa, like what do I do? Because I kind of hit a patch where my development had stalled, and I was starting to put it bluntly, I was running out of money.
Okay, now just before we move off this point, it's quite interesting because you're certainly not unique in the sense that you had beginner's luck. We quite often hear it from other guests who I've brought on the podcast and, just other conversations I have, people who seem to have quite decent success in the very beginning, but then that kind of fades away. Why does that happen? Like, why do we experience beginner's luck so frequently?
I think there's potentially a couple of angles to it. Like, I'll give you the frou-frou fairy dust one first, and I'll give you the more practical one second. So I think there is honestly an element of karma. Like, I really do think that the universe kind of goes, right, if you are really willing to put it on the line and give us a real crack, I'll give you a little nudge. Okay, I'll give you a little nudge. I'll help you out a little bit. I really honestly believe that. For the people that really commit, and I really committed, trust me, at the time, I think the universe does kind of go, all right, bro, like you've knocked on this door enough times. I'll let you stick your toe in and we'll see how you go. I think the more practical explanation is there's probably a little bit of survivorship bias, what we're talking about, because for as many people that get beginners luck, there's probably a lot more that just get blown out the water from day one. I think that there may be an element of, at the time, probably my natural skills, my natural proclivities, my natural kind of tendencies just suited what was happening in the market. Okay. So if you just have a natural sort of like your first instinct is you want to buy a breakout. Okay, just to give you a practical example. And the market just happens to be going through a period where there's a ton of liquidity and it's trending a lot. You'll have a lot of success. But then if the market changes and all of a sudden markets are range bound and there's not a lot of liquidity and it's, kind of back and forth, and then you're going to get cut up because you're going to be buying every false breakout, right? So I think a lot of that happens where beginners get going and just out of sheer luck, their natural tendencies suit what the market is doing at the time, okay? And you've also got to remember, there's some markets where the market's very forgiving, like, mate, if you really like commodity-based equities, and that's what you were putting your money in 2004, in 2007, you look like a goddamn genius, but that's got nothing to do with you. That's just because you're going through a massive mining boom. So, it's the old quote, the rising tide raises all ships, etc. You imagine someone that, to give you a slightly different example, you imagine someone that came out of university with a degree in geology from a university in Western Australia in 2002, okay? What does their life look like right now versus someone who came out with the same degree but just happened to be born 7 or 8 years later, okay? Their life looks very different because the guy born in 2002 or 3, he's had the whole mining boom to kind of grow through the industry when people are going like, man, I need new people. I just have to employ people. There's such a boom going on. And that guy can move through the seniority ranks very quickly versus someone who comes out with a degree in an industry where it's just dead or stagnated, okay? So I think that there's a lot of luck involved in terms of how the market's trading at the time, what liquidity is like at the time, what volatility is like at the time. All those type of things, I think, contribute to this kind of beginner's luck phenomenon.
Yeah. I think those are both really good explanations. Actually, you nailed that. So that was really good and I think quite helpful. Like I said, we're going to get into this trader development stuff. Just before we do, though, there's one little thing I'd like to speak with you about, and that's about what sort of trader you've evolved to today. So, you said you struck some beginner's luck early on and you struggled for a while. What sort of trader have you developed into now?
I think I'm fairly similar, but with a lot more nuance, right? So I'm still predominantly, I don't have many charts up on my screen. I read order flow off the depth of markets. I try and I'm trading. I view trading as a competition, right, between traders. So I'm always trying to think when I look at the market, who's getting trapped, who's getting stuck, who's under pressure. Where do I think stops are going to be? I'm trying to kind of gauge the psychology of the market, not looking at it in a fundamental sort of way. So like if someone says to me, what do you think is going to happen with interest rates in 6 months or whatever? Like, mate, I have no clue. I'm not smart enough to know that, nor do I really care to, okay? I'm trying to read order flow on a tick by tick basis and trying to understand where traders are getting stuck, where people are going to be fearful, where people are going to be greedy, those types of things, and placing that within the broad structure of how is the market trading, what prices are important, what is the market trying to do, and how good a job is it doing of achieving that, right? I think that kind of covers most of what I'm doing these days.
Okay, and you're predominantly focused on futures?
Yeah, so the prop trading world in Australia in particular is, and also the same in Europe, is predominantly futures based. You would very rarely find that, I mean, they do exist, but it's quite rare to find an equities prop trader at a prop trading firm in Australia or Europe.
Okay, this is actually one of the things I was going to bring up with you. Is the fact that many Australian firms actually trade very similar products. There's not much kind of diversity. How come, and do you think that's a good thing, a bad thing, or indifferent?
I don't think it's a good thing, but I understand why it happens. It happens because it's it's very difficult to move away from something if you're making money doing it. Okay, so I can put it to you this way. Okay, so after the GFC in 2008, there were a lot of traders trading certain styles. It just kind of got blown out the water, all right? Like the volatility just got them, right? And they kind of blew up and went away. And then there was another style of trading that kind of got through that GFC volatility relatively unscathed. And I think that most of the trading happening in Australian prop firms now is a derivative of that style. Okay, now obviously everyone kind of brings their little twist and nuance to it, but most of the guys are trading a similar style on similar products, right? Now that can be a good or a bad thing. Okay, the reason that it's happened that way, in my opinion, is that prop firms came out and went, okay, well, what's working now? Okay, that's what we need to move towards. The reason why I think it may potentially come back to bite prop firms is that, like we've just said before, the market changes, volatility changes. And what I've seen over the past couple of years is the amount of dollars out there to be had trading that style is progressively getting less and less and less and less. So if you're trading a certain way, the market's getting more efficient at arbing out kind of the little inefficiencies that you are exploiting. Okay, so to give you an example, and this has happened in the US for guys trading that way. It's happened in Europe for guys trading that way. Now you're starting to see it in Australia. Is that, let's say the guy's mainly a US 10-year notes trader. Okay, so for the style that he's trading 10 years ago, let's say he was making, and I'm just throwing out random numbers here. Let's say he was making $250K a year. Okay, to make $250K a year, he would need, let's say, limits of 100 notes. Okay, 5 years later, to make that same 250K, he now needs 250 notes. Okay, because he's making less per trade, so he's got to trade bigger to earn the same amount of money. Nowadays, that guy needs 1,000 notes. Okay, because the markets are pretty tight. Like we're in a zero interest rate environment, all those types of things. So risk managers are now, I think, starting to look at this and go, hang on, like this doesn't make sense, because if this guy's trading 1,000 notes and he gets whacked, just like every trader gets hit at some point, that's a lot of damage to our P&L, right? So I'm actually of the opinion that some of the old school ways are starting to come back. And I think the old school way of trading, if I can put it that way, those skills are starting to come back into vogue now. So I think you potentially may see a shift in the way firms conduct what products they trade and how they trade them over the next few years as those new opportunities arise. Now, having said that, a lot of the geopolitical things may change that. Like, you've got the big Don in the US and all that, where all of a sudden there's a bit more volatility, there's a bit more movement. So, those kind of inefficiencies may come back. In terms of the same product set, mate, I'm 100% of the opinion that it's much better to have a diversified group of traders. Okay, like I think that's just absolutely fact, because if you have a room of guys all trading the same product and trading the same way, if that stops working or they get smacked, there's nowhere for you to go, right? Because you've got 10 guys all trading the same thing, all trading the same product, doing the same thing. They're all going to get hurt. Okay, so having a diversified spread of guys trading different periodicities, so different time frames, different strategies on different products, I think that's the correct way for firms to go. It's very much it's a casino model, right? So if you think of the Crown, here in WA or Melbourne or any casino around the world, if obviously, most traders will know that the casino games have a house edge that varies between various games, but it's always edged towards the house, right? But the edges are very small. Okay, so as an example, let's say that in blackjack, the edges, I think it varies between 1% and 4%. Okay, let's just take somewhere in the middle. Let's say the edge is 2.5%. Now, if you think of that, right, you think of 100 hands of blackjack. The edge to the house is 2.5 hands out of 100, right? That's an extremely small edge. But it's a mathematical edge that the casino knows is there. So if we sit here and we go, okay, what are the chances of this single blackjack table? So one blackjack table, one limit, losing money tonight. The chances are, 47.5%. Okay, that's not a really small amount. It's definitely still edge to the casino, but there is a definite chance that this one blackjack table loses money. Okay, but now take a step back and go, but if you put that same 1 to 4% edge across 20 different casino games, 30 different limits, like you're talking now 30 times 20. That's 600 tables. What are the chances of this entire casino losing money over the month to come? It's extremely small, right? So this is why it's better for firms to have a broad, diversified suite of traders trading all sorts of different things across all sorts of different time frames, all sorts of different products, because it removes that kind of like black swan risk where your one strategy just gets absolutely smacked.
100%. Yeah. Well, Darren, let's move on to the trader development aspect. So tell us how long it was before you actually became involved in the trader development space, and what did that look like? Like, what sort of things were you doing on a day-to-day basis?
Post my first experience as a prop trader, I then actually got a job at a hedge fund in Sydney. So pretty decent size. Like we had like $300 million under management, something like that. So not huge, but not small either. And I was head of trading, right? So I walked into that job going, man, like this is it. Like I've done it. I'm at a hedge fund. I'm head of trading. We've got a couple of $100 million under management. Like all I need to do, like we spoke about old Daryl and getting a bum in a good seat. I was like, right, this is my seat. I just need to ride this pony into town until it drops, right? Like ride until the wheels fall off. And what happened was that when I got back into the hedge fund industry, I very quickly realized that world had totally changed post the GFC. Okay. So, mate, like one thing I've realized, when people lose money, even if it's their fault, it's very difficult for them to put the blame on themselves, and they're looking for someone to blame, and they're looking for people to sue. So what happened was that hedge fund world had become extremely regulated. And so where I wanted to get onto a true trading desk and be involved in trading, I now found that my entire job as head of trading at a hedge fund was, like doing transactional cost analysis reports and sitting in meetings with brokers to try and squeeze the last couple of basis points out of them in terms of our execution, and worrying about, sitting down and making sure that every I was dotted and every T was crossed in investment mandates, and just real like boring crap. And so I kind of went, man, like I was very lucky at the time. I had an amazing boss. The guy who ran that hedge fund was just probably the best boss I've ever had. And he was really good about the whole thing, where I kind of went like, this is just kind of not what I was expecting. And the role wasn't going where I wanted it to go. The industry had changed. And what I kind of realized was that the prop world now is kind of the last bastion, the last outpost of that sort of true entrepreneurial, true trading kind of realm. And so an opportunity came up for me to be involved again with a prop firm as a trader, and as I guess someone helping develop young traders coming through. And because I'd been through that experience, and because I'd kind of been through the heartaches and been through the ups and downs, and gone through a training program and kind of seen the good things and bad things about it, and dealt with people mentoring me, and because of my background in sort of, like I said, I'd bring it back, my background in understanding what a proper environment for someone to excel in is, I thought this sounds like a really cool opportunity. And so that's how I got started.
Okay. And was it easy for you to split your day between trading and trader development?
No, it definitely took it took a period of adjustment for sure. On my part, obviously, if you're involved with developing traders, you need to make sure that when you're doing that, you can do it to the best of your abilities. Because, I mean, let's be honest here, you're dealing with, like, I take it very seriously, right? Like, you're dealing with a young person's hopes and dreams, like this is literally, if you are involved with trader development, and I feel very strongly about this realm, and I have, I guess, fairly strong opinions on it, you are dealing with the hopes and dreams of young people who are coming to you, probably fairly naive, looking to you for guidance, looking for you to point them in the right direction. And you have a massive responsibility to do the right thing by them. Okay. So there are times when you're going to have to set your own ambitions aside. Now, at the time, I want to be involved in the business of trading. I want to help people. I get a kick out of it. I think I'm very good at it. It's a skill that I have because of my background. So I really enjoy doing it. And I enjoy seeing people grow, and I enjoy seeing people achieve their goals. Okay, and I think I'm very good at facilitating an environment where they have the best possible chance of doing that. But there was absolutely a period of adjustment, and mate, like I'm still struggling with it to this day. Like what's the correct balance? I find that you have to be, in terms of trading, you've got to be much more focused on, okay, what are the things that I'm really good at? And I just really need to focus on doing very few things simply, okay? And I need to realize that there may be times when I have to set my own personal ambitions aside in order to help the bigger group, right? Like this is the ultimate definition of if the team wins, I win. Okay, so, going back to the rugby scenario, like you have to go into this going, if the team wins, I win. So maybe my personal ambitions as a trader have to be scaled down a bit. They don't disappear, obviously, because I don't think it's right that you can just stop trading. I think that is, I don't think you can do that either. But you need to realize that if you are going to develop someone as a trader, you need to be able to give them the utmost attention when it's necessary. Okay, you can't be kind of half focused on trading and half focused on someone else. Like you can be when you're with them, you need to be with them. Okay, so I think it's definitely an adjustment. It's something I'm still struggling with a balance with, but I think I've got much better at it.
Yeah, and I think you may have answered this next question I have for you to some extent in your answer there, but I'm going to ask it anyway, especially because you do feel so strongly about this. What makes someone a good trainer? Like, what are the things that a good trainer does?
I think a good trainer is, and again, I know I'm repeating the same things, but I think they're very important. I think a good trainer is self-aware. So what I mean by that is if you're looking to find a mentor or you're looking to find a trainer, and I apply all these things with myself when I'm looking for mentors in business or life or whatever it may be, they are self-aware. What I mean by that is they know what their strengths are and they know what their weaknesses are. Okay, so if someone comes to me and asks me a question about, I don't know, trading currencies or trading mid-cap stocks or whatever, I'm going to say very bluntly, I don't know. Okay, like I just don't know. If someone wants to do, if someone comes to me and goes, "Can you tell me about candlestick patterns and all this stuff?" Like my very honest answer is, I just don't know. I know what I'm good at and I know what I'm not good at. And I think you need to look for people that are very transparent and very honest about what they can teach you and what they can't. All you want someone to do is to tell you about what they have experienced and what is the truth for them. Because in trading, the truth is different for everyone. Okay, it's like a golfer's swing. Your true swing is going to be different to my true swing. Okay, so it's different for everyone, and you want someone that accepts that and understands where their strengths are and where their weaknesses are, and focuses on their strengths, not trying to cover up their weaknesses. I think that a good mentor or a good trainer is transparent. You want someone that is transparent about the grind, right? You want to be someone that's transparent about the fact that, like, this is hard. You want to be someone transparent about the fact that they also have their struggles. You want to be transparent. You want someone that's transparent about the fact that, like, you never figure this out, like you never solve trading. It's like saying you solve trading is like saying you can solve golf or tennis. It's a dynamic system. You'll never solve it. So people who say, I figured it out, or, that's just such BS, and this is like, I said, you want something that's transparent about the grind and transparent about the hard times. Like, I have a massive issue with people pitching trading as some sort of glamorous lifestyle. Like, Aaron, if you said to me, how do I know that someone is not right? I would be like, if you pull up a video or a profile picture, whatever it may be, and it's them standing in front of their Ferrari or trading off their iPhone from their yacht, like, that's BS, right? Because I don't know a single profitable trader. And trust me, I know a ton of guys that make a lot of money doing this and been doing it for a long time. Not a single one of them trades with a goddamn phone. Not a single one of them trades from their yacht. Most of them, don't own fancy cars. Like, this is a craft. Okay, this is not, gee, look at me at my penthouse in wherever and look at amazing how I am and I've made X amount of dollars per day. Like, that's BS. This is a grind, And if you look at the guys that are really good out there, that's what they're showing you. Okay, they're saying to you, this is bloody hard. Like, this is damn hard. Chances are you won't make it on your first crack. Like, guys who come on and say, I've blown up 3 accounts, but I kept struggling and I got through. And I know there's a couple of your guests who said that on your show. Those are the guys you want to look for, right? Like, because those are the guys that are showing you, like, I've got scars from this, I've bled for this. I didn't figure this out in one day. I still haven't figured it out. I'll never figure it out. I'm constantly evolving. I'm constantly having to essentially relearn trading because, like we've said, the market changes all the time. That's why you have to constantly be evolving as a person and as a trader. So you want someone that shows you that. You want someone that says to you, like, this is bloody hard work.
And there you've described a good trainer. How about we flip the coin here? How about a good trainee? What makes a good trainee?
All I can speak about is the guys that I've seen do well. Okay, so the guys that I've seen do well, and I'm talking about someone who walks in literally going, I don't know what a bid or offer is. I don't know what a futures contract is. I don't know anything, right? To succeeding as a trader, making money, kind of living the dream that they want to. And then, once they get to that point, it's up to them, right? How far they take it. I think the number one thing, and again, this is why I took the time to tell that boring high school rugby story. The number one thing is grit. Honestly, mate, it's just, you need to be like that bulldog that gets his teeth around that bone and just will not let go. Like, because this is going to be a slog. It's going to be hard. It's going to take you years. The struggle is never going to end. Like, you got to keep grinding all the time. So grit is the number one thing for me. Someone just has that fire in their belly and has seen a bit of hardship. Like, one of the number one things I look for when I'm interviewing guys, I want to see that you've had a bit of hardship in your life and you've got through it. Okay. So I'll give you an example. You building this podcast. Okay. It definitely hasn't been easy. Okay. Like, I don't know the ins and outs, but I can tell you right now, there's a lot of people doing podcasts out there and very few that have had your sort of success and your sort of reach and been able to get the people that you have onto your podcast, right? So you've had to grind, I'm sure, like, go through tough times, go through hard times, figure out for yourself, like, how to do something because you haven't got the money for someone to just do it for you. Like, you've got to bootstrap something from the ground up, right? So for me, that's a huge thing. Seeing someone that's got that grit. I don't know that you can teach that. I think that's just innate. Like, for me, that was drilled into me from essentially day one, right? Like, I mentioned that my dad was an airline pilot. Like, my dad started as an aircraft mechanic, right? Like, he didn't do super well at school, started as an aircraft mechanic, always had a passion for flying, and decided, so he was actually, he was a flight engineer. So I'm maybe going a bit far back now into history and maybe showing his age and mine. But cockpits used to be, in airplanes, used to be a 3-man cockpit. So nowadays it's 2 pilot, co-pilots, and computers do everything else. Back in the day, like you would have a third guy sitting behind the pilots. And what he would do is his job was to, during the flight, manually adjust oil pressure and oil richness and move the flaps up and down and all that kind of stuff. Like he had to sit there with all these toggles and do that manually in flight. Then obviously once computers came along, computers now do all that stuff behind the scenes, so they didn't need a flight engineer anymore. And so my dad basically had a choice. You take the golden handshake from the airline because you're all being made redundant, or you go and do your flying exams and you learn how to be a pilot. And like I said, my dad wasn't a genius at school. He was pretty good at his hands, aircraft mechanic. And he was like, no, I want to go be a pilot. And I promise you, Aaron, I remember that dude, he grafted so hard for those exams. He failed them a couple of times, but he would not let go of that dream. And I remember him going into study at an old house. And I'm talking, mate, I'm like 6 years old now, right? And just studying for like literally 14 hours a day, and to put in that amount of work for weeks on end, go away, not pass, go back and do it again. Just like, I am not going to let this go. And I think that's why I say I don't know if you can teach it, right? I think someone needs to have experienced that or seen a real life example of that in their life to really understand the kind of what I'm meaning when I say true grit. I think another thing you need to look for is competitive drive. Like you want competitors, And I think when I say competitors, everyone thinks sport. I don't. Okay. Mate, if you're competitive at Tetris, you're competitive at World of Warcraft, you're competitive at, I don't know, whatever it may be. You play in the local, touch footy league or whatever it is. But I think you need a competitive drive because whether you like it or not, this is a competition. Okay. Trading as a proprietary trader is a competition. And the earlier and the more traders can think of this as a competition, the better off they will be. I think you need someone that's intelligent, but not too intelligent. Okay. I think people make a mistake that they think that the smarter you are, the better chance you have of succeeding. I've actually seen, I don't want to say I've seen the opposite, the dumber you are. But what I have seen is that people that are like super, super smart, the mistake they often make is they come in and they try and figure everything out. Like, why is the market going up? Why is the market going down? Why did the market pull back like that? Why is that bid not dropping? Why is that offer keep refreshing? And mate, the thing I've realized is that you can't figure this out. Like you need to let go of trying to figure out every single uptick and downtick. So you definitely need someone that's smart, but not so smart that they think they can figure out the markets, right? And I think that one of the biggest things is you want to come into this as a trainee, as an empty cup, okay? You want to come in not with any preconceptions or not with any preconceived ideas. And this is why prop firms generally prefer people that have zero trading experience, okay? So someone that's been trading for a couple of years is often more difficult to train than someone that comes in like literally knowing nothing, because someone that comes in with a couple of years experience, there's probably a lot of ingrained bad habits that you have to remove. So someone who comes in as an empty cup and someone who comes in with the attitude of, this is a skill that I need to learn for myself, okay? So you don't want to walk into this going, tell me what to do, okay? Like to come in and go, guys, tell me what the setup is, okay? Tell me what the setup is and then I'll do it. Like, what are your best setups, okay? Tell me what to look for. Tell me what the exact pattern is, okay? So if I'm talking about, right, if you see absorption on the bid or offer, well, how much? Well, I don't know. There's no exact number, right? Because like we've said before a bunch of times now, the markets are constantly evolving and constantly changing. So what absorption or rejection or whatever kind of order flow sort of setup you're looking for, that's going to change. It could literally change from day to day what you're looking for. So you want to step away from this kind of tell me exactly what to do mentality. Okay. And what I always say to guys is it's almost like if you imagine a tennis player, okay, and they're sitting in the change room before they walk out to play in a big final, and they're sitting with their coach, and it's kind of the last final preparations before they walk out. And the tennis player turns to his coach and he goes, okay, so what shots should I hit? Like, what's his coach going to say to him? He's going to go, what do you mean? And the guy goes, well, what shot should I hit? His coach is going to go, bro, I don't know. Like, it depends, right? Like, all I can tell you is these are your strengths. These are your weaknesses. This is what I think your opponent may do based on his strengths and weaknesses. And then you have to go out and you have to play the game, okay? And what shots you're going to hit depend on a million different variables. Like, what's the weather like? What's the score? Are we in the first game or is it match point against us? What shot has my opponent just hit? Is there wind or is there not wind? What's the humidity in the air like? Because that'll affect the way the ball flies through the air. Is the court playing fast or slow? Is my opponent injured? Am I injured? Is my opponent tired or not? Am I tired or not? Like, there's so many different factors that go into what shot should I hit in a tennis game. But what young traders do is they want to be told what shots to hit before the game even begins. Whereas good traders understand that trading is a skill. And what you need to do is you need to build your skills to the point that you can step into the market and you can understand how the market is trading, how the market is flowing. And then you can go, right, given that I understand how this market's trading and how it's flowing, and I think I have a good sense of what's happening, how do I, based on my strengths and my weaknesses, take advantage of that?
And just to add one more thing, as we're talking about being a good trainee here, and you can either agree or disagree and let me know what you think about this, but I presume as a trainer, one of the most rewarding and frustrating things for you would be seeing trainees not take action and actually implement the sort of guidance or advice that you're passing on to them. Like, it must be very rewarding to tell someone something or to bring something up with them and then to actually see them go away and implement it, try it, and actually come back to you and show you that they've actually taken action and done something about it. Because, it's very easy to hear things and take information in, but it really all comes down to execution and action, correct?
Mate, absolutely. And I'll expand on that. I think something that I've been relatively good at. There's not many things I do well, but I think one of the things I do well is that I've been able to get people around me that are good mentors. Okay, so many of the good habits that I've learned off other people throughout my life. Right, I've been able to get good people around me that can support me and guide me and show me the way. And the reason I've been able to do that is that I think I'm a good trainee, right? So all these things I've spoken about, I do myself. So I don't just walk in and go, tell me how to do it, okay? What a good trainee does is exactly what you just said, okay? You show them a basic concept or a basic skill, and they go away and they work on it themselves. They really put some deep thinking and deep work into it. And they absolutely should actually tweak it and adjust it to suit them, because everyone's circumstance is different, everyone's personality is different, everyone's strengths and weaknesses are different. So they go away and they use what you've said and they adapt it to themselves, and then they come back and they ask more questions. And you'll be able to tell straight away if someone's done the work, because every time they come back, their questions are more nuanced and they're showing an ever more progressive depth of knowledge, right? As opposed to the person who you tell them something and then you check up with them like a month later and you go, so how have you gone with that? Well, I heard what you said, but I kind of I didn't do that. I did this and I thought that, oh no, this would be better, blah, 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 blah. Like, I'm not saying that everything I say is gospel, but if someone comes to me for my opinion and I give it to them, at least give that person the respect of actually going away and thinking about it, right? It's like if that person comes back and goes, I really thought about what you said and I did a ton of work and respectfully I disagree, perfect. I have no issues with that because that's you finding your way. But someone who isn't even willing to put in the work, like it can get very frustrating. But mate, the way I've seen a lot of people come and go in this industry. Okay, I've seen a lot of people go through training programs and not get through or quit or whatever it may be. I've seen a ton of people come and go. And someone asked me the question once, like, do you think you've ever let someone go that could potentially become a really good trader? And I'm like, of course I have. I'm a human being. Like I'll make mistakes, right? Or maybe someone comes to us at not quite the right time in their life where they actually need a couple of more years of maturing. And in 2 years' time, they'll get through the training program and they'll be away and they'll be profitable and they'll be a really good trader for the rest of their careers. But right now, the timing's not quite right, but the thing that I've always said to them is that I put my head on my pillow and go to sleep like a baby every night because I know that every person that comes in, I give them my 100% that I can. And if that person is meant to make it in this industry, they will make it with me or without me. Okay, they will find a way. Like I just know that personality, that kind of those types of personalities, they will find a way. And like at the end of the day, that's why I'm in this industry. That's why I love it. It's because of the people. Because you meet people that have all of these traits that I've spoken about. You meet people that are just sponges and they come in and they do all the right things and their attitudes are awesome. And to see them have success is incredibly satisfying. It really is. It's one of the best things that I've ever done is to see someone come in knowing nothing and to see them develop over 6 months to a year to the point where they know more than me about certain things, and like I'll be the first person to put my hand up and go, back at my old firm, there were guys where after a year, there were certain styles of trading or certain things where they were the master and I was a student. Okay. And that's awesome because that means that I've done my job right and that I haven't tried to give them a recipe and go, here, cook this. What I've done is I've taught them how to cook, if that makes sense. So a great chef, he doesn't need a recipe book because he understands taste and he understands flavor combinations and he, through intuition and experience, can understand how to cook things. So you put 50 ingredients in front of a room of 10, 3-hat chefs, and they'll go, sweet, we don't need a recipe, and they'll come up with amazing dishes, right? But what too many people do is they want the recipe, they want the setup, okay? This is not about setups. This is about developing skill.
I'd like to ask you a few questions, I guess, more specifically about prop trading. And naturally, I presume that you might be somewhat biased on these, which, is totally reasonable. But why do you think being in a prop firm increases your chances of success? This was something you said to me off air, so I just want to bring that up.
Okay, so like we've spoken about the fact that I think I've been lucky to get a couple of really good mentors in my life. So one of my closest friends, who was best man at my wedding, we get on really well, very close. He's taught me a lot. He was in the special forces in the military for a long time. Okay, so I think like 10 years in the army, 8 years in the special forces. And I remember saying to him, because he's, like if you think about how many people try to get into an environment like that and fail and can't get through the selection, all those types of things. I kind of said to him, like, what made you different? Like, what kind of got you through? Because if you look at the guy, he seems like a totally normal, average bloke, right? So I said to him, like, kind of what made you, what helped you get through this? And when you were in that scenario, when you were through selection, how did you kind of stay with the pack, right? Because you got to remember, those guys are the best of the best, like the top 1% of the top 1% or whatever you want to say. And his answer was, environment is everything. And I'm going to say that again because I think it's so important. Environment is everything. And that's why being at a prop firm in my belief, increases your chances of success exponentially. Because if you can get into a prop firm that has its environment right, your learning is accelerated so much. Okay. So my mate basically said, I'm nothing special, but when you get into that environment where everyone is pushing to succeed, pushing to excel, and all working together to be the best they can be, and you see how, like, I've been saying that same thing from my high school story all the way through, that's where you just get lifted up by the pack. You get lifted up, right? Because, again, as we said, the rising tide lifts all boats. So when you get into a prop firm that has its environment right, from the moment you walk in that door to the moment actually, let me rephrase that. From the moment you wake up in the morning to the moment you put your head down to the pillow and go to sleep at night, and probably in your dreams, all you are doing is eating, sleeping, breathing, shitting, training. That is all you do, okay? So you walk in, guys are talking about trading. They're talking about what happened last night. You sit in on a morning meeting, right? Guys, this is what we can expect today. This is the news that's coming out. This is the order flow, significant order flow that happened last night, because the guys trading the night session, it's now the end of their day. They're still there. So they're saying to you, watch out for that big seller refreshing in the 10 years. Watch out for this guy lifting offers in XYZ. Watch for this guy selling lots of 500 in ABC, okay? You're trading during the day, and in a good prop firm, guys are talking to each other all the time during the day, okay? They're constantly calling out information. As a modern trader, there's so much information that you have to take in, right, that it becomes very difficult to watch everything on your own. So being in a room where guys are calling out order flow, calling out bid and offer changes, calling out new highs in this, new lows in that, this has just gone bid, this has gone offer, there's an iceberg on the bid and whatever, that's unbelievably helpful. It just accelerates everything. And then you have a good trade, you get up and walk to the kitchen to get a drink of water, your buddy's there, how did you go? Oh, no, I puked. Oh, how did you go? I did really well. What did you do? And so can you see what's happening there? Like you're constantly replaying all these things over and over and over and over. You're going to hopefully have good mentors that will sit down with you and go, okay, guys, we've just had the morning session. Who saw what? Who had a good trade? Who did this? Who did that? It's the old Mark Bellafiore one good trade, right? Like you turn one good trade into two good trades, into three good trades, into four, and your number of repetitions just increases so much that your learning curve is massively shortened, because the average trader sitting at home just can't replicate that. It's very difficult to replicate that. Okay, so I think there's a few options nowadays where guys can get a taste of that. So like some of the stuff that FT71 is doing with Stage 5, I think is awesome. Some of the stuff that Alex Haywood at Axia is doing, I know you spoke to Brannigan a couple of podcasts ago, is awesome. That kind of stuff is giving people that don't have access to, aren't in a prop firm, a prop-like environment, if that makes sense. But still, to me, the best chances of success are getting yourself into a prop firm with a good training program where you can be around traders and just kind of learn through that osmosis and repetition and being in that professional trading environment.
Okay. So with this being said, let's say someone is at home. Let's just come up with a scenario. They've been trading 3 years. They don't have any fancy education. They've just been putting in a lot of hours trying to make it on their own at home. They've been trading for about 3 years. Let's say they actually want to now become a prop trader because they've heard all the positive things you have to say about it. What are the first steps? Like, how do you go about it, and what sort of firm should you try to get into? Because there's many different sort of prop firms as well. Like some are very quant heavy firms, some are very discretionary, point and click. What are the first steps? Let's just break it down.
Okay, well, I think if you want to get into this world, your first step is like there's a lot of information obviously out there in terms of, well, let me take a step back. I think there's enough information out there for people to get a rough sense of who's who in the zoo, right? But I totally understand how someone sitting there could be going, man, I'm a bit confused by the terminology, or I'm a bit confused. Is this guy good? Like, this guy wants me to do this, and this guy wants me to do that, and this guy's website's really good, or whatever. I understand it can be really confusing. Like, the one thing I'll say is, like, reach out to me. Honestly, I'm quite happy to take emails from anyone, right? I'm happy to answer questions. Like I said, I know my strengths and weaknesses. If I can't help you, pretty sure I can point you in the direction of someone who can. But that said, the decision for someone like that is really, okay, what stage am I in my life? Okay, because let's say you're someone that's, as you've said, been trading for a couple of years from home, but you still live with mum and dad, you have no debt, and you're about to finish uni in 6 months. Your set of decisions is very different to the set of decisions that someone who's got a mortgage, a wife, and 3 kids can make. Okay, so like I said that part of being a good mentor is, or a good, all that is being transparent. So let me be very transparent. This is much easier to do if you have as little financial encumbrance as possible. Okay, that's just a fact. Because sitting down at a prop firm and sitting there going, oh, geez, I've got to pay the mortgage. My wife's been on my case. I haven't earned money for 6 months. What am I doing? Blah, blah, blah. Like, the pressure to earn money is going to start making your decisions for you, if that makes sense. And you're not going to be in the right frame of mind to make good trading decisions. Now, that doesn't mean that someone who's sitting at home can't make the switch. So if you have a decent track record, that's your first start. Okay, your first start is to reach out to prop firms and go, this is my story. This is what I've done. This is what I want to do. Here's my track record. Okay. Now, the number of times someone has come to me and said, I trade from home. I want someone in the prop industry to back me, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And I've gone, cool. You sound like you got a good story. You sound like you're keen. You sound like you're earnest. Can you send me a track record? Crickets. Okay. Like, you hear nothing back, right? So if that's what you're going to do, like, get your story together first. Like, this is what shows intent and effort on your part, is research the firm and what they do as much as you can. Okay. We don't all sit there and show exactly what we do and how we do it. Like, I understand that prop firms I don't think we're secretive, but because we don't take money from the outside world, there's no obligation on us to really show everything that we do, right? It's only our money at risk. So I would say research as much as you can. Get your story together in terms of, this is my track record. These are all my statements. This is the broker I go through. This is what I want to achieve. This is what I think I'll need to achieve that. And then it's a matter of reaching out. Like, mate, I'm here. I'm sure at the end of the show, we'll talk about where people can get hold of me, but I'm visible, I'm out here, and most people at prop firms are fairly visible. Like, they all have their contact details on the website, and just be persistent, right? Like, you also have to understand that people are busy. So if they don't get back to you in a day, like, give them a little time. If they don't get back to you in a month, keep pressing them, because our job as a prop firm also is to find talent. That's what we're here to do. We're here to facilitate traders making their dreams come true. Like, that's what I said before, right? So it's a matter of you doing the work on your side, getting your story straight, getting yourself ready, having a keen understanding of what you want to achieve, and then stepping up to the plate and going, this is who I am. This is how I found you. This is what I want to do.
And is someone best to wait for a job to pop up on like a message board, or is it better to like cold call and just sort of put yourself out there before things start to appear?
Yeah, it depends. Okay, so I'm laughing to myself because I think some of the guys that I've kind of mentored, they get so sick of me hearing it depends, because in trading and as in life, there's no real definitive answer to anything, right? It all kind of depends on the scenario. So I'll expand a bit on it. I think that someone reaching out kind of just out of the cold, out of the blue, there's no ad or anything. It's not, something up on some job website, anything like that. That shows intent, okay? Like me personally, I like that, right? I like it if, and it's a big if, I like it if the person is reaching out when they have done the work on their end, okay? So they reach out. I don't want someone to reach out and going, so I'm kind of keen on trading. What do you guys do? I'm like, bro, come on. Like you can do better than that, right? Someone that has done some work on their end, I'm happy to talk to, right? I think, obviously, if people are advertising, you want to jump at that, okay? You want to jump at that. But this business is not, to me, this is not a business of, okay, we're going to recruit once a year. Like, I'm always recruiting, okay? I'm always interested in talking to someone that I can help and that can help me. Always. Like, the door's never closed, right? So I think it really depends. Obviously, if people are advertising, they're saying we're actively looking for people, so you should absolutely go for it. But if you're at a point where you're like, I'm ready to go now, like, there's no harm in reaching out if you do it the right way.
Sure. And just going back to an earlier comment you made about getting together a decent track record. Now, just to be clear on that, it's not absolutely compulsory that you have a decent track record prior to a prop firm actually giving you consideration, correct?
It depends what you're asking consideration for. So if you're walking and going, I don't want to go through a training program. I know what I'm doing. I'm a good trader. All I want is I want to plug into you for capital. I want to plug into you for infrastructure. I want to plug into you for the back office / compliance stuff. I want to plug into you for all those things that a prop firm also gives people. And we can talk about all those different things a bit more if you want. Then you're going to have to show that you know what you're doing, right? Because you're basically stepping up and going, you see that Ferrari there? I want to take it on the track right now. I don't want you to check my driver's license. I don't want you to do anything. Like, I know what I'm doing. I just want to go from day one. Now, for a firm to do that, they're going to want to look at you from their side and be satisfied that you're a good risk to take. So you're going to have to prove that you're a good risk to take. Okay. Now, what do you need to prove that you're a good risk to take? It's going to be different from firm to firm, right? So I can only speak for myself. For me, if someone steps up, I want to see at least a 1 year and preferably a 2 year kind of profitable track record, right? And even the 1 or 2 year number is kind of misleading, because if a guy is like a long-term trend follower and he's like, well, I'm massively profitable because the guy's done 3 trades over 2 years, and the markets he's trading have been just trending over that period. I'm going to go, well, you haven't really proved everything because your sample size isn't big enough, right? And also the markets have been trending whilst just happened to start trending when you started, and they've been trending ever since. So you haven't seen a period where the market's range bound and whipsawing and you're going through a drawdown. You haven't learned how to deal with that yet. So even though he's got a 2 year track record, his sample size is not enough. Now, the opposite is someone comes in and goes, I've built and not that this would happen, it's kind of an extreme example, but I've built an algo that trades 50 times a day, and I've been running it for a year, and I've got, X number of thousands of trades. That's a totally different story. That guy could probably get back to maybe after 6 months, because after 6 months, he's done thousands of trades. He's doing 50 trades a day, right? So it really just depends. I think that a lot of the stuff, Aaron, I think it comes down to as us Aussies are getting more and more keen to say, the pub test. You need to kind of look at it and go, right, does this pass the pub test, or has this person not really done enough work? So that's a scenario getting backed where you just walk in and they go, cool, what limits do you want? Here's your account that you log into, away you go, okay? If you're talking about getting in as a trainee, getting into a prop firm, getting into the trainee program and trying to do it that way, no, your track record doesn't matter at all. Okay, like I said, I think I said earlier, it's all, if you come in and you literally go, I don't know what a futures contract is, but I think I want to be a part of this world, and I've done X, Y, Z, and blah, 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 and that all satisfies the people recruiting you. That's cool. Like you've never traded before, but if you have certain personality traits that are right, prop firms can work with that. Okay, or if you walk in and you go, listen, I'm super keen. I mowed lawns and washed cars and got $5,000 together, and I absolutely blew it in 3 months, and I lost it all. And I realized that, gee, I don't know what I'm doing, and I've actually come to you guys to learn and to help. That's fine, because the fact that you were willing to go out and wash cars and mow lawns in the hot sun to get a trading stake together, that to me shows intent. That shows attitude. That shows someone that wants to be a part of this. So the fact that you blew it up, mate, we all struggle. You know, like I said earlier, we all struggle. We all go through hard times. Everyone's going to lose money at some point. So it's more about intent and showing that you are going to be a good trainee, which is all the traits we've spoken about earlier, rather than any sort of track record. If what you want to do is you want to start from scratch, which is getting into the training program and progressing from there.
Sure. Okay. And a lot of what we've spoken about here, you know, it makes prop trading sound all very positive. Let me ask you, what are the bad bits? What are the bits that aren't so fun about it?
Yeah, well, I mean, depending on the firm, right? So let's talk about the bad bits that are I guess universal about everything. So if we talk about prop trading just as a career, right? I think there's a lot of things that people don't show you that traders have to deal with. So and it kind of relates back to what I said before. Like I have a real issue with people showing trading as like this lifestyle sort of thing, right? Like, look at me on my yacht, look at me with my Ferrari, etc. Like that's total BS, right? This is a grind. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Trading is a competition. And if you want to win that competition, you've got to work your ass off. So what people don't see is they don't see the fact that you're going to be in front of a screen, sitting, staring at a bunch of numbers flickering up and down for hours. Like I always say to guys, at the beginning, to build up your chops, you've got to stare at a screen until your eyes bleed, you know? Now, it's also not just all about who can do the most hours, okay? But it's not about like models and bottles and all that kind of stuff from day one, right? Like this is a grind. I think people's expectations are often far too high when they come into the industry. Like if your first year, probably your first 18 months is going to be bloody hard, right? And I don't say that in saying that your first year or 18 months are going to be hard. And then all of a sudden it's, you know, guys, drinks on me for the rest of the night kind of thing. That's just you breaking through the, I don't know what the hell I'm doing stage. You then still got to get through the, okay, I'm making a bit of money, but I'm still not doing all that great stage. Then you've got to get to the, gee, I think I can actually do this long term. I'm starting to do okay stage. And only after that can you start progressing to the stage, hopefully, where you start making good tin, right? So people don't talk about the learning curve enough, I don't think. People glamorize trading far too much. I think that people don't talk about stuff like boredom, right? You know, because sometimes there's not a trade to be done. You know, depending on what your style or proclivity or tendency or strengths are, there's not a trade to be done. So how do I deal with the boredom of sitting there going, I just don't see anything happening right now that I want to do, you know, because the flip side is you start trading when you shouldn't trade. You start over trading. So, and that you don't want. So you need to find a way to deal with boredom, right? You need to deal with the fact that your income is going to be very variable. You're not getting a salary where it's like, okay, I get the same amount of money in my bank account every month. This is a game where you could have a guy who turns around and he tells you how much he's made that year and you go, wow, that's a lot. And he made it all in a 3-week period. Okay. Now you think of what his year looks like the rest of the time. He's struggling. he's break even, he's break even, he's break even, he's break even, he's break even. And he gets to month 11 and goes, man, like I haven't earned any money this year. And then he has a 3-week period where he absolutely kills it, and now his year looks great. That's an extreme example, but that's the variability of income. You know, like I've said before to a bunch of guys, is that this is a game where you can make your week in a day, you can make your month in a week, and you can make your year in a month, and you can set yourself up for the next 5 to 10 years in 1 year. You know, like I've seen traders do that. I've seen guys come out where they just have an absolutely stellar year. I'm thinking of one guy in particular, a really good friend of mine, who, you know, came out of 2008, and he was sitting at the beginning of 2008 going, you know, I've got the 3-bed, 2-bath house, but I really want to expand because the kids have to kids have to share a bedroom, and we really could, you know, have a bigger house, etc. To at the end of 2008, basically buying a house cash where him and his wife will live their lives and die, right? It's like the dream house. So that stuff can happen, but it all sounds great when you talk about the upside. But the downside, dealing with that variability of income, of not knowing when your next dollar is going to come. And mate, to be honest, the pressure of being essentially a solo small business, because like I said before, as a trader, you're a small business. So as a small business, you live and die by your own hand, right? You know, you asked me earlier about it being frustrating that you try and teach guys and they don't do it. No one can click the button for you. You know, no one can click the button for you. So everything you do is by your own hand. And that pressure can build up, right? It can build up on a person's mindset and mentality. And it's very difficult to maintain the rage, so to speak, for long periods of time. It's very difficult to maintain dedication to the process over long periods of time. It's very difficult to embrace the struggle over long periods of time. It's very difficult to embrace competition in particular. You know, like, you know, I don't know how many times I've said this is an extremely competitive environment. And nowadays, to be frank, people don't like competition. Like we denigrate competition, if that's the right word. You know, like that kind of love of competitiveness and achievement is kind of being, in my opinion, sort of bred out a little bit of society. And that's why I think more and more people are starting to struggle when they come through a prop firm, where it's like, you know, people are just absolutely going as hard as they can to be the best they can. Some people find that very intimidating. So, you know, there's a ton of stuff that I think people underestimate about trading, that they think it's all fun and games. But I promise you it's not. It's bloody hard. But having said that, there is no other industry, literally no other industry on earth I would rather be in.
Wow. That's a realistic window into the life of a trader. Let's start to wind this down, Darren. We're getting on a bit here. Time's gone really quick. I know you're in the works of, or in the midst of starting up a prop firm of your own, establishing your own prop firm. How's that come along? Whereabouts are you at with all of that?
Yeah, mate, we're getting pretty close to launching. So I've moved back over west to sunny Perth for family reasons. My wife is from here. Like I said to you before, my folks immigrated to here, so her family's here, my family's here. You know, and we wanted a bit of a lifestyle change. Her folks are now retired, my folks are retired. We want to kind of, you know, we had a really good time on the East Coast. We both, you know, kind of progressed our careers very nicely. But we felt it was time to move back over west. And so I landed here, and I kind of, you know, like, I love trading. I love helping traders, and I'd learned a lot about the business of trading whilst I was over the kind of past, you know, 5 years. And I really feel that there's some spots where traders are not being neglected, but where I think we can do better. Okay, and obviously, if you talk specifically about Western Australia, like, I think West Australian traders have been neglected for a very long time. But if we talk more globally, I think that there's opportunities to be had where I think the way that people develop traders and grow traders has kind of stagnated. I don't think it's kept up to speed with kind of A, technology, and B, the the things that we've learned about how people learn very complex skills. I think there's been a lot of research and discoveries made over the past sort of 10 years about how the human brain works that hasn't really filtered into the way prop firms train their traders. So I've had an opportunity to team up with the guys at Axia, so Alex Haywood. I know you spoke to Brannigan a couple of weeks ago. Brannigan's a really good guy. Alex, has just been kind of at the forefront of trader development for a long time, and we sort of got together to bring this product. Mainly Alex bringing this product to the fore, which I think is just going to sort of revolutionize the way traders are trained in the prop industry. And so I've kind of come over to WA to get the family back here, get back in the sunshine, back on the beaches, living that kind of healthy WA lifestyle. I want to be able to help guys who are in Western Australia who want to be traders not have to make the sacrifices that I made. Like I'm keenly aware. Like I can sit here and I can recall that young 25-year-old guy or 24, however old I was when I moved over to the eastern states. I think it was around that age. And the sacrifices I have to make, and like I said to you, the personal relationships I put at risk and all those kind of things. Thank goodness it worked out. My wife is a very she's forgiven me for a lot of my sins and I guess my boneheaded nature back then. But it all worked out for the good. So I want to make sure that West Australian traders don't have to make that sacrifice. I also think that Perth is becoming a lifestyle destination again. Like the weather and the lifestyle, like I've alluded to, and the fact that like the property market is not as expensive here and all that kind of stuff. And I just wanted to do something unique and special that really changed the way prop firms look at training traders. And when I found Alex and we got talking, I was just like, yes, this is it. So we're a fair of the way down the way. I think we're probably a month to 6 weeks away. Like I said to you over chat the other day, that when you start going down this path, there's things that you think will happen easily that take a lot longer than you expected. And there's things that you think are going to be very difficult that happen a lot easier than you expected. I've been very lucky in that I've been able to lean on some, we just talk about mentors again, like, guys like Morad, like FT71, had a couple of conversations with him. He's been super helpful. Rob at DTG, super helpful. And so leaning on those guys has kind of helped a lot over the past couple of years. And so, I think we're pretty close, and I'm really excited. I think it's really going to change absolutely in WA. I think in Australia in general, and hopefully in terms of our partnership with Axia Futures, the way traders are trained in general globally.
Cool, man. Very exciting. I hope it all works out well for you. So let's wind this down now. If someone has questions for you, I'm just trying to think, like, should we get them to leave their questions in the comments of this episode, or should they just email you directly? Should they hit you up on Twitter? Like, how do you want to handle that?
Yeah, I'm happy for people to contact us through whatever medium suits them best. So the new firm is going to be called Signet Trading. So CYGNET, Signet as in a baby swan. So I wanted something that was, kind of based a little bit around WA. So the website is www.signettrading.com.au. I'm assuming we can just put all these in the show notes as we go. So signettrading.com.au. There is a little box on the bottom there where people can type in a message and it'll get sent through straight to my work email. My email is darren@signettrading.com.au. The Twitter account for the firm is at Signet Trading, one word. And then I'm on Twitter. My Twitter handle is at Lift the Offer. So kind of very trading focused handle. So at Lift the Offer. Mate, any one of those. People can find me on LinkedIn, put in my name. Like I'm happy for traders to contact me anyway. Like I said, I really do. I'm very passionate about this industry. I've been in love with it from literally the day I walked onto that trading floor in New York, and I'm still in love with it. And even through all the hard times and all the struggles I've had, it hasn't been smooth sailing. It's not going to be smooth sailing going forward. But man, I couldn't think of a better industry to be involved in. I've just met such amazing people, and so I'm happy for traders from anywhere. If you want advice, if you want to be pointed in the right direction, if I can't help you, I promise you, if I can point you in the right direction, I will. So yeah, any one of those ways, whichever way people want to reach out to me, I'm more than happy to answer questions and help people out whichever way I can.
Okay, excellent. Darren, thank you very much for coming on the podcast and spending this amount of time speaking with us and sharing some really top insight. Appreciate it.
Mate, it's no problem. Like I said to you before when we had a call a couple of weeks ago, I think you're doing an incredible service for trading in general, probably more than you actually realize. Like I wish when I had started that there was a trove of knowledge like you've put together, and I think you'll be helping traders for many years to come. So I wanted to just say thank you, because I've learned so much from some of the guests that you had on your show, and I look forward to your continued success going forward.
Well, thank you very much. It means a lot coming from you. Cheers, man.
Cool. Awesome, mate. Take it easy.
You've reached the end of this episode of Chat with Traders, but rest assured there are more episodes loaded with real market insight and zero hype on the way soon. So to stay updated with each great new release, subscribe to the podcast on iTunes, and we'd love it if you'd leave a rating and review. We'll catch you next time on Chat with Traders. Insight and zero hype on the way soon. So to stay updated with each great new release, subscribe to the podcast on iTunes, and we'd love it if you'd leave a rating and review. We'll catch you next time on Chat with Traders.
To you by Trade the Pool. Did you know that every decade the market reinvents itself? Online brokers opened the doors, mobile apps made trading seamless, and commission-free trading erased barriers. Now a new era has begun. Meet Trade the Pool, limited risk trading. And now you also have unlimited time to reach the profit target. From now on, your trading risk is capped, and your trading opportunities are limitless. Trade the Pool funds home-based stock traders with up to $200,000 in buying power. That means you can trade larger positions and scale your strategies without risking your own savings. It's time to trade with more capital, making it truly worth your time and effort. Ready to trade the pool? Click the link in the description and join the stock trading revolution today.
Are you ready to get serious about trading? Then join Tasty Trade, Investopedia's best platform for options trading in 2026. Stocks, options, futures, and more. Tasty Trade has everything you trade all in one platform. Get low commissions, including 0 commissions on stocks, so you can keep more of what you earn. Trade smarter with advanced charting tools, a pre-built strategy selector, risk analysis tools, and more features. Visit tastytrade.com/chat for more information. Tasty Trade Inc. is a registered broker-dealer and member of FINRA, NFA, and SIPC.
Markets, speculation, and risk. This is the Chat with Traders podcast, hosted by Aaron Fifield.
What's up? Welcome everybody to another installment of your favorite traders' favorite podcast, Chat with Traders. I'm kidding, people, just having a laugh, but welcome nonetheless. With me on this episode 125 is Matthew Hoyle. Matthew was once a trader, or more specifically, an options market maker, and he started at a very young age on the exchange floor in Amsterdam. But since 2003, he's been in the headhunting, or otherwise known as recruiting business. His firm is Matthew Hoyle Financial Markets. So what he does is he finds the best candidates for hard-to-fill roles. He's contracted by banks, hedge funds, and all sorts of trading firms. For example, just to name a few, Tibra, Optiva, Tower Research, Citadel, Millennium Partners, amongst many others. Needless to say, Matthew's super knowledgeable on the industry and he's won many awards for doing what he does. During this episode, we get talking about tips for getting hired, the skills which are most in demand and what firms are looking for, also how firms attempt to attract and retain talent, various compensation structures, and everything in between. Let's jump right to the meat of this episode. Coming to you from Hong Kong, here is Matthew Hoyle.
American rule of law and all that. I mean, it's good.
Good stuff, man. Well, if you don't mind, bring us up to speed on your days prior to being a recruiter. What's your background?
My background, I actually started as the youngest options market maker in the history of the exchange in Amsterdam. So this is back in the days when it was open outcry trading, so the stripy jackets, and we were all standing around on the trading floor. So I went to school in the Netherlands, and I did secondary school, something which was called gymnasium, which is basically the highest level of secondary school that you can do. So that includes ancient Greek and Latin. Then at age 18, I got a double offer to go to LSE, but because I started trading options at the age of 13 and had done rather well, I figured it might be a better idea to go and work on the exchange, much to the disappointment of my parents and my teachers. And lo and behold, I got a job offer, so I took it. That was a lot of fun. Did that for 6 years. Was there when 9/11 happened, all kinds of stuff. You know, it was definitely a very formative time of my life. I also got to work with the founders of very well-known firms like Optiva and IMC and Flow Traders. All those guys were on the trading floor with us. The founder of Capstone, for example, Paul Britton, he'd come over from London. And Duncan Valentine is one of the partners there. All those guys. So it was a very, very interesting time. The exchange went electronic in 2003. Of course, I didn't have a university degree because I insisted to go and work there and be the youngest. So I had the choice to either go back to university and study, or go to Chicago and continue doing open outcry trading. I didn't think that was a good idea because it was clear that it was a sunset industry, or do something else entirely. And it wound up being the latter. So that's how I wound up in recruitment, actually, by accident.
Okay. And did I hear you correctly? Did you say Duncan Valentine? Isn't he one of the dragons on Dragon's Den?
That's a different Duncan Valentine.
Okay.
The Duncan Valentine I'm talking about is the global head of marketing and capital raising for Capstone.
Right. I was going to say, I didn't think he was a trader.
I think, I'm sure he does trade something, but it's not the things that we trade, no.
Yeah, exactly. And you made an interesting point. You said that it was quite a disappointing decision for you to go and trade on the floor. Like your parents and your teachers were disappointed with that decision of yours. How come? Was being a trader sort of looked down upon in some ways?
No, quite frankly, it really wouldn't have mattered what I'd gone off and done. The disappointment had everything to do with the fact that I had been offered 2 spots at a world-class university and turned them down. That's where the disappointment came from. It came from me not going to university.
Okay. So you worked 6 years on the floor as an options market maker, and then from there you became a headhunter, a recruiter. How did that come about?
I'd done quite well on the trading floor. We got paid rather a lot of money. It was sort of like the last stop of the gravy train before it closed. So I bought some real estate in the Netherlands, and after the floor closed, I took some time off to decide what to do next. So I had the offer to go to Chicago. And another guy in the same building was actually a headhunter. He was doing sales and marketing and also technology, which I to this day I still find a very odd combination. But he had been very successful, but felt that his employer wasn't paying him enough. So we went down to the pub one day, which was conveniently located opposite the apartment building. And he told me he wanted to start his own business in executive search, and asked me if I wanted to help him do it. And I said, well, since I'm not doing anything else at the moment, why don't I have a look at that? And that's how I rolled into it. I mean, it was actually purely by accident. I mean, we used to get called by headhunters, even on the trading floor back in the open outcry days, all the time. We would always tell them to get lost, which in hindsight was a bit foolish. One thing I certainly would tell your listeners is that if a headhunter calls you, do listen to what they have to say. Don't just hang up the phone straight away. It's an interesting thing. If someone had told me that I would become a headhunter when I was a trader, I would have laughed. And if they had insisted that they were serious, I would have felt insulted. Although as things turned out, I've actually done a lot better out of this than I ever did out of trading. And I certainly wasn't a bad trader. We got paid 7 figures US back then.
Wow. Okay. That's really good money, especially for however many years ago that was. So just to set the scene here, put this in your own words. I mean, I know it's pretty self-explanatory, but what is your role as a headhunter today? Like, what do you do? Like, how do you describe your job?
Okay. Our job, it's really quite straightforward. We match candidates to employers. The driving force behind that is always the employer. So we are contracted by employers, firms such as Citadel, Tower Research, Optima, IMC, Tibber, all these kinds of guys, to go and find individuals for hard to fill roles, mostly. That's very much the executive search part, which tends to be the higher end of the business. Recruitment, which is more volume driven and tend to be lower end roles, not less interesting, but roles which are perhaps more common, things like junior trader type positions, or entry-level technology roles. We also do that, but that's the difference between recruitment and executive search. We do both, and then across all the different market verticals within that finance and trading sector. There's a common misconception, which is that we find people jobs. Now, we don't get paid by candidates, so we don't go around looking for jobs for people. A lot of people do seem to labor under that misapprehension, but that's certainly not the case. Now, that being said, I have been known to put people into jobs even if I didn't have the mandate and didn't get paid for it, simply because it was the right thing to do. This is a business of building long-term relationships, which need to be lasting. And you need to think about that rather than about where the next paycheck's going to come from.
Okay. And so why do these firms come to you? Why do they not deal with this sort of thing internally, like in-house?
Well, on the lower end of the spectrum, so most graduate recruitment is done in-house these days. We're also not set up to go and do the milk rounds at the universities and whatnot. So generally, we get contracted to do the more experienced hires. The reasons that they approach us are several. I mean, we sit on a database of well over 500,000 people, right, which is a lot more than all of our clients put together, which number close to about 100 in that space. We also are quite well known in the market. So what that means is that when good people become available, we're quite often the first port of call, because they know that we have a very, very good overview as to what's happening in the markets in terms of employment. Who's hiring, who's not, who's expanding, who's growing into different areas. For example, if someone is an energy trader, that person might be interested in knowing which derivatives trading firms are interested in moving into the energy space, right? So they can go there and set up a desk and they might be able to get better terms. So all those kinds of things. I think also the fact that I used to be a trader does set us apart massively from the competition. I mean, there's a couple of recruitment and executive search firms out there which are run by former brokers. Now, with all due respect to the brokers, I mean, I'll never forget them calling us up, the traders, and they were simply just making things up, now, just to try and get a trade done. And unfortunately, there are also people in our industry that do that. That ranges from posting non-existing job ads to all kinds of other shenanigans. We don't do any of that. So we really pride our reputation, which we worked hard for. I think all those things contribute to why these companies choose to go with us. And the fact that we've got so many customers and have been doing this since 2003, I think is proof that what we do works.
And what sort of trading operations do you work for? Like, who do you hire for? I know you mentioned a few names before, but what sort of trading operations are these? Like, obviously prop firms, hedge funds. Is there anyone else that you work with as well?
Yeah. Okay. So within the hedge fund domain, we do pretty much everything, right? So this ranges from multi-strategy hedge funds, so which have a multi-manager type of approach. So think of firms like Millennium, for example, or Citadel. All sorts of firms like that globally. So this is across all strategies. So this can be from equity long short through to equity events, that type of thing, systematic type of strategies, stat arb, index arbitrage, but also long short credit, distressed debt, special situations, convertible bond arbitrage, capital structure arbitrage. Then there's CTA type strategies. It really is a very mixed sort of bag. I find that highly interesting actually, because I really enjoy talking to different traders who trade different products and different strategies, as do all my staff, because people love talking about stuff that they're good at and that they enjoy, right? So it's always a pleasure listening to these guys. Then within the prop trading universe, there's a shrinking number of more manual prop trading firms. We don't really hire for arcades, where people bring their own money. Although a lot of arcades are actually also doing some automated type trading. I mean, if you look at certain companies like RGM Advisors, down in Texas, I mean, these guys came out of an arcade, for example. Balyasny, the hedge fund that spun out of Schonfeld, I mean, that used to be an arcade as well. So I certainly wouldn't write them off, but the PropXs of this world are certainly not our main customers. They tend to go and find their own people. So further within that proprietary trading sphere, some firms are entirely automated, or quickly going that way. Others still have a degree of manual type trading. Or maybe they use things like auto hedging, or stuff like electronic eye and whatnot. So we cover all that. That's pretty much all products. So not just equity linked or equity options, index options, that kind of stuff. It really is the whole gambit. I mean, we have clients that also trade things like crude and electricity and all sorts of other jazz. Then the last category, which you didn't mention, is the banks. Now, for the last few years, of course, the banks haven't exactly been very active in the proprietary trading universe. Now with Trump and his henchmen rolling back Dodd-Frank, I do think that there is going to be a push back into prop trading. Now that's a good thing, I suppose, because banks are generally less picky than the hedge funds and the prop trading firms. It's also a slightly different style of trading, right? And I'm still quite curious, and I think it remains to be seen how many former bank prop traders will be successful in the new sort of bank prop environment where there's less or no flow, and you have less advantages. But that is also another area of interest. And then there are certain exceptions where brokers, or especially in the US, broker dealers also have some proprietary trading activities. Even Cantor trades some prop as well, which most people don't know. So that's another area that we look at. Exane, the French broker, which is owned by BNP Paribas, that's another example. Although that's not a very large part. And then another area is actually fintech type companies, firms that have come out of places like Silicon Valley, or to a lesser extent, out of some of the Beijing development areas there, where you've got firms like Google and whatnot. So some of these companies which are really technology driven and have built great technology solutions are now also branching out into the trading world. There's a fantastic company in Moscow called Artificial Intelligence Management that has 60 quants and developers, all doing machine learning, stuff like that, but they don't have any traders. So companies like that also approach us looking for people that have strategies that they can implement on their platform.
Just going back to one of the words you used, you described some prop firms as arcades. Now, I know that's a slang word and some people are probably not really understanding what you're saying there. Can you just clarify what you mean when you describe a prop firm as an arcade?
Okay. All right. Well, let's first of all start off with what is a prop firm, right? A proprietary trading firm trades its own capital. An arcade, on the other hand, they ask you to bring your own money to the table, which basically acts as a first loss type of principle, right? So if you take 100,000 Aussie dollars or US dollars of your own money to an arcade, they'll let you employ leverage, but the first $100,000 that you lose is your own, right? And you can't lose any more than that. So they're not actually taking any risk on you. They basically facilitate you, and there's also very little trading involved. So basically they act a bit like a glorified broker.
Okay. Now, moving on a little bit, I want to talk to you about actually sort of getting a job in the industry. So, I've heard firsthand about some firms, they get like 1,000+ applications when they advertise for a certain job coming up. How do employees filter these? And I guess, I don't know how relevant this question actually is to specifically what you do, but I'm sure you're very familiar with the process. Like, how do employees filter through so many, like thousands or 1,000+ applicants? Like, how do they do that?
Well, I wish I could say otherwise, but quite often the answer is they don't, which is another reason they come to firms like ours. I think it's good for a moment just to consider why, employers receive thousands of applications. The reason this happens is that a lot of people and, job seekers are inclined to apply for the jobs they want and not the jobs that they're qualified to perform. Now, that's a surefire way to basically not get invited for an interview, right? So, I've seen people apply to every single job that we posted, right? Whether it was, it could have been toilet cleaning lady or something, right? And they would have applied to that as well as a trading job. That's not a good way to go about things. So that's one thing. So I would say that don't apply for stuff that you're not qualified for, because it's going to make everyone's life easier. Now, of course, yes, that there still are loads and loads of applications. Right now, a lot of our customers also use software to help with this process. They use tools like Greenhouse, for example. These are HR CRM type systems. Think of it a bit like Salesforce, but then for recruiting and for CVs, right? Others use platforms like Bullhorn Staffing. So these tend to manage the flow somewhat. So then basically you're talking to a computer, right? So what does the computer look at? It's going to look at education. It's going to look at grades, especially for fresh grad types of roles, right? Really hard sort of quantifiable things. We have certain customers that will only hire from certain schools, for example, right? Now, for the more experienced hires, that all goes out of the window, and then the computers have a much, much harder time interpreting experience on a CV, right? So you really need humans to look at that and make a judgment call. Now, that does become more difficult, although in practice, it's not the senior jobs which receive 1,000 applications. It's the junior ones, right? Because everyone's eager to go out and get a job and then just applies for everything.
Now, this is probably more applicable to the junior positions that come up as well. Is prior trading experience often seen as a good thing or as a disadvantage? And the reason I ask this question is because I know a guy who used to work at Hull Trading, and he was in charge of the hiring and firing there. And one of the things he said to me was that if you applied for a job and you had prior trading experience, in most cases, you'd be disregarded just because of that. They wanted people coming into their firm who had no sort of biases or no preconceptions about how to trade, so that they could sort of train them to how they wanted them to trade, if that makes sense. Can you add to that? Is there anything which you've observed, whether prior trading experience is a good or potentially a disadvantage?
It's very true that a lot of our customers want to hire fresh grads. And this is not just for trading roles, right? I mean, there are certain companies such as Virtu, for example, who won't hire anyone with any experience within the financial sector. This includes technologists, which of course are also a big area not to be overlooked. That there are some good reasons for that. One of which you mentioned yourself. It's easier to train people without any preconceptions. It's more difficult to go and find out where the gaps in someone's knowledge are. It's easier just to sort of start from scratch. Now, that being said, I've always felt that it is certainly a good thing to show an interest in trading. Now, this is something else than prior trading experience within a company, right? I mean, what I love to see in a junior's sort of CV is someone who might have written a computer program to do some trading whilst at university, or who may have gone on one of these crowdsourced type of platforms like Quantopian. Quantopian is a good example of that, or Cloud Quant. I mean that's a similar one owned by Kirshner. WorldQuant also have a platform like that. Or who may have competed in contests organized by Timber Hill, which was the proprietary and market making division of Interactive Brokers that's been closed now. Or DRW also organized competitions like that. So anything which is trading related that demonstrates a keen interest in trading and technology, and more specifically algorithmic trading. All of that kind of stuff is very interesting. I mean, what that can also be is maybe someone who wrote a computer program to play poker, for example, right? So prior experience and interest in are often confused, but they are very different things, right? Having prior experience trading, what I will say is this: if you can also program, that's generally going to overcome any issues which may arise because you already have experience trading, right? I mean, not all customers will accept that, but a lot of them will. So it's not the end of everything, and there are ways to counter it. I do think that whatever way you cut it, showing an interest in trading and trading automation and all these kind of things, I think that's absolutely key.
Yeah. Okay. No, that makes perfect sense. This might be a bit of a broad question, and you may have already sort of hinted at the answer already, but what skills are you noticing which are most in demand as of late?
That's a very good question, Aaron. It's a bit of a moving target, right? So back in my day, it was very strong arithmetic skills, right? This is even still apparent in the tests which companies like Optiva and IMC and Maven Securities, and Acuna, all these Optiva spin-outs and Tibra also administer. I mean, you basically have to do a hell of a lot of mental arithmetic in a short period of time, and it's not designed to actually test your ability in terms of math or anything like that, because they're not hard. It's just a lot in a short period of time. It's actually more like a stress test, So back in the day, I mean, anyone with a PhD in physics, for example, would fail that, right? Because they just weren't used to doing that. So people would need to practice it. There's some great programs out there for that, like tradertest.org, for example. I mean, this is run by a guy who works at Optiva. If you go on that and use it to practice, don't give them your CV. You should send it to us instead. So that was one thing. Then as time progressed, obviously technology skills became more and more important. And that started off with Python and the scripting languages, and C++ became more important. Java was for a short period. I mean, that's not something I would really bother with now. But I think that all these things are still relevant, right? So it becomes a little bit like a collection of things, right? So yes, you need to be able to perform under stress. You need good arithmetic and mathematics skills. You need to be able to script. You need to know some programming, ideally in C++. All that kind of stuff. I mean, VBA and MATLAB just won't cut it. But now, to make matters even more interesting and complicated, something that we get asked to look for a lot is things like statistics, and then specifically people doing machine learning, and that's now also moved on to sort of deep learning, using Bayesian methods and all that jazz. So I think that as time progresses, the demands go up and up and up, right? Trading becomes more competitive. It's harder to extract alpha, to find edge, to find opportunities. So it really is a mix of all of these things. I don't think you can say that there is any one single thing that you need. I would say that you ideally need all of them.
Now, I know a lot of the hand traders are going to be sort of a bit frustrated with that answer. So let me ask you this question. For someone who just wants to be a point and click trader, right, they have no desire to code, are there still positions that they could be looking for if they actually wanted to get a job in the industry instead of just being an independent trader?
Well, I mean, point and click traders generally tend to go in one of three directions, right? I mean, some of them have evolved into absolutely enormous discretionary macro traders. Think Paul Tudor Jones, for example, right? So that really is taking punts on absolutely everything. It's all discretionary. I mean, that's very much a point and click game. Others became very, very large in certain products. There was a certain Swiss gentleman named Paul Rotter, for example, that a lot of the manual traders may remember. He lived in Singapore for a while. I think he just moved, actually. He's gone somewhere else now. But those guys tend to generally retire. And then there's the category that decide that they're going to go out and hire people who can code and try and translate their ideas into automated trading. Now, there's been some very, very successful examples of that happening, right? Because I have a lot of respect for manual traders who've been in the markets for a long time, because they know their markets inside out. They know those beasts and those products, like no one else does. And that's something that the quants really still can't compete with. Now, I think the trick is being able to sort of download that knowledge and finding ways to automate it, or at least partially automate it. Although I think in practice, a lot of manual traders do some automated spreading and all kinds of stuff like that. So that is also another path to go. So that's generally what I see in the market. Does that answer the question?
It does, yeah. And are you seeing these things just because of the sort of firms that you work with? You typically tend to lean towards working with more quant-driven firms and different operations, or do you think that's just a generalization of the entire sort of spectrum?
No, I think that the whole industry is shifting more and more towards automation. I mean, the explosion of algo trading in countries like India and China has been very noticeable, right? So I think that for people doing purely manual trading, unless they're absolutely huge, so think running several $1 billion sort of classic hedge fund kind of style, I think that the market is becoming increasingly difficult unless they have some sort of special edge, right? I mean, think like that guy in Japan, for example, that nobody knows who he is but makes hundreds of millions of bucks. I mean, that kind of stuff. Well, when I speak to very experienced manual traders, the arcade types of guys, I mean, so some of these are guys that I used to work with, right? Who used to be options market makers. I mean, very, very bright guys, and they decided to go down that route. It seems that every year they make a bit less money. And I ask them why that is, and they say, well, it just becomes tougher, And then, of course, that there are outlier years like 2008 when everyone makes a killing, right, or 2015 in China. But I think it's fair to say that in general, that type of trading and business is going to become more and more difficult.
Are you ready to get serious about trading? Then join Tasty Trade, Investorpedia's best platform for options trading in 2026. Stocks, options, futures, and more. Tasty Trade has everything you trade, all in one platform. Get low commissions, including 0 commission on stocks, so you can keep more of what you earn. Tasty Trade is packed with advanced charting tools, backtesting, a pre-built strategy selector, risk analysis tools, and more features to help you trade smarter. See equities and derivatives with high trading volumes, dividends, upcoming earnings reports, and more with their pre-built watch lists. Or create a custom watch list to keep an eye on the companies and sectors that matter to you. Manage your positions with speed and precision using active trader mode, one-click trading, and smart order tracking. Plus, Tasty Trade's stellar trade desk team offers live support during trading hours if you need it. Visit tastytrade.com/chat for more info. Tasty Trade Inc. is a registered broker-dealer and member of FINRA, NFA, and SIPC. Have you ever watched a stock explode and thought, if only I had the capital? Or sat on the sidelines because your account balance felt too small to matter? Good news, with Trade the Pool's limited risk platform, you don't need millions or even thousands to start trading the U.S. stock market. Bypass the PDT and tap into over 12,000 U.S. listed equities, from penny stocks to big caps, ETFs, even the newest IPOs, and short anything you like with 0 locate or hard to borrow fees. Start your evaluation, get funded with up to $200,000 in buying power so you can go big without risking your own savings. And now you can also have unlimited time to reach the profit target. It's a game changer. Not ready to trade yet? Trade the Pool offers a free demo and educational resources. Practice on live data, master the platform, and build confidence risk-free before you even pay a cent. Click the link in the show notes to start trading with Trade the Pool's capital.
So let's say someone a junior position or someone looking for a junior role. I know that's not your specialty, but is looking to go into a quantitative prop firm. What are some of the common roles that are out there? Because I know there's many different roles that someone can go into. Someone's not just an algo developer. There's many pieces in the machine that kind of make the firm operate. Like, what are some of the sort of roles that a junior might be able to look for?
Well, it depends what you want to do, really, right? And I would preface the answer by saying that certain companies have a very strict segregation between technology and trading, such as Optiva, for example. So if you get hired within the technology division as either doing IT infrastructure or software development, you won't be able to transition into trading later. Other companies do allow that. IMC is an example of that, for example. So those are things that I would consider. Now, most of the large companies do have what essentially amounts to a traineeship, right? Either within technology or trading, regardless of whether or not they do allow that crossover. So those are certainly things that I would look at. They tend to be the companies that find their origins in Europe. Some of the big US companies take a somewhat different approach, right? So the ones who are less into the options markets but more into Delta One type products. So think Virtu, for example. So they say that absolutely everyone, regardless of what degree they've got, right? If it's a bachelor's, a master's, or a PhD, has to start completely at the bottom and basically starts in administration because they really need to understand how the system works all the way through, right? I mean, a company like Virtu has a hard cap of 150 employees globally, which is quite incredible considering that they make nearly as much money as some companies that have 5 times that many employees, right? So, that's a different type of approach, a more integrated one. There's various options. I think that it really kind of depends what environment you want to be in, and I sort of alluded to that by talking about the differences between several firms, right? I mean, it really is. it's a difficult thing because coming straight out of university, and looking at these junior types of roles, I mean, obviously most students wouldn't know the differences between all these firms, but the differences are very, very significant. I mean, consider this. Most of these companies have grown incredibly quickly. So a lot of them have struggled to really find a corporate identity and a clear corporate culture. So these things tend to be a little bit in flux, and then when that does start to form, I mean, they really do evolve in very, very different ways from each other.
Yeah. Now, you use the phrase coming straight out of university. What if someone hasn't come out of university? What's their chances of actually getting a position at, one of these firms we're kind of describing here? Is that one of the ways that employees or potential employees actually filter applicants?
It is, but only to an extent, right? So someone who has spent 2 years training to be an actuary, for example, could still be highly suited for a junior trading type of role, one of these large firms, right? Someone who spent the last 2 years doing sales and marketing might be less suited unless it's for the wholesale desk at a place like Optima, for example, and they speak 10 different languages. So I think that it really depends on what the candidate in question has done with their time. I think that's a very important thing. And then the second most important thing, it's going to come back down to also that interest in trading. What is the motivation? If someone asks you in an interview, why do you want to get into the industry? The correct answer is not, I want to get rich quick. You might, but that shouldn't be the driving force. So I think a big part of it will depend on what someone's been doing with their time. Now, that being said, these things do have a limited type of shelf life. I think after 3 years, it does become a lot more difficult, right? So basically, I mean, you've got 3 years out of school to go and figure out if you want to go in the trading direction or not. And then if you do, you should have been doing something which at least has some sort of relevance, right? I mean, it doesn't need to be relevance to trading, but utilizes some type of transferable skill. Right, this is something that we look at a lot. Transferable skills, so things that people do in other industries or technologies that can maybe be applied to the trading world.
And do you find, just while we're talking about sort of coming out of university and that sort of thing, do you find that as someone might get older, it does really become much more difficult for them to land a position inside one of these firms?
Yes. Within technology, not so. We get asked for technologists all the time, right? And that there's such a big shortage of senior C++ developers and whatnot that, we'll gladly take someone who's got 15 years of experience as long as they're good at C++ outside of the financial industry, right? So that's a very clear sort of difference. The same goes for very heavyweight quants. I mean, some really big quant funds like PDT Partners or Renaissance Technologies, Rentech, but also Citadel, and Two Sigma, AQR. They will take academics as well, right? I mean, they don't want people that have actually worked anywhere outside of university, right? But it's not unusual for them to hire a 45-year-old professor. So that's another area. Within trading, if you've spent, say, 5 years in an arcade doing purely manual type trading, then I think going to one of these firms and getting hired as a junior trader is going to be difficult, right? A better avenue to pursue might be to look at an execution type of role within maybe a hedge fund, right? So basically managing the hedge fund's flow to the streets and stuff like that. I mean, that can be an awful lot of fun. And some hedge funds also allow for small sort of side pockets, carve-outs, books, where the execution guys can also trade at their own discretion, right? Now, of course, these aren't the hundreds of millions that the PMs generally play around with and manage, but, a place like Millennium, it's not unusual for them to give the central dealing desk, a $5 or $10 million carve-out that they can put their own trades on, for example.
So for the most part, our conversation sort of revolved around how the would-be employee can get inside one of these firms. Let's talk about it from the other angle. So, what do these firms do in an attempt to try and attract the best talent that they can and also keep that talent once they have them?
Oh, gosh. Pretty much everything you could think of under the sun, right? Something the Americans are huge on is that employees should not be allowed to pay for any food, right? So they have these massively stocked fridges, right? I always find that's somewhat overkill. All these kind of perks, right? I mean, I've seen absolutely everything. I mean, DRW does yoga classes, wine tastings. Other firms take people to museums. Days out on the town, holidays, all this kind of stuff. I mean, it's all nice, but the thing that drives most people when they get some experience ultimately is going to be fair compensation. Companies like Tower Research and AlphaGraph and Jump Trading, I mean, they all pay formulas, right? Big sort of international trading companies. The Optivas of this world, they pay discretionary bonuses. So that is a big difference. I find that the really successful traders would much rather have a clear-cut, cast an iron formula of their trading profits than all the other perks on the side, right? That being said, I mean, those perks are nice. I mean, another very popular one that I've seen recently is the paternity leave, right? So you as the father get to take a month or two off, spend with your newborn. I think there was one company that was even doing that. If you got a new dog, you get a month off to go and spend with your dog, all this kind of stuff. So it's a long and varied list of things to entice people. But the companies that do it best are the ones that pay the best, right? I mean, if you look at a fund like Rentec, which has basically the best performing hedge fund in the world, which is only open to the staff, right? They have pretty much zero staff turnover there. If someone leaves, it's because they retire. So I think ultimately hiring people, enticing them to join is one thing, and the sort of cool perks can play a big role there. But keeping them, you really do have to pay them.
Yeah, and how much does the salary and the compensation structures, how much does that vary between place to place? Like for an equal kind of role, a comparable role at across the board, does the pay vary greatly, or is it fairly well balanced?
Okay, so I mean, pay is generally composed out of fixed pay, right? The base salary. These tend to be similar in various geographies, right? So there can be quite big differences globally. I mean, there was a time when down in Australia, people were getting 100,000 Aussie dollars, and the Aussie in the US were nearly 1-on-1, whereas the starting salary in the US would have been 60, right? So, generally within the same sort of regions, so Chicago is going to be a little bit lower than say New York or San Francisco or Austin, Texas, for example. I mean, those are generally the four sort of hubs in the US. London used to be quite competitive, but now post Brexit, of course, the pound versus the US a little bit lower. Continental Europe, in particular, Amsterdam is probably not very competitive. Neither is Germany. Switzerland gets a bit better. So does Paris. Hong Kong, it all tends to be quite similar. Singapore as well, Sydney as well, Tokyo as well. So that's the base element. Now then, the variable part, right, which of course is the juicy bit that everyone is is always chomping at the bit to know about. This really depends the type of platform and setup that you've joined, right? So it's either a company a large company that has a discretionary sort of bonus model, right? So these tend to be the big option market makers. So think Optiva, IMC, Tibra, former Timber Hill, but also Volant Trading, CTC, Wolverine, Peak Six, all these kind of guys, right? They all have that discretionary sort of element. Other companies which have a team-based structure, so Jump, Tower, AlphaGraph, and a whole host of other ones, that's a different kettle of fish, because the team lead or leads have a deal with the company for a certain payout, and then they distribute that within the team. So there's generally more direction, right? And quite often team members will also get a percentage written into the contract, right? So, I mean, that might be 10% or 15% or, so there can be big variation. Now, the advantage, of course, in being in a big firm with a discretionary sort of model is that when they have an absolutely knockout year like 2008, everyone gets paid a massive amount of money, right? That's really great if you're a sort of average kind of guy, because then you'll get a lot more than you might have deserved. But some of the top performers might wind up getting a bit less, in an average sort of year. So they would have done a lot better at a place which does have a more structured type of payout.
When you talk about a discretionary payout, a discretionary model, can you just explain sort of what that means a little more?
Okay. I'll give you an example of Optiva, right? So the way Optiva is structured is a third of all the P&L after costs is attributable to staff bonuses, and 2/3 is attributable to the shareholders, right? So if you want to make a lot of money in a place like that, you really need to be a shareholder. Now, that third, it's basically the management who decides who gets what. Now, there's a lot of factors that go into deciding that, right? Trading performance, but also performance within the team. How helpful have you been? Have you contributed to projects? But also, do you show up to work on time? Are you a pleasant guy to work with? I mean, all this kind of stuff, right? So discretionary, it means that you're going to find out what it is at the end of the year, and depending on where you are, there could be a significant political element to that as well, right? Whereas if it's a percentage payout, which is contractually agreed, and certainly most hedge funds also have percentage payouts, right? I mean, that's also an interesting thing to note. Then you're going to know pretty much exactly what you're going to get. Right. So the discretionary payout is something which, of course, has been long favored by the banks as well.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I think that makes things a little clearer. That's good. So just looking forward now, to the future, a few questions around that. I guess the first one would be, are there any roles which you used to hire for, which pretty much no longer exist?
Good question. I think that a lot of roles evolved over time. Believe it or not, that we do even still hire open outcry trading roles, right? I mean, ultimately, big companies like IMC and Optiva and CTC, I mean, they do need people in the trading pits as long as they're open in Chicago, right? Of course, these are a lot less common, but it's not the case that they've vanished entirely. No, I think that if you take into consideration that certain positions may have evolved slightly or significantly over time, I don't think it's the case that certain jobs have completely disappeared. Yeah, just in general, right? I mean, if you take some very specific things like prop trading within the banks, of course, I mean that did completely disappear for a while, right?
And have you seen the amount of hiring decrease at all? Like, as automation increases, has the amount of hiring decreased in any way? Or, maybe even if it's not due to automation, is there another factor which affects the amount of hiring that takes place?
Yes, I've always associated hiring more with volumes traded rather than the extent of automation. I mean, Virtu has a hard cap of 150 employees globally, right? So that's going to be very interesting to see what they do with KCG that have about 1,000. I mean, that's probably going to be a massive amount of layoffs, but that's a more unusual type of approach. What I tend to see is that hiring is driven very much by volumes first and then volatility second, right? So when volatility is high, everyone's looking for traders to take advantage of it. When volatility is low, everyone's looking for tech guys to basically try and slit each other's throats with speed and latency, and the latest microwave and radio frequencies and all that jazz. So technology war sort of rages. And then when things are quiet and people find it more difficult to make money, so when vol is low, so volatility and volumes are low, that's generally the kiss of death, right? So people start to downsize. I mean, that typically happens after a big market move. I'm sure that all your listeners have seen many times that, after a market tanks and crashes, and then the volatility goes away, the volumes go away because everyone's lost all their money, and it just sort of lies down there, right? And then, everyone sits around waiting for the next bull market to sort of happen. That's very much a situation where I would rather expect layoffs than anything else. Now, that's within the hedge fund and the prop trading world. Now, within the bank world, yes, increasing automation has led to less hiring and will continue to. The reason for that is that, quite frankly, the banks are nowhere near as nimble or sophisticated as all the prop trading firms and the hedge funds. So, these guys are way overstaffed still, and that there's a lot of dead wood that can still be cut. I foresee that will continue going forward. I mean, especially with new technologies like blockchain, that might be able to replace things like syndication, and maybe even entire exchanges, dark pools and all that kind of stuff. So, I think that within the banks, who are also under immense pressure to continue to cut costs by the shareholders, because they're all public companies, it's much less a factor of volatility or volumes, right? They're going to be cutting costs no matter what, right? If they have a knockout year, they'll say thank you very much, that was great, but we're still going to try and squeeze every last penny we can out of it.
Further moving forward, do you have any predictions for how hiring might change? I asked you earlier what sort of skills are most in demand right now, and you said, well, it's a constant moving target. Do you have any predictions for how hiring might change moving forward and any further developments in the industry?
Well, I think that machine learning and artificial intelligence is more than just a flavor of the month sort of thing. I think that you are going to see an increasing shift there. Now, obviously, I understand that not everyone is going to go and study that, and they shouldn't, right? But I do think that there's going to be increasing demand there. One thing which is always going to be in demand is people who are good problem solvers, right? Nobody's really interested in hiring a trader that has one strategy. I mean, I want to hire traders that have a track record of reinventing the wheel and coming up with new strategies. As markets become more competitive, the shelf life of trading strategies becomes shorter. So what you want is someone who has the ability to and the energy to go out there and look for new and cool and interesting stuff, and put it all together and make it happen. Not someone who has a strategy that makes a lot of money, but then when it stops working, sits around thinking, damn, what now, Sherlock, right? So I think that's quite an important thing. Other things which I think will be more in demand. This might sound a little odd. I think people who have a sort of keen sense of business development. One thing which I see lacking is the sort of natural wanderlust, and desire to explore. Right. I mean, I wish I saw more people come along and say, hey, I've been trading this market, it works really well, but I want to try and apply it to different markets. And, or I heard that there's some funky stuff going on down in Mexico, right? Because Trump's rattling the sabers, and, can we go and trade that, and apply our algos there? And, all this kind of stuff, or can we move into new products, what's going on in China? I think that's also becoming more and more of an increasingly important thing. Now, the reason for that is that being competitive technology-wise, to do that on a global scale has become pretty much impossible, right? That there is a reason that Jump and KCG, combined forces to share microwave networks, and that IMC has now invested in the McKay brothers, and so has Tower, and you just can't really do it on your own. So what I'm seeing is a trend where companies will invest selectively for specific trades in specific markets. So, the way things have been going is that it's actually become more fragmented. So you have different companies, all different companies are fastest in different markets, right? So where I see the advantages for people is if you can basically take, your IP and your ideas and all that stuff and then port it into new markets, figure out if it works, and then make the relevant investment just in that market. You don't need to have global colo, right? It only needs to be in the markets where you want to be competitive, right? That's where you want to have colo and have a microwave connection if possible. So that sort of desire to explore, I think is certainly something which I would like to see more of.
I think that's really cool to get your insight on that. Just to take us out here, is there any, I guess, final words, final bits of wisdom you'd like to pass on? Anything that might be helpful for particularly people trying to get into junior roles? Is there anything you'd like to share which might be helpful for them?
Demonstrate passion. Think carefully about answers that you give. Don't say negative things about teachers or former employers, stuff like that. It's all pretty basic, It's think before you act, and at the end of the day, people will hire you because they think that you're going to be successful and make them an awful lot of money, right? But they don't necessarily want to hear that you want to be a millionaire before the age of 30, and that's why they should hire you. Yeah, it's nothing really out of the ordinary, I suppose, and I would think that all of this is really rather obvious, although you'd be surprised. The sort of answers that people give in interviews, and at the end of the day, just be yourself, but I think one thing that I would really recommend, if possible, do mock interviews, right? So many people lose out on jobs just because they perform poorly in interviews, and also on tests, right? Be it arithmetic tests or programming tests. Interviewing is the same thing. Practice makes perfect, right? And there's no shame in not doing a good interview if it's the first one you've ever done, right? Because you haven't had any practice.
What do you mean by doing mock interviews? Like, what's an example of that? How can you do a mock interview?
Look up a bunch of interview questions on Glassdoor. Get one of your mates to basically pretend to be the interviewer, tell them to be devil's advocate, and just go through the motions.
Yeah, right. Now, that's really good advice. Really sound advice, Matthew. If anyone listening to this wants to find out a bit more about yourself and what you do, where is the best place they should go to?
Our website is matthewhoyle.com. That's MATTHEWHOYLE.com. That's probably the best place to go. You can basically just leave a message on the website. I'm also happy for people to email me directly. My email is very straightforward. It's matthew.hoyle@matthewhoyle.com. So MATTHEWHOYLE@matthewhoyle.com. And then we can take it from there. There's a whole bunch of us here in the office, so there's a lot of people looking to fill a lot of positions. So we're always happy to hear from people.
Very good. Well, I appreciate you coming on, Matthew. This has been hugely interesting for me. We've covered a lot of new ground that we've not previously talked about on the podcast. So I've thoroughly enjoyed it, man. Thank you very much.
Likewise, Aaron. I certainly enjoyed it myself as well. Thank you very much for inviting me. And I wish you all the best. It's a great show that you're doing. Thanks a lot.
You've reached the end of this episode of Chat with Traders. But rest assured, there are more episodes loaded with real market insight and zero hype on the way soon. So to stay updated with each great new release, subscribe to the podcast on iTunes. And we'd love it if you'd leave a rating and review. We'll catch you next time on Chat with Traders.
Chat with Traders is brought to you by Trade the Pool. Did you know that every decade the market reinvents itself? Online brokers opened the doors, mobile apps made trading seamless, and commission-free trading erased barriers. Now, a new era has begun. Meet Trade the Pool, limited risk trading. And now you also have unlimited time to reach the profit target. From now on, your trading risk is capped, and your trading opportunities are limitless. Trade the Pool funds home-based stock traders with up to $200,000 in buying power. That means you can trade larger positions and scale your strategies without risking your own savings. It's time to trade with more capital, making it truly worth your time and effort. Ready to trade the pool? Click the link in the description and join the stock trading revolution today.
Are you ready to get serious about trading? Then join Tasty Trade, Investopedia's best platform for options trading in 2026. Stocks, options, futures, and more. Tasty Trade has everything you trade all in one platform. Get low commissions, including 0 commissions on stocks, so you can keep more of what you earn. Trade smarter with advanced charting tools, a pre-built strategy selector, risk analysis tools, and more features. Visit tastytrade.com/chat for more information. Tasty Trade Inc. is a registered broker-dealer and member of FINRA, NFA, and SIPC.
Markets, speculation, and risk. This is the Chat with Traders podcast, hosted by Aaron Fifield.
Welcome, everybody. Hope you are doing fantastic. Aaron Fifield here, and featuring on this episode is Neil Sloan. Though not a trader herself, Neil has been in and around markets and exchanges for roughly 30 years, mostly working in roles that assisted commodity traders and brokers in one way or another. And since 2006, Neil has been the principal of Capital Trading Group, a Chicago investment firm which she co-founded with Patrick Lafferty. And this is the reason why I asked Neil to come on the podcast, because the role of CTG, or Capital Trading Group, is to support traders who wish to expand their operation by managing money for others as a CTA business. Now, CTA, of course, is the abbreviation for Commodity Trading Advisor. CTG do also offer services to professional and individual investors to help them navigate managed futures. But for this episode, we focus on what does it mean to be a CTA, the incentives to become a CTA and where to begin, fee structures, the requirements and regulations, how to attract capital from investors, and other related subjects. I think this episode will be really helpful to some, and to others it might simply be interesting. Either way, I hope you get something out of this. Please welcome my guest, Neil Sloan. Now, from what I know about you, you entered the field of trading around about 30 years ago. How did this happen, and where did you start out?
Well, 30 years ago, the world was different than what it is today. So I was right place, right time, right work ethics. I would always be, shall I say, babysitting the family of the wealthy. So I was fortunate growing up in the Gold Coast of Chicago, babysitting for very well-off families, one of which who was a reputable stockbroker at the time. I was inspired and intrigued by what he was doing. So at a very young age of, say, 16, I wanted to learn more because I was fascinated by all the books and so forth he had in his house and so forth. So from there, I got a position at a commodity firm. And, CTAs were not, commodity trading advisors, managed futures was not as pronounced back then as it is today. But I would serve the brokers. I would provide a lot of the admin work and checking out trades and so forth, because we had open outcry back then. And I would chart manually with the high and the low and the close and the opening on a chart book that was called Commodity Perspective. I'm really aging myself here. But everything was done manually. And I just loved the business. It was exciting. It was you're learning every day. It was not a typical 9-to-5 job. It was invigorating because you're learning constantly. And I loved the markets. So I wasn't a trader, but I was more one who was involved in the service capacity of providing those that did trade, removing less of their to-do responsibilities so they could just focus on the markets.
Okay. And how long did you do that for?
Oh, geez. Many years. I mean, I didn't become a business owner of a brokerage firm until approximately '06. So I always served, really what I consider to be pretty good brokers. They were in the industry for a long time, and they found it advantageous to have somebody handle all the admin work for them and serve clients so that they could focus on the trading.
So, I mean, that kind of makes sense why you started a Capital Trading Group then. When did you found this company?
In '06.
Okay, in '06. Right now, well, I'd really like to talk to you about the CTA landscape, what it means to be a CTA, and sort of everything that surrounds it. So let's just start with the very basics. What is a CTA?
It stands for Commodity Trading Advisor. So it's somebody who's willing to handle the professional aspect of managing outside money. So they fall under the regulatory environment. They're much more scrutinized on what they're doing and how they're doing it, and how they market themselves and so forth. But it's when people want to take it to the next level.
Okay, so what's the difference between a CTA and a hedge fund?
Primarily, it has to do with regulation. Hedge funds are lightly regulated. Commodity trading advisors are not. While there are different elements of how regulated they might be, for example, if you are a commodity trading advisor and you want to narrow in on who your clients will be based on suitability, and you want your clients to be what's called QEP, they have to have a much higher net worth, not necessarily risk appetite, but just have to be much more financially qualified to participate. So they have regulations, certainly, that needs to be attended to, but not to the same degree as somebody who's taking clients that are not accredited or not QEP. There's a much greater degree of cost and oversight when you are handling clients that are categorized more in the retail sector, so to speak.
So why would someone want to start a CTA over a hedge fund, whereas a hedge fund is less regulated? Wouldn't that be more appealing for a trader to start a hedge fund rather than a CTA?
I think it depends on the audience that you're targeting. A lot of times hedge funds terminology is the markets that they're trading outside of just the regulatory part of it. So if they want to start a CTA, they first have to define their style of trading, what they're doing, and how much they need under management for each individual investor to meet the risk-adjusted returns that they may be targeting. That alone will probably dictate the type of client that they're targeting. So if they're already targeting a higher end investor anyway, they can pick, based on that alone, what they need to do within the regulatory guidelines, and also who's going to be raising the money for them. What their distribution arm is should also dictate the direction that they want to take.
Are the fee structures somewhat similar between CTAs and hedge funds? Like, it's commonly known that hedge funds charge their 2 and 20. Is that quite similar in the CTA space also?
Yes, it is. Although I will say that what we're experiencing, of course, is fee compression. I think investors are demanding more for less. They want to be able to tap into the talent of traders, but they're also dealing in a very highly competitive environment. And while the cost of trading in terms of electronic trading over open outcry has been complementary, on the CTA space, the traders themselves are still paying for quotes, which you don't really have in the security space. So I think what you're going to see over the next, and it's probably going to evolve sooner than that in the next 3 years, I think you're going to see the fee compression go down even further, and maybe possibly even see a 1%, 1 in 15 might be the average than 2 in 20 today.
And how do you think that's going to affect CTAs themselves? Like, does that potentially mean this is going to become less lucrative for them?
I think they have to approach it in a more serious fashion than just thinking that they have great returns and investors will follow. I think investors have to find you. I think you have to have an infrastructure. I think you have to be able to, like any business, be able to stand the test of time with a lower fee model, entice people to want to do business with you because you have your own skin in the game, but are also willing to charge less, maybe below the average, to capture more. It's the world we're in today. Same thing with mutual funds and why the ETF space has been so strong, because it's so attractive on the fee component. But then again, you're talking about tactical strategies versus, passive anyway.
So when you talk about, in the next 3 years, it's possible that we might see some CTAs charging 1 in 15. Do you think that, maybe in the next 10 years, that trend's going to continue and fees are going to come down even lower?
Well, there's a point where it's no longer viable when you take away, the profitability. I guess case in point is like the futures commission merchants once depended pretty heavily on interest, or as they call them, the float on the assets of customer seg money. It was a big profit margin for those firms. And as you know, interest rates have been nearly flat for many years. As a result, they're no longer as profitable. So what one has to look at is recognize that the path to least resistance right now has been on the clients' fronts. They're demanding more for less, and you have to be willing to give more for less and do more. And then at that point, what can you do to cover your cost as far as finding firms like our firm that might be willing to provide the infrastructure that they're lacking, so they're not just a single man or a single woman shop in trading. But I think it's the path. I think that's where they're going.
Yeah. I mean, that'll be interesting to see how that plays out and affects things. Are there various types of CTAs? Can you talk to us a little bit about that?
The majority of the commodity trading advisory space is comprised of trend following strategists. So you have various styles of trading, various markets traded, various risk-adjusted returns, and various requirements on the type of investors that they're seeking that they want to manage assets for. So we all have a different risk appetite. We all have a different financial obligation to family or whatever the case may be. Investors have to know themselves enough to know, well, I'm willing to risk, say, $100,000 in a portfolio that might have $2 million in it, but I'm only going to give $100,000 to a CTA in efforts to hopefully smooth out my volatility in my portfolio. So there's many choices, and our role will be to better understand the investor, to match them with choices that they have. And there's thousands of choices, but then when you narrow down what the investors are seeking, you might be left with a handful of traders. But you have trend traders, you have global macro traders, you have option strategists, option premium writers, you have spread traders, seasonal traders. Majority, though, have been trends. And the new emerging managers are coming out with more unique styles, which is attractive too, because the environment's been very challenging.
Right. So let's dig into that a little further. I've got a few questions around this. So why are trend following strategies like the dominant strategy amongst CTAs? Like, why is that so popular?
It's probably pronounced because when the CTA space became more acquainted with managing outside money to the level that being a CTA is, it could be starting back from, if you've ever heard of the Turtles. Richard Dennis was one of the founders of a program where he would have a want ad in the paper, so to speak, looking for traders that he could teach and educate and then give them X amount of dollars in which they could manage assets. And from there, the managed future space kind of took off. Not to say that there weren't other registered entities that were managing outside money, but I think the Turtles kind of put that on the wall, so to speak. And trend trading was just more systematic. We had more of the core commodities that people could trade, the meats and the grains. I mean, earlier on, we didn't have all the different components that we have now in which to trade. S&P 500, the bonds and so forth, as the financials became and opened up, the window just opened up more to various ways in which to trade. But trend trading was just something that many found it easier to comprehend. And then I want to say the last probably 10 years, options, as you know, options didn't come around until the latter part of the 80s, and they were so much more complex for people to understand. So only into the last, I want to say 10 years, did we see more strategies surrounding options on futures contracts.
Okay, so just so I understand this correctly, traders who operate on a very short time frame, so perhaps even intraday traders, day traders, there's nothing stopping them from becoming CTAs. Like there are investors out there who are looking for CTAs who trade those very active sort of strategies also.
If people are managing their own assets and they feel that they have the capacity to manage outside money as well, professionally speaking, and to establish a business front in which to do so, they can do so. They could go short term, they could go long term. At the end of the day, it's about being able to generate alpha. It's about being able to generate and justify the risks associated with the potential to make money on what they're doing. And why would investors want to, give you the discretionary authority to manage their assets? Then you want to be able to prove credibility. And while the past doesn't necessarily dictate the future, you usually want to have your own skin in the game and you have your own method in which to control that risk so that people might be confident and comfortable in what you're doing for yourself. They might be willing to let you do for them.
Now, just going back to when we were talking about the trend following strategies, I think you said options trading strategies were becoming more increasingly popular in the CTA space. Do you think trend following strategies are going to become less popular in the CTA space also?
I think people are seeking ways to make money. And while I'm not a trader myself, this so-called Fed engineered rally ever since 2008, the behavior of the markets have altered. The other thing that's altered the behavior of the markets has been the removal of the open outcry. As we become much more electronically traded, things became easier in which to trade. I think these long-term sustainable trends have been challenged because of that.
Okay. And in the current state that we're in, do you think there's enough variation amongst the types of strategies that are available to investors?
I think there should be a lot more. I think that the only reason that we're seeing an increase in new managed futures within option strategists is because the trend traders overall haven't been able to perform as well as we would like to see them perform in prior, pre-08 or 2009 scenarios. And I think that when they're seeking consistent returns, the options strategists have been able to perform pretty well because it's dictated on most often time decay. And while they're susceptible to different market conditions and trend traders that leave them stressed, for example, gap market movements, outlier events, crisis-like events can be more challenging in option strategies. But a lot of the investors that I deal with are comfortable with that as long as they could pick a manager that has been tested during crisis-like conditions like 08 or during where we had a flash crash condition, and then they take a look at the recovery time for that. They'll be comfortable, they're fine with taking risk funds to allocate to that manager.
Sure, okay. And are CTAs confined to trading just futures and options, or can they also trade other things like equities and currencies? Is that a possibility?
Yeah, as long as they're traded on an exchange, like the Chicago Mercantile Exchange, for example, as long as they're traded on an exchange and they have transparency and liquidity and they're not restricted to serious capacity restraints and so forth, absolutely. It's just they're not trading on this, the Chicago Board of Options Exchange contracts. They're not traded to actual individual stocks. Now you're dealing in a whole nother regulatory oversight.
Sorry, can you just repeat that last bit? You can't deal in individual stocks?
Correct. So the commodity trading advisors basically are trading commodities themselves. So they might trade the S&P 500, they might trade the futures, they might trade the options on futures, but they're generally futures contracts that they're trading. They're not trading individual stocks. They can trade the index, the S&P 500 index. They could trade the dollar index, but they're not trading IBM. They're not trading Apple.
And what's the reason for that?
It's a whole different regulatory oversight. So in the commodity world, we have the CFTC, Commodity Futures Trading Commission, and the NFA, National Futures Association, that is our oversight. And they come in and audit, et cetera, and monitor. And then you have to be members and registered with the CFTC and so forth. With the hedge fund world, you're dealing, and again, it depends on the level of your business. you might be dealing in the, with the SEC and so forth in FINRA.
So I guess that could be another one of the differences between a CTA and a hedge fund, is a hedge fund can typically trade individual stocks, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Well, now let's shift this conversation to talk more specifically about starting a CTA. So I guess the first question I'd ask around that is, why would someone want to become a CTA? Like, what are the benefits to the trader?
Well, it's a whole different world from trading your own money versus trading outside money. So if you're a CTA, you're typically meant to manage outside funds. And through doing so, you're able to monetize the relationship of those that you have discretionary authority over. For example, we talked earlier about the fees. So if you're charging 2 and 20, you can now do for yourself, you can do for others. And now you can take on a 2% management fee. So if you have a $100,000 investment, you could charge 2% over a year's period of time. And that would be additional source of revenue for you. And the same on the 20%, which is your 20% performance fee, but you're only going to be charging a performance fee if you're performing. And you can achieve a higher ground every quarter, so that all you're really doing is you're structuring what you do for yourself, if you are doing this for yourself, and you're leveraging that by doing so for other parties in a discretionary aspect, and also getting paid in which to do so.
And when would it make sense for a trader to consider becoming a CTA? Like, at what point of their career would it be a smart move?
I would say when a person has been trading their own funds for, say, 3 years and has what they believe to be an attractive track record to present, might be the time window in which to take a look at it to the next level. Because after 3 years, you would have enough history to be able to generate risk-adjusted returns. And while you are still categorized as an emerging manager, you've at least been tested with your own funds. And assuming you want to replicate that and duplicate what you've done for yourself, then you could take it to the next level and register as a CTA.
And in regard to the track record, would that have to be based on a certain amount of capital to be, considered a respectable track record? Like, if someone started with a $10,000 account and they traded that over 3 years, like, is that enough to be worthy of consideration?
Probably not, because the majority of CTAs have a much higher minimum requirement. They typically have, say, 100,000 that they will require to have under their umbrella. There are CTAs that have lower dollar denominations. The one I could think of is 15,000 is the minimum, but on average they're much higher. Unless they put together some kind of a limited partnership like a fund structure. But CTAs that are accepting accounts on an individual basis, so those clients can open up as a single managed account versus a fund, usually have a higher minimum requirement.
Yeah, no, I was more referring to the actual track record that someone puts together before they actually form a CTA themselves. So
I follow you. So if someone's trading their own account and they've had success in doing so with dollars as low as 10,000, then yes, they can approach that and utilize that same dollar amount and offer that same amount to create a track record and put together a disclosure document and offer other investors to invest that small dollar amount. It's just a challenging dollar amount is why I say that. But if they've done well with that, by all means, they can attempt to duplicate that for others as well.
Well, let's say they've grown this $10,000 account to $20,000 over the space of 3 years. Can they then ask investors after forming a CTA for investment of, a minimum $100,000 each? Is that how it works?
No, they can ask for the same amount. So, or he could ask for, say, $20,000. The key thing is to have the dollar amount dictated on the amount that he could manage, where the risk-adjusted returns is justified to the outside investor to even considering the program.
So what are the first steps to starting a CTA? Like where would you even begin?
Well, I think if they have, let's take 3 years of data, so their monthly statements, they could forward on to us, and we could put together the 13-row performance capsules and pro forma that, so we get an idea of what that track record would look like using real money that he's already established, but also taking into account what an investor, should they have invested with him at inception, what it would look like after the fees are taken out. And then we would connect them with an attorney to put together the disclosure document, or not necessarily an attorney, but like one of our compliance personnel to help to get together with them. After they compile the track record, they can get the disclosure document, which will then disclose to the potential investor the background of the trader and verify if they've had any negative scenarios, legal issues that they've had and so forth in relation to their background, things of that nature. We would then connect them with our capital sources, and we would get everything lined up for the trading platform that they're comfortable to use, the clearing firm that they're comfortable to use, get them there's a whole checklist of what we have: reporting requirements, back office requirements, disaster recovery procedures. Now, it sounds like a nightmare, but it is a long laundry list of things that have to take place. But we would walk them through that of what they need so that they can do the business and start off on the right foot. And then we would work on getting them exposure, introducing them to other parties that allocate assets.
Right. And how long is that process? Like from the moment someone decides, I want to be a CTA, and let's say they come to someone like yourself or whoever that may be, how long until they're pretty much up and running and open for investment? Is that like 6 months, or what's the time frame?
Well, much of it is dictated. Well, to get the disclosure document approved by the NFA and so forth, it typically takes about 60 days. And of course, a lot is dependent on the trader getting back with questions that are typically coming back and forth. So about 60 days. At that point, we would get the 3-year track record on rating sites and verify those returns are within line of what the administrator confirmed and the auditor and tax preparer and so forth. Assets, as far as allocations that could potentially go to the trader, a lot of it is going to be dependent on if they're willing to go to events such as the CTA Expo, which provides emerging managers to get exposure and meet allocators in a venue that's usually a one-day event. For example, there's one that's coming up in New York, and they could attend events like this to start to mingle. So unfortunately, while he's a manager trying to manage assets, in the earlier stages of his business venture, will require him or her to go out there and meet people face to face so that they are comfortable with who this person is and who could potentially be managing those assets that they may allocate to him or her.
I actually have a bunch of questions I want to ask you about marketing and how to actually attract investment too. So I'm definitely going to pick up on this.
Are you ready to get serious about trading? Then join Tasty Trade, Investorpedia's best platform for options trading in 2026. Stocks, options, futures, and more. Tasty Trade has everything you trade, all in one platform. Get low commissions, including 0 commission on stocks, so you can keep more of what you earn. Tasty Trade is packed with advanced charting tools, backtesting, a pre-built strategy selector, risk analysis tools, and more features to help you trade smarter. See equities and derivatives with high trading volumes, dividends, upcoming earnings reports, and more with their pre-built watch lists. Or create a custom watch list to keep an eye on the companies and sectors that matter to you. Manage your positions with speed and precision using active trader mode, one-click trading, and smart order tracking. Plus, Tasty Trade's stellar trade desk team offers live support during trading hours if you need it. Visit tastytrade.com/chat for more info. Tasty Trade Inc. is a registered broker-dealer and member of FINRA, NFA, and SIPC. Have you ever watched a stock explode and thought, if only I had the capital? Or sat on the sidelines because your account balance felt too small to matter? Good news, with Trade the Pool's limited risk platform, You don't need millions or even thousands to start trading the US stock market. Bypass the PDT and tap into over 12,000 US listed equities, from penny stocks to big caps, ETFs, even the newest IPOs, and short anything you like with zero locate or hard to borrow fees. Start your evaluation, get funded with up to $200,000 in buying power so you can go big without risking your own savings. And now you can also have unlimited time to reach the profit target. It's a game changer. Not ready to trade yet? Trade the Pool offers a free demo and educational resources. Practice on live data, master the platform, and build confidence risk-free before you even pay a cent. Click the link in the show notes to start trading with Trade the Pool's capital.
You know, when someone becomes a CTA, so they've gone from, I guess, what could be considered as a retail trader, as someone who's just at home trading their own capital, to becoming a CTA, what infrastructure requirements are necessary? Does anything change on that front, like in regards to hardware or software, etc.?
Yeah, absolutely. Because if they're accepting multitudes of individual accounts, it can become quite cumbersome. Some of the services that they can be responsible for or retain outside service providers to do so would be everything from trade allocations, daily account reconciliation, equity margin updating, etc. What happens with the trading part of it is they're going to be given one account, a new account number, that's going to be their block account. And that block account will typically have their account number within it in conjunction with multitudes of other accounts that they're managing. And they will usually have an allocation already set up before a trade is actually executed. So a lot of traders will trade in what's called unit sizes. So they might have, for every $25,000 account, 1 unit to trade of soybeans. I'm using that as a hypothetical example. And if they have a 50 grand account, that client will get 2 contracts. But they will have, say, for example, an Excel spreadsheet that will define how many contracts is supposed to be given to each account. All that they're concerned about is that they know who the accounts are, which we will have a spreadsheet established for them, and that when they're executing, they know what the quantity is based on the number of accounts that they're managing and what the unit size is for those individual accounts. So it does change in the sense of quantity, and it may change based on how they actually execute, because they might find an easier way in which to do so with a different type of platform than they're currently using. And we will walk them through all that as well.
You know, you've been doing this a long time now. What are some of the common mistakes that you see new CTAs making when they get into this?
I think that they don't plan to allow more time than is needed for the assets to slowly come their way. I think many either A, think that their track record is enough to draw assets, but it's not. I've seen traders that have a track record that, let's just say, isn't spectacular, but yet they generate a lot of allocations. So it is about marketing as much as it is about the track record. And even though a track record, could be sexy, we all know that the past doesn't dictate the future. So they have to make sure that the clients that they're attracting are ones that understand the risks associated with the potential to make the money as well. But most of them fail because they don't have the operational needs to sustain the longevity of the business. They don't have sometimes the proper risk controls in place, the redundancy in place. So if it's a one-man show, they don't have any backup if something happens to them. They have to look at it as a longer term. It doesn't happen overnight. Learning how to trade didn't happen overnight. So they have to look at it the same way. It's a process.
And I guess a similar question, but slightly different. What are some of the common challenges that new CTAs often come up against? Like maybe some challenges that they might not expect, particularly in the early stages.
I think I think they come into it thinking that it's going to be just like they're trading their own account. They're dealing with different personalities of those that they're serving. And they're not accustomed to. They could be great traders, but they're not always accustomed to dealing with the outside parties that they have to rely on to get other things done.
Okay, so how much contact does a CTA typically have with their investors?
I guess it depends on how they're structured. If they're structured where they're the ones that are one-on-one with the investors don't typically reach out as often when things are going good, but will reach out much more so when things are not going as well in the performance reporting and so forth, as far as the returns. And that can be a total distraction from the trader focusing on what he's supposed to be, and that is managing the risk in trading. So it's a tough line to draw. And that's why if they're going to start a CTA business, they might want to make sure that they have not just their trading plan in, with it being as systematic as they possibly can, even if they're discretionary, but also where they have people that can help them to support the business and the potential of growth. So those people can be the ones that could contact the clients on a regular basis when need be on behalf of the trader.
In regard to challenges that a CTA might come up against, how does one need to think about, or what considerations need to go into the scalability of their strategy? Like, when is that something which is assessed?
Usually it should be assessed from the earlier portion of what they're planning on doing as a CTA. If they feel that the markets they're trading have capacity constraints of 20 million or 30 million, they need to take that into consideration, because what if they get an allocation from an institutional investor? Then they have their entire business reliant on one large allocator, and they're really not able to take on too many other accounts. So if that one large allocator pulls, their business has been disrupted, to say the least.
And how much of their strategy actually needs to be disclosed to investors? Like, how transparent do they have to be around that, if at all?
They have to be transparent enough to disclose the style of trading and the markets they're trading and what they're anticipating for their stops in the overall portfolio. And while there's no guarantee that they'll be able to control the drawdown, they usually want to stipulate what that could be. So, they might have a shutoff valve, so to speak, on what they're doing. A lot of them they're not going to release the Holy Grail, but they're going to disclose enough so that the investor can determine if that style of trading and the stress points of that style of trading is something that they're comfortable with.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. They don't have to disclose, the fine details of what actually causes their strategy to enter and exit markets and that sort of thing, right?
Correct.
Cool. Just to pick back up on regulation, let's talk a little more about regulation, because I know that is a big part of running a CTA. So what are some of the checks which are done by I think it's the CFTC before they give you the tick of approval? Like, what regulation requirements need to be met prior to opening shop?
Well, the first thing they're going to do is we're going to get a disclosure document that, like we mentioned earlier, will be disclosing their background, will be disclosing their style of trading and the markets traded, and the minimum account required. And it will also show the performance capsules on what they've done in their proprietary personal account pro forma with fees. That gets submitted to the National Futures Association. The NFA will then review that, and they'll go back numerous times with our administrator in relation to what is needed. But in general, as far as just a general guide of forms and things of this nature, they're going to go through what they call the Form 7R. This is getting a little bit more detailed. They have a Form 8R that's completed and filed that the principal of the firm does. They get fingerprints. Yay. They then have to take what's called the Series 3, which is an exam because they're required to be an associated person. So we'll start with the basics that first have to take place. Then we'll compile the past performance tables, which, like I said, preferably we have 3 years. They can provide hypothetical trading, but once they do real trading, they're not allowed to continue with the hypothetical analysis if it's been beyond 3 months. But after they've gone through the various forms, the 7R, 8R, fingerprints, Series 3, then they will also have the CTA disclosure document. So this is kind of the order of which that this happens. And that disclosure document will also cover the risk of trading and the background information and the fee structures, because this new CTA may want to not charge the 2 and 20. They may decide to be more competitive and go with a 1 and 20 or 1 and 15, or some are actually doing more zero management fees and a higher incentive fee. That's something that they have to decide on their own. And then, of course, we have written procedures and policies that we as a firm can work with them on. Their operating procedures, their business continuity and disaster recovery plans, ethics training. I know, isn't this exciting? Privacy policy, et cetera. But it's pretty mechanical. Doing this is a heck of a lot easier than trying to manage assets, because you really have to have the ability to focus on the markets and so forth, and be confident in what you're doing. But this is a general guideline of what is typically needed for them to begin the whole CTA aspect.
And what about ongoing checks? Like, what are the regulation checks that they need to comply with on an ongoing basis? Can you share a little insight to that?
Well, they're going to have to primarily anti-money laundering laws. There's a lot of policies, and what their policies are, they also have to follow suit on. So if you have a written policy that states that what your disaster recovery reflects is you're going to put everything on the cloud and it's not on the cloud, that's when you are not being compliant. Your marketing material has to be submitted typically to the regulators ahead of time. All forms of communication, you want to make sure that you have a booklet to reflect that it's been reviewed and approved before, dispersing. But the key thing is ethics training, AML, every year. The policies that they put in place have to be followed. None of which they're going to be able to do this totally on their own. They're traders typically. That's why they reach out to our firm, upon which we would usually, have somebody within our compliance department help them and actually do an on-site visit to help them to make sure that they have everything that they need to run the business, and the compliance are all in good gear as well.
Okay, and what about audits? Like, how frequently are they done? Are they done every 6 months, 12 months, or are they just kind of slightly random?
The audits are typically going to take place every 3 years on average. And then in the beginning, they're probably going to get audited earlier than that, just because they're a startup CTA. So, after they've done their business, they could probably expect every 3 years. Now, I know people that have been getting audits more back to back. Why, I don't know. It's on average, you can expect an audit every 3 years. And they can also do, hire a compliance person to help them do what's like a mock audit, just so that they can review everything ahead of time, so that when the regulators do walk in to their office, they're always proactive and they're prepared for that.
So how much warning are they given ahead of time that they might be having an audit done? Or do they just show up at your door one day?
They can show up on your doorstep, unannounced, unexpected, and other times they'll give you notice. I know somebody who, just received a notice that they were going to come and visit them, and they give them 2 weeks ahead of time. But you can't run your business on hoping that they will just announce themselves that they're going to be showing up in 2 weeks. You start doing the business the way it should be done right from the get-go, so that if you are blindsided, you're prepared for anything that could come at you, no different than trading the markets and some outlier catastrophic event take place. That's how we look at it.
And what happens in the case that the auditors find something which isn't compliant? What happens in that case?
Well, they'll write up a report, and it will be like what they call a review, and they'll address what they expect you to change. It depends on the severity of it. The most important thing being a CTA is to make sure that performances that you're distributing out there that they are accurate, and that marketing material is not misleading. How you retain clients is not misrepresenting yourself. That you're not doing business with non-registered parties that are referring business. These are certain things, and that you're making sure, AML is a big deal. You're making sure that you know who the investors are and how the investment dollars, where they came from. So, basically they will communicate, but they can easily shut down a CTA's business if you're not doing business in the ethical fashion that you need to be doing business.
Right. Okay. And what about the costs associated with this? Like, are there major ongoing costs to, just keep a CTA business in operation and to comply with, all these regulators and whatever else is involved? Like, how significant are the ongoing costs of just doing business and keeping the lights on?
As a CTA, you could be paying, most of your costs is going to be relating to the preparation of written procedures and policies and the initial costs relating to getting your disclosure document together. So your initial costs might be in the realms of, say, maybe $3,000 just to get the preparation work and the submission of the DDoC done. And then in terms of your training and your Series 3 and all that, so you might be talking $7,000 overall to have that all done. Everybody is different in terms of the cost. Now, we don't do this specifically in terms of the compliance aspect. We align them with those that specialize exclusively in, submission of DDoCs, helping them get their CTA up and running. We handle all the execution and the back end of things once they've reached all of this. Cost, I would say, would be roughly $7,000. It might be more per year. That cost goes down as, of course, you receive clients, because now you have a revenue source relating to the clients that you're serving because you're getting management fees for managing those assets.
That seems quite reasonable, actually. I was expecting it to be much, much higher, but...
Well, it is higher if you establish a fund structure. If you become a commodity pool operator, then your cost goes up, because now you're typically dealing with a fund administrator who's generating your monthly statements for your clients versus the FCM who's generating those monthly statements. You're dealing with a lot more cost as a pool operator, because most pool operators are the ones that are absorbing those typical costs versus a CTA that's just handling individual accounts. The futures commission merchants generating a lot of that data.
Right. Well, let's go back to investors and marketing. So, of course, I want to ask you a few questions around this subject. So, what are the most common ways for CTAs to actually raise money from investors? Like, how do they attract investment?
If it's a CTA that's looking to target just a regular retail client that might have a minimum, say, of $50,000, then the sweet spot in which to generate that exposure would be through the entire IB network. And by IB network, I mean independent brokerage firms such as ourselves that are in the business to, introduce assets to CTAs when they're a good fit and they're justified in terms of their risk and their strategy and so forth. That's the best way that I have seen CTAs grow their business, is through the IB channels.
And what about marketing? Like, what regulations or what limitations does a CTA have around marketing? What can they do? What can't they do? I presume they probably can't, run Facebook ads or anything like that. Like, what are some of the limitations and confinements that they have around marketing?
They just have to submit whatever marketing material, PowerPoint presentations. They have to submit to the NFA. They turn over, comments to them pretty fast. So within a week, they should be able to have that approved, and it doesn't cost them anything to submit it, to get the approval letter on it. At that point, they can take their CTA and either attend the CTA Expo so they can meet other IB network opportunities and other allocators in person. They could go to the hedge events. There's a lot of events that may cost them $600 or so to attend, but they're meeting an audience of potential allocators in one day. They can also take their returns and post them on Barclay, Autumn Gold, IASG, various rating sites. So those that are seeking allocations to CTAs can be made aware of them and see how they performed, and they could do a peer group analysis on them through those sites as well. It takes time. It's a process, kind of no different than if you're developing a client relationship. You meet a client, it doesn't mean from the moment they meet you, they're ready to write a check. They have to know who you are, and they have to trust you. And it's a slower process in the sales model than what we've had in pre-08, but for good reason. I don't think too many were immune from the catastrophe of '08. And while CTA world may have done well in most cases when it comes to trend traders, as the saying goes, you're only as good as your last trade. So, you have to build credibility, and building credibility and trust takes time and effort.
Okay, but can they do more direct forms of marketing, like paying for ads online, maybe buying a sponsorship on this podcast or any podcast? Like, can they do those forms of marketing, or does it have to be more kind of what you described?
Absolutely. For example, there's a manager that we're serving that was recently interviewed in a financial publication. So they can reach Investment News, they can reach Modern Trader, they can reach out to CTA Intelligence, they can reach out to various publications, and they can be interviewed in those publications about what they do and so forth. So those readerships can consider reaching out to the CTA directly. They can do exactly what you're offering right now. And you have a large audience, and that would be huge for them. To be able to do a podcast with you and have you interview them and ask a ton of questions so that potential allocators can learn more. So there's a lot of things that are available to them that they can reach, but they want to make sure that they can get all the I's dotted, T's crossed, and so forth, go through all that, and then they should have a whole marketing plan on what they want to do. And not everything will have the returns of what they want, kind of like trading.
Do investors who invest in CTAs, do they have to be a quote-unquote accredited investor?
Typically, if they're in a limited partnership or a commodity pool, yes. There are a lot of CTAs where they don't have the financial criteria that we're speaking about here right now as far as accreditation. If they're requiring smaller dollar denominations for their investors, then typically they're not going to want them to be accredited. If they want $1 million as their minimum account, they're typically going to want them to be accredited. But absolutely, that's why the trader has to decide what dollars can the actual trader trade and feel he is successful and be able to replicate that or put forth effort to replicate that for outside parties as well.
Right. And from your experience, what are some of the things which investors are looking for most? Like, what sort of leads their ultimate decision on which CTA to go with? Because, you said earlier that those with the best performing track record don't always get the investment that they think they're going to. So what's ultimately
the leading drive to what causes people to invest?
Exactly. Like, what are the things which investors are really looking for?
Well, I think it depends on who the client is and the audience and the distribution channels. So, for example, if I were going to an investment advisor, they're not going to be targeting a CTA that might have an 18% return where he's had a 15% drawdown. They're going to be more focused on retention of assets and preservation of growth than any other formality. A retail client typically would be willing to take a higher degree of risk to achieve a higher return than an advisor would. I'm speaking in general terms, of course. But it's interesting because we do have investors whose focus is more on the sector aspect. Like, they want to find a trader that only trades the metals or only trades the commodities. So it's pretty wide based. When I was talking earlier about a process of sales or a process of relationships, that's really what it's about. In the earlier stages of the 3-year track record, if they go to events and expect to take a lot of time out of their office to mingle and meet, I think the trade-off would be that they're going to get a higher ranking for people to consider them to invest with if after 1 year where they've met, they've seen them continue to manage risk in the fashion that they're comfortable with.
And I should probably ask you a question around investors withdrawing funds. Like, how easily can investors withdraw funds? Is there a certain lockup period? And just to take that one step further, so I guess 2 parts to this question, what are the consequences for a trader if they lose money?
Well, if the trader loses money for the client, if the client needs funds, the first question is if it's an individual account, the trader will typically want 24 hours to unwind the positions in a methodical fashion. Okay, so some of the traders in their disclosure documents will stipulate that they want at least 5 days, just because they want the slow and methodical way to unwind positions without this rapid market order on all positions. But the fact is, most of them will be able to unwind the positions on day one and day two, wire funds. And they will wire the funds out, excluding if there's any money that's owed to the trader in relation to management fees and or incentive fees. But they can usually get the money right away. That's why when 2008 took place, and if an investor was making money with the CTA but losing in many other asset classes, they still may want to withdraw funds from the CTA simply because it's a liquid asset class, unlike many other investments that are not.
And what happens if the trader loses money for the investor? Like, how does that, are there any consequences to the trader?
Well, absolutely, because if you invest with the trader and you've lost money, you can expect that you're not going to be right all the time. You can expect that not every month will be profitable. We realize that to achieve success, there's going to be risks taken in which to do so. It's a matter of, are the losses understood? Is there reasonings behind them? Did something change in the systematic manner in which he's trading? Did anything, what was the rationale behind it? Or was it just normal conditions? And is it a dollar amount that he can recover from? Typically, investors, if they're sold the right way, they're sold in such a way that they understand losses can and will happen. It's about, are they losses that can be recoverable? In other words, if I take a 15% loss in a market that hasn't moved very much, or, with what the style of trading is, I would really dig into what happened. And is it going to take me 5 years to recover from those losses? You want to know the road to recovery and things like that. It's not devastating unless, of course, you have a trader that's done well for 5 years and all of a sudden his worst drawdown has been double what it's been in the past.
Yeah, I think that's a really good answer. And one question I meant to ask you earlier, actually, a lot of people listening to this all around the globe, I think about 55%, maybe 60%, something around that, of my listeners are in the US. But for those outside of the US, is it compulsory that you need to live within the US to run a CTA?
No, there are different, again, we're going into the regulatory stuff. If you're in Canada, there's additional layers of responsibility in the regulatory environment. If you are living outside and you're not a U.S. citizen and you're managing assets, you can do so. Where the big variances exist has to do with the investors, or and how the solicitation is taking place. Okay.
All right, Nell. Well, let's leave it at that for now. Let me ask you, where can listeners go to find out more about you if they wish to?
They can reach out to me either via email or toll free. I'll give you both if that would be okay.
Yeah, go for it.
The toll free number is 800-238-2610. Again, it's 800-238-2610. And or they can email me directly at nsloane, SLOANE, at ctgtrading.com.
Okay, so that's your website also, ctgtrading.com?
Correct. And if they go to the managed futures sector on the website, we do have some brochures on there, such as a guide to starting your CTA program, customized solutions and things of that nature. We don't have as much on there as it pertains to the regulatory stuff, and we would welcome the opportunity to have the potential CTA speak to our compliance department to go into greater detail on the checks and balances that, they can expect.
Sure. Okay. Well, yeah, I mean, if anyone wants more info, they certainly know where to find you at. So, Neil, thank you very much for coming on the podcast. This has been hugely interesting. I appreciate it.
Sure. Thank you for the invite.
You've reached the end of this episode of Chat with Traders, but rest assured there are more episodes loaded with real market insight and zero hype on the way soon. So to stay updated with each great new release, subscribe to the podcast in iTunes, and we'd love it if you'd leave a rating and review. We'll catch you next time on Chat with Traders. But rest assured, there are more episodes loaded with real market insight and zero hype on the way soon. So to stay updated with each great new release, subscribe to the podcast in iTunes, and we'd love it if you'd leave a rating and review. We'll catch you next time on Chat with Traders. You've reached the end of this episode of Chat with Traders, but rest assured there are more episodes loaded with real market insight and zero hype on the way soon. So to stay updated with each great new release, subscribe to the podcast in iTunes, and we'd love it if you'd leave a rating and review. We'll catch you next time on Chat with Traders.
Chat with Traders is brought to you by Trade the Pool. Did you know that every decade the market reinvents itself? Online brokers opened the doors, mobile apps made trading seamless, and commission-free trading erased barriers. Now, a new era has begun. Meet Trade the Pool, limited risk trading. And now you also have unlimited time to reach the profit target. From now on, your trading risk is capped, and your trading opportunities are limitless. Trade the Pool funds home-based stock traders with up to $200,000 in buying power. That means you can trade larger positions and scale your strategies without risking your own savings. It's time to trade with more capital, making it truly worth your time and effort. Ready to trade the pool? Click the link in the description and join the stock trading revolution today.
Are you ready to get serious about trading? Then join Tasty Trade, Investopedia's best platform for options trading in 2026. Stocks, options, futures, and more. Tasty Trade has everything you trade all in one platform. Get low commissions, including 0 commissions on stocks, so you can keep more of what you earn. Trade smarter with advanced charting tools, a pre-built strategy selector, risk analysis tools, and more features. Visit tastytrade.com/chat for more information. Tasty Trade Inc. is a registered broker-dealer and member of FINRA, NFA, and SIPC.
Markets, speculation, and risk. This is the Chat with Traders podcast, hosted by Aaron Fifield.
What's going on, folks? Your host, Aaron Fifield here. Thank you for joining me. I appreciate your company, as always. Now, in a big way, in a very genuine way, I am really excited. I am really excited to be sharing this episode with you. I promise you are in for a real treat, all right? This week's guest is a trader of a different kind, though. He doesn't trade stocks and bonds. He trades in real estate. You could probably call him a property developer, although he doesn't build from scratch. What he does is he buys distressed apartment buildings, hotels, and shopping centers, etc., fixes them up, and then sells them to make a profit. His name is Ben Mallar. He grew up in one of the roughest areas of New York and had a very tough upbringing, but Ben is the true definition of a rags to riches story. During his early 20s, as a side hustle while working in the military, Ben began getting into real estate. 30 years have since passed, and in that time, he's built up a real estate empire worth approximately $200 million. I first discovered Ben from a YouTube series called Life for Sale, and pretty much straight away, I knew it would be badass to get Ben on the podcast. Essentially, the series follows Ben around showing his day-to-day life. It's very cool. I encourage you to check it out. You'll probably watch the first episode and then just binge watch the rest because it's that good. So what I've done, just for your convenience, is I've set up a link so you can easily find it. So chatwithtraders.com/Ben, B-E-N, that will actually redirect you to Life for Sale on YouTube. Now, just to save any confusion, during this episode, you'll hear Ben yelling at and referencing someone named Danny at several points. Danny's the one who's been filming and producing the series, and he actually helped me to set this up, just to, like I said, save any confusion. So I won't say any more than this. Just listen and enjoy the episode. Ben's got a lot of personality, an inspiring story, and he's a very honest character. Boys and girls, here is Ben Mallar. So, Ben, I want to ask you, like, straight up, how did you get into doing this show, Life for Sale? Like, I absolutely love it. Whose idea was it? Was it yours, or did Danny come at you with this?
I don't know. I just, we got caught up with it with a celebrity trying to put something together. And then I think Danny basically came up to, let's do our own show. Or, no, what happened was I was pitching the celebrity show to producers, and they said, forget about that. You should do your own show, because they saw how I carry on and, you know, and with the people I work with and all that stuff. So, I don't know. And Danny is the guy that started pretty much the whole thing. He just pretty much took the ball and ran with it.
Danny's the mastermind behind it.
He's an mastermind. Take off the M. Danny's a pain in the ass, basically. You don't know the whole story behind him. That's the thing. He's like, there was an American TV show called Dennis the Menace. And it was about this little kid, which he looks just like, that lived next door. And all he did was cause trouble in the neighborhood. And that's what Danny does. He's like the Dennis the Menace of the neighborhood. Right.
Well, I think everyone around the world is familiar with Dennis the Menace. I mean, it's a childhood classic. Now, the promo video for Life for Sale, the very first video that came out, you said something along the lines that you wanted to find someone to fill your shoes who would buy you out for like 50%. What's the deal? Is that really what you're trying to do here?
You know, ever since I got into real estate, or even ever since I was a kid, everything is for sale. That's what I learned at a very young age, and always practiced that. Everything has a price. And if somebody's willing to take that price and you make a profit, take the money and run. Okay? And that's Basically, everybody has their own rules to go by in life. My rule was that always worked best for me. Take the money and run. If you got something worth money and you can make a profit on it, take the money and run and be happy you made money, because a lot of people don't. I can't wear these earphones no more. I'm sorry. It's making me feel like I don't know, I can't handle it.
Keep it on for now.
Can't I just go back to where we were? Don't say no. Try it. It was working fine before you put these earphones on. You can hear me, right?
Please.
I don't want to wear shit.
You have to.
You know, why can't you do it the way it was? It was fine. It's the echo from him, not me.
You know it comes back in years.
Stop. Hello?
All right. Yeah.
Hello? All right. Now he's giving me these other. Well, he gives me these big. Shit. The first thing he does is give me these stupid earphones, the big headphones, and then everything's muffled. And now he gives me these two little stupid ear things to stick in your ear. My ears don't fit these type of plugs. All right. I don't know. Let's see. There we go. Can you hear me now?
Do what works best for you.
All right, that's good. Yeah. All right, very good. There we go. That's better. He gives me the shitty stuff first and then holds back on the cheap stuff. I mean, holds back on the good stuff. He's a pain in the ass.
Good thing he's living with you then.
Hey, seriously, do me a favor. Let me send him to fucking Australia. All right? I seen that video where the kangaroo punched somebody in the face, all right? That was really cool. Did you see that?
Yeah, I saw that.
Did you see that video I'm talking about? Well, you see it all the time. Have you ever got punched in the face by a kangaroo?
No,
You've never been in a fight with a kangaroo?
Kangaroos that size are in the outback.
All right, you never went to Outback? We got Outbacks everywhere. They got really good steaks. You know, when an American guy copied the name Outback, I know the guy that started it. He took the name Outback and opened up a bunch of restaurants in America, and everybody thinks it has an Australian name, but it's really an American guy sitting over here in Clearwater, Florida, that created it.
Yeah, there is none of those restaurants here in Australia.
I don't think he's not Australian.
No, it's not. Not at all.
All right, so I'm sorry. You were saying we started...
All right, so let's just keep going. So, Ben, I want to take this back to you growing up, and I want to hear a bit about your backstory. I know, that's where it all started for you and kind of shaped you into the sort of person and made you what you've become today, essentially. You grew up in one of the roughest areas of New York. Tell us a bit about what that was like.
I mean, it's very tough when you're surrounded by, tough-ass people. I mean, especially being the only white kid in the whole neighborhood. I didn't live in the really good part of town. I lived in where the projects were. And, I mean, it was extremely dangerous, and it just kind of grows. You become numb to it. It's the life especially when you're a child, it's so easily to just adapt. You have no choice but to adapt. So basically, excuse me, you grow up learning, that, you live basically in a cesspool and you got to fucking survive somehow. And that's basically, what my childhood was like. And I came from a very dysfunctional family. And it was a fucking disaster. I wouldn't wish it on any kid.
So like you said there, you came from a dysfunctional family. And I know, life at home was certainly far from ideal. Was there anyone who, in a way, almost raised you or was very influential to you in some way while growing up?
I pick off little parts of different people. I'll pick out the part of a person that I feel benefits me, and leave the bad shit alone. I only pick out the part I need. So there's been a lot of people. I mean, I was raised, there were parts of my teenage years I lived in Hell's Kitchen in Manhattan, and you walk out of your door at 300 West 49th Street on the corner of 8th Avenue when I was a kid in the early 80s, very late 70s. And the pimps were on the corner, the hookers are on the corner, the drug dealers are on the corner, the con men are on the corner. I knew everybody. I was, I don't know. I always blended into everybody. And even from the worst criminals in the world, you learn street smarts, and then, I learned stuff from educated people, and I've learned from, a lot of people. I try to pick out from everybody. If I feel you're somebody I can learn from, I'm going to definitely, take advantage of it.
And being surrounded by these sorts of, I guess you could call them sketchy characters, pimps, drug dealers, etc. Did you ever get caught up in that world?
I was very young and I was around it, but I never got too, I learned how to just have my own place without being in their world. Luckily, I was very young anyway. But I was always the one to hang out with older people. And I was always very strange because I was the only little white kid around. So it's like I was kind of always accepted too. I don't know. It's very strange growing up in New York. It's a strange place. But, I always got along with whoever was around me, and the type of person that definitely believes in networking and getting along with people and, surviving. So, but I would never cross a line. When things got very ugly, I was really lucky. And at the age of 17, I went to court because I got in some trouble, and I stood in front of the judge, and it wasn't the first time the judge saw me. And he says, "Okay, big shot, what are you going to do?" Well, I had the recruiter on my right, and I had the bailiff guy on my left. So I saluted the judge. I turned to the recruiter and said, "Let's go." So the Army pretty much saved my life and got me out of New York and got me a lot of discipline and taught me how to get the job done no matter what. Well, when you got the whole Army backing you up, it ain't that hard either. But you learn about putting people together, making shit happen, and working with people. And so really, I will say that, and sent me all over the world, and definitely was my most important influence in my life was the military. I spent about 5 years in the U.S. Army and 3 of them in Germany.
Okay. I had no idea you were in the military. That's really interesting.
Yeah, it saved my life. That was the first thing in my life that was positive that actually, helped me a lot and just put me in a new surrounding and taught me how to run things and organize things and gave me a lot of really good skills and took all the street crap out of me and, put me on the right track for the right life.
And what was your role in the military? Like, what did you do?
I had a desk job. I had to be in the Army because what happened was I screwed the test up the first time I took it because I was out partying the night before. I just turned 17. Then he told me, "Listen, if you score better on this test, you're going to get a better job." Because I told him, "Listen, I don't want to be I don't like crawling in dirt. I'm not one of those G.I. Joe guys. I want to be around where the women are at in the Army. I'm not real gung-ho." So, he said, "Well, then you better study for this test and take it again." Well, I studied for the test. I took it again. I scored really high, and I got a great job when computers were just not even heard of. We were using computers in the Army and data processing and traffic. I was a traffic management coordinator, moving materials and anything, tanks, everything across the world from a boat, plane, train, you name it, we moved it. So it was very good. A lot of training, and I always had a nice desk job, computer work. I worked with a lot of women, and it was very pleasurable, and it was great.
Okay, so how long were you in the military for? Was it about 7, 8 years?
No. I signed up for 4, and I extended 1 more year to 5. So from 17 to 22, I was in the Army.
Okay, so you were 22, you've come out of the military. What did you do? Obviously, real estate is your thing now, and you've been doing that for a long time, but what did you first try your hand at?
Honestly, I always liked real estate. I had some basic knowledge when I was a kid, when I was, growing up, but it was untouchable for me pretty much as a kid in New York. There was no opportunity. We all can't be Donald Trumps. So in the Army, I actually was hustling apartments. I met this guy. I needed an apartment, and there was no room on base to live, so they give you money to live off base. And I needed an apartment, so I met this guy. He said, "Hey, go see this guy." Everybody knew to go see this guy, Italian guy who spoke German. He'll find you an apartment with the Germans, and you pay him a few bucks, a few $100, I think, whatever it was. So I met this guy, and we kind of got along. I like meeting people, and we got along. We hit it off, and I said, "Hey, if I start bringing you more business and more GIs, will you give me a nice, referral fee?" And he said, "Sure." So I started hustling everybody on base. I started, taking over and, telling everybody, "Hey, you need a place, just call me." And so, I made a few bucks hustling in Germany, renting apartments out to GIs. And then they sent me to California and San Francisco area. which I couldn't afford. So luckily they sent me to Oakland, but then that wasn't, well, I was lucky in one way, unlucky in another. Oakland's a very rough town. They sent me to Oakland, and I rented an apartment in a building full of Navy guys because I had a job at the airport. I'd run the flights out of the airport in Oakland that were going to Hong Kong, not Hong Kong, Japan, Philippines. We had special planes that we used at the airport to ship military overseas back and forth. So I handled the planes, coordinating all that stuff with the Army, Air Force, Navy, all of them. So anyway, make a long story short, I lived in a building with a bunch of Navy guys where they lived. And I started helping out the landlord there. It was an old lady, picking up garbage for a couple of $100 off my rent every month. And that's the story. The Army sent me there, and then I started picking up garbage in an apartment building for $200 a month. That's got my start in real estate.
Okay. And so how old were you when you actually bought your first real estate? So here you've kind of described us, you were doing a lot of like referral fees, getting tenants in vacant properties. But when did you actually buy your first real estate, like do your first deal?
On my own?
Yeah.
I used my, let's see, did I use my VA loan or not? I might have used my VA loan. No, that was to buy a house. That really wasn't a big money maker. My first real estate deal to make money was like a crack house that nobody in the whole place, the whole town wanted. People were actually in there smoking crack when I bought the place. It was a foreclosure. Nobody wanted it. It was really cheap. It was like $26,000. It ended up turning into be like when I got done with it, it was a big duplex. So it was 2 big apartments. I scraped up, whatever you needed to put down, you needed back then, maybe even it was 20% down, 20% was, times 26,000 is only like $5,000. And then I fixed it up and I rented each apartment out in a duplex for probably $1,200 a month each. So I took a piece of shit that nobody wanted, bought it for $26,500 or something, probably, and only used like $3 to use the bank's money, and fixed it up for about probably another $10,000. And let's see, I'm into it for about $36,500, say $40,000. And I rented out as 2 apartments worth $1,200 a piece. So that was $2,400 worth of income. Now the place gets appraised out based on its income. So if you take the $2,400 a month times 12 is what, 26.8 or something. Now the place is now worth about 7 or 8 times the gross. So say 7 times 26, it's worth about $150,000. So there you go. I made $100,000 basically, on a piece of shit that nobody else wanted. They used to call me garbage to gold when I was young. All the big shot landlords, all the other guys that had property, that were in the game, because I was out there really getting my hands dirty, and I would take the worst of the worst and turn it into something positive. Because, we were lucky also. We had what we call Section 8. So I could always, if I fixed the place up nice enough, I could always find a big family that had government assistance, and the government paid most of the rent. In most cases, the government paid all the rent because the tenant had to pay their own utilities. So if they were a low-income tenant, they only had enough money to pay the utilities. They had no rent, and the government paid me the whole $1,200 every month, guaranteed. So it was very safe too. You just have to make sure you don't rent to murderers or bad people.
Now, just backtracking a little bit, you said when you first bought this property, there were actual crackheads still in the place when you bought it.
Yeah, I remember having to go get some friends to come with me to throw them out. Because, I don't know, the police are so fucking busy, they didn't have time for that shit. So, I remember there was some crackheads in there. I actually think we might have gave them some money and said, here, go buy some crack, just don't ever come back. And that was the end of it. It was nothing physical or violent.
Okay. Good negotiating tactic there.
Yeah, let me tell you something. I grew up around killers, murderers. I grew up around people like that. But I don't like violence. I just felt like the human being should be far past or evolved past violence. Whatever you want, whatever I want, you make a fucking deal. And you find a mutual grounds, and everybody lives happily ever after. Instead of all that aggressive feelings, hating people and wanting to hurt them. Except Danny. I want to kill Danny. I've been trying to talk him into suicide, but he won't fucking do it.
Oh, wow. Here we go.
You don't know. He makes my life miserable. But anyway, so that's the story there. I bought my first place, a piece of shit in the neighborhood, because I had no money. I had nothing. And luckily, our mortgage broker started, the problem thing was this. I was heavy into the property management. I was making money hustling apartments like I did for that guy in Germany. I started doing for Section 8 landlords. I was, hustling, telling landlords, listen, you give me the place, I'll rent it out, I'll charge you $300 and you ain't got to deal with it. So, I started really as a leasing agent. And then you got to, where, of course, what people don't realize is that if you really want to be successful, you start out providing the service, but then eventually, you become, an owner. You have to have that goal, not to stay a real estate agent or not to stay a leasing agent, which is great for some people. I know brokers that make, $1 million commissions. But, I always wanted to be an owner, own real estate. It's a nice, simple business. You give somebody a place to live, they pay their friggin' rent, you pay all your bills, and whatever's left over is yours. And if you know what the hell you're doing, and you don't take a lot of risk, then, it's pretty simple. It's probably one of the, next to prostitution, it's got to be the oldest, profession in the world, I think.
Yeah, I mean, it probably is. Probably is.
Is prostitution legal in Australia?
No. I mean, there are brothels here, but I don't think prostitution is legal.
Huh? No, but they have brothels.
Yes.
They do it in a classy way.
Yeah.
That's good. All right.
So this first place you fixed up a lot yourself. Is this something you continue to do, was fixing up places yourself? I mean, I know these days you obviously have contractors and people who you hire to do the work for you.
I hired bums off the street. When I had no money, I'd hire guys that would stand in front of Home Depot looking for work. Mostly it was, a lot of times it was, Mexicans that, that didn't have papers. They go in front of Home Depot. You got Home Depot out there? What do you got in Australia? What do you got?
So we have Bunnings, which I know you've probably never heard of.
Have you ever heard of Home Depot?
Yeah, of course.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're in stocks, you should.
Exactly.
Imagine if we bought Home Depot. Imagine if you bought anything back when the fucking market crashed. But then, you could always say that. Things are going to come back. And what's sad about it is I spend multi-millions of dollars a year in Home Depot and I don't even fucking buy the stock. That's just stupid of me.
Okay, so this was your first step. Now, obviously, we're not going to go through each and every deal you've done because we'd be here for days, but what was your second deal? I just want to kind of get a bit of a perspective on how you kind of took the next step up and begun to build a bit of momentum. So what was your second deal and how much of a step up from these two apartments was it?
The thing was is that to really make a lot of money, and I always, I would try to get my hands on anything that I possibly could if I had the means to do it. I always exhausted every means I had to buying real estate. So I'd have 5 or 6 or 7 properties of my own going on, like those shit boxes that I turned into gold. Or I actually, a landlord who eventually became like a partner to me, the guy that owned the building that I started picking the cigarette butts up for $200 a month, eventually became a partner. And then I put him into retirement with I made him about $50 million. And he said, I'm done. I want to retire. And that's what he's doing now. So I had stuff going on with him. I had stuff going on me. The thing is, you got to overload yourself, not to the point where you can't handle it, but you got to take on a full plate. You always got to take a full plate on because you have different things materializing at all times. You got some properties you're fixing up. Some properties are ready to be refinanced. Some properties you want to sell because you'd rather take the money off the table and you don't want the income. You'd rather have the big picture, the big chunk of money. And then you got to do a 1031 in our country if you don't want to pay tax on it. See, the beauty of real estate is if you stay in the game, like the mafia, you don't pay no tax. Well, you pay tax in the mafia, but you don't get out. That's what I mean. The way our system is set up, and I'm not trying to raise the flag here, but the American capitalistic system is designed for you to succeed. It's the way our tax laws are. I went many, many, many years without paying taxes. Donald Trump, the whole thing, he didn't pay taxes. Well, of course he didn't pay taxes. He wasn't required to. They're called tax laws. And if you take advantage of them, you don't pay tax. You create more business. It creates more jobs. Home Depot sells more shit. And everybody lives happily ever after. So basically, I was very fortunate because I've never paid tax up until like 1 year ago. I had to pay like $1 million out. And it was totally legal. So, that's a big benefit too. If you stay in real estate here, you can defer the taxes, and you basically defer them until you die.
Okay, well, Ben, I think probably what's helpful here is if you maybe explain your actual real estate strategy, because I know that plays a big part on sort of what you just described there. So you buy...
Networking is a very big part of it, networking. You got to network. You got to know who's in the fucking game. Pardon my language. You got to know who's in your game. If you're in Australia in some town, you want to know who's the person moving that real estate, no matter where you're at. You want to know who's the agents involved, who are the banks that are loaning the money on it. And I don't know about your country, but in America, you can always go to a bad neighborhood and fix something up. It's everywhere. You just got to have the desire to look for it. Find it, have the balls to go in. I mean, you don't want to go somewhere too dangerous, but typically when you go into a fucked up place and you want to fix something up, people don't bother you anyway. So, because you're improving the place. So you go in, you fix something, you got to start. If you won't start at the bottom, you got to start at the bottom, work your way up. If you have the money to start in the middle, you can do the same thing, but just on a bigger level.
But what's your actual strategy? Because you like to buy... existing properties, you fix them up, and then do you sell them to then buy a bigger and better property, or are you holding some of your stock as well?
You mean properties, not stock, right?
Yes, of course.
You said stock. Okay. So basically, it's a matter of what I do is I have a portfolio. The portfolio has all different mixture and batches of assets in it. We've got hotels, we've got apartment buildings, we've got shopping centers, we've got properties we just bought. It's like a machine. Some of the properties have just been bought. They're in the stages of being fixed up and getting stabilized so you can see what the returns are and see if it makes sense to sell it to somebody else that would be happy with a low return than you will be. Or if it has a high return and it's not a pain in the ass property, it doesn't require a lot of management, then you keep it in your portfolio. And that's what I'm starting to do now, is I'm taking all the very minimal management required properties like Ross's, TJ Maxx's, the retail. There's no flipping them, but you get a good steady income return with no time involved. So it's like buying bonds. And then I also have the deals that I buy that need a whole shitload of rehab. And then, so it's like you have a portfolio of all these properties and you're always deciding what to do with it. But you're always buying, you're always selling, you're always refinancing, and you're always fixing.
So how do you defer paying tax?
Okay, it's real simple. It's called a 1031 exchange. Okay. See, I don't want to talk, I don't want to say things you may already know. There's two types of tax that we have in this country. We have short-term capital gains, and we have long-term capital gains. Are you there so far?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So anything under a year that you make money on, you buy a stock and you sell it under a year, it's short-term capital gains. You're going to pay the highest tax rate, whatever your income is, whatever income your bracket's in, capital gains is 20%. You can pay if it's less than a year, you're going to pay whatever your income is. If you're in a 35% bracket, you pay 35%. If you hold it over a year, you only pay 20%. And hopefully that'll go down soon. It used to be 15%. Now, as long as when you sell that property that you've had for over a year, within 45 days, you have to identify a whole bunch of properties that you might be interested in buying. And then within 6 months, you have to close those properties to replace with the money you had from the other deal. And you have to buy something that's equal or more than, if you sold something for $1 million, you got to go out and buy something that's at least $1 million or more dollars.
Right. So that's the key.
And any gain and any profits that you have to get rolled into it.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you can roll the profits into it and then take the money later with a refi also. But basically, you don't get your hands on the cash. You just keep using the cash to buy more real estate and growing more. So it's like forcing you to buy more deals and do more deals and to keep recycling all your profits into a bigger portfolio.
Are you ready to get serious about trading? Then join Tasty Trade, Investorpedia's best platform for options trading in 2026. Stocks, options, futures, and more. Tasty Trade has everything you trade, all in one platform. Get low commissions, including 0 commission on stocks, so you can keep more of what you earn. Tasty Trade is packed with advanced charting tools, backtesting, a pre-built strategy selector, risk analysis tools, and more features to help you trade smarter. See equities and derivatives with high trading volumes, dividends, upcoming earnings reports, and more with their pre-built watch lists. Or create a custom watch list to keep an eye on the companies and sectors that matter to you. Manage your positions with speed and precision using active trader mode, one-click trading, and smart order tracking. Plus, Tasty Trade's stellar trade desk team offers live support during trading hours if you need it. Visit tastytrade.com/chat for more info. Tasty Trade Inc. is a registered broker-dealer and member of FINRA, NFA, and SIPC. Have you ever watched a stock explode and thought, if only I had the capital? Or sat on the sidelines because your account balance felt too small to matter? Good news, with Trade the Pool's limited risk platform, you don't need millions or even thousands to start trading the U.S. stock market. Bypass the PDT and tap into over 12,000 U.S. listed equities, from penny stocks to big caps, ETFs, even the newest IPOs, and short anything you like with zero locate or hard to borrow fees. Start your evaluation, get funded with up to $200,000 in buying power so you can go big without risking your own savings. And now you can also have unlimited time to reach the profit target. It's a game changer. Not ready to trade yet? Trade the Pool offers a free demo and educational resources. Practice on live data, master the platform, and build confidence risk-free before you even pay a cent. Click the link in the show notes to start trading with Trade the Pool's capital.
For anyone who might be sort of just getting their foot in the game of fixing up properties and flips and that type of thing, what are some of the best ways which you have found to add perceived value to a property?
I mean, if you're talking about, small single-family homes or duplexes or triplexes or 5 or 10 units, I mean, it's always best to find, if you can, not always there, the worst dump in the best neighborhood. You go to a neighborhood that's decent and try to find something that needs work. It's called value add. You can always fix a property, but you can't change the neighborhood. Or if you can't find nothing, then you have to start selling for the worst and worst neighborhoods where the prices go down cheaper. But there's always something you can fix up, believe me. There's always something out there that needs work or is distressed. Sometimes not even construction. It can be management. Management distressed. We don't even need to fix the place up. You can always take a hotel and take a no-name hotel and put a franchise on it. If you have the money, you can invest in take a hotel. The franchise tells you what to do. You go, I own at least 3 Marriotts. They come in, they tell you what to do. If you got the money, of course, you got the money to do it, you do it. You got their name on it, they send you business, and normally franchises are pretty successful. Because then you got help. And they only make money if you make money.
Right, so you've probably already explained this, but just if we could go into it a little further, like you started out buying these really shitty properties, you fix them up, you turn them to gold, as you described. How did you go from buying small properties or a couple units at a time to now buying hotels and full apartment blocks? Like you said, Marriott's there. Like, how did you transition?
It's just a matter of growing over the years. I've been doing this for, I started in real estate pretty much almost like 30 years ago. So, you start off with small duplexes, fourplexes. And then sometimes, I did get involved with somebody that had some money and credit. So I took advantage of that opportunity, knowing a guy that had a place. And I did all the work, and he just put up the money and credit. But, you just keep building. Over 30 years, I just kept growing, and the numbers get bigger. And they had to go because the government wouldn't let me take the money or else they tax it. So I never, But you still got credit to live off of and income from the properties to live off of, so you still living a good life. I mean, you grow. Everybody grows. It's like any business. I know one guy, he bought a Burger King. Now he owns 20 of them. You know, you learn the business, you grow, and you try to do more and more and more. Like any business, really.
So it's essentially like a compounding effect, yeah?
Exactly. That's what life really is. I mean, to me, you know, if you're a person that plans on growing, you know, you're going to grow no matter what you're doing or buying or selling or whatever the hell you're doing. You just keep growing.
Yeah. So your real estate portfolio, as it stands today, from what I've heard on the Life for Sale series, it's somewhere around about the mark of $200 million.
I mean, yeah, it depends. Yeah, roughly around there.
Yeah, give or take. To what extent do you care about the current real estate cycle or general market conditions? Like, is that something that you give any thought to?
I mean, the market is going to be the market. It's always going to be rotating. You know, we're going to have our ups or downs. Right now, we're in an up. How long will it stay there? Who knows? They're going to overbuild apartments again, and then the tenants are going to be charging too much rent. They're going to go out and buy houses and build a bunch of houses. It's a crazy cycle, but no matter what, you're always making money. If you're in the business and you're looking for bargains, if you're willing to get your hands dirty and put some effort into it, there's always money to make, you know. So it doesn't matter to me, you know, what the market's doing, really. If the market is up, I will think about selling any properties that I want. I'll seriously think about selling because that's the time. You don't want to miss the boat. If you don't sell when the market's up, I'm not the type to cry over spilled milk. Oh, well, I could have got another $1 million. Fuck that. I already made $3 or $4 million. I moved on. I'm happy. So if the market's high, you better think about selling any assets that you know you don't want to keep long term. So the market is very important. And then when the market's low, you buy the shit out of everything you can.
Okay, so if you are selling some of your inventory at what you think might be the top or when the market's quite high, in your situation, the way you do things, you've then got to go and buy another property, don't you, unless you want to actually pay tax on that?
Yes. Yeah, right, exactly. My back's up against the wall all the time. I'm constantly in 1031, clocks are ticking on me. If I don't hurry up and close a deal by June 20th, you know, I can have to pay out a lot of money in taxes. So I always have these clocks ticking, but that's part of the game. You know, nothing comes easy. You know, there's got to be, you know, everything can't be perfect and easy or else it wouldn't pay off. So there's plenty of rules in the game.
Of course. Well, let's speak a bit about that. Like, how do you sniff out a good deal? Let's talk about how you find these deals.
Networking. I'm at the point now in my life where I totally depend on brokers because they're in the business to sell real estate. Find the right brokers that are actually in the business because their life depends on them selling real estate. So, and then you get and know who the brokers are, know what they got for sale. As soon as it comes on the market, make sure you know about it. Be the first one out there to look at it. Schmooze these guys and always be loyal. What keeps me better, I compete with REITs out of New York City, big shots, you know, big companies. Only because a small guy like me competes with them because I'm loyal to the brokers. The brokers know that I'm not going to screw them over. If I tell them I'm going to make a deal, I'm going to make a deal. I'm not going to make their life miserable. And when I go to sell that property, I'm giving them the option to sell it for me. So they get money on the front end and they get money on the back end. That's called, you know, networking, loyalty. But that's once you're in the business. You know, but you got to find the people that are in there making these deals, listing the properties. You know, they're out there advertising. You can find LoopNet. Go on LoopNet for starters.
So are the brokers bringing you a lot of properties that are unlisted and like haven't actually gone onto the market yet?
Yeah, well, because now I've grown to that relationship with them where they say, holy shit, I know what this guy wants for this deal. I can call Ben up. Ben will buy it quick. I won't even have to waste my time taking it out to the market, going through all the hassles of showing it and all this. It's even worth him taking a cut in his commission to sell it to me. So once you get really good with brokers, you know, you start getting off-market deals for the guys that want to move their properties quick. They don't want to go through the marketing process. So, you know, networking is a big part of it. You know, knowing who's in the business, who's making deals. You got to understand that you're doing it in a very small geographical area. You know, I mean, you know, you could do it in a large geographical area, but if a typical person like me, I only do it in Florida. I only got to know what's going on in Florida. I won't look at anything outside of Florida. I made money and got my ass kicked in Texas. You know, I did real well in California, but I don't want to go back there. But I only, you know, in real estate, you don't want to spread yourself too thin because I don't rely on management companies. I don't want nobody else managing my money and my business. If me and my kids can't handle it, my family can't handle it, we don't do it. So we can't spread ourselves too thin. That's what makes us better than everybody else. We're actually hands-on making our properties, into what we want them to. We don't call management companies up or big shot contractors, so that's a big part of it. I mean, if you put your time into a real estate deal, you'll be successful.
Exactly. So when you first came to Florida, or even if we just maybe tailor this answer to someone who is new to real estate, like how do you actually go about beginning to build domain knowledge of that area so that when a good deal comes up, you recognize it as a good deal and you know to jump on it? Like, what are some of the first steps to building good domain knowledge of the area you want to target?
I mean, you have to know the area. Where's the good part? Where's the bad part? You got to know everything that's for sale as far as commercial real estate. Now, real estate, when you narrow it down to your type of real estate, it's not that big. You're not going to be looking at industrial or warehouses or office buildings if you're in the apartment business. You're only going to be looking at apartments. So you narrow down to every single property that's for sale and the type of real estate you're looking at in that area. And you see all the different people that are marketing it for sale. That shows you the whole market for apartment buildings in, say, Tampa. You go on LoopNet, basically that's it, CoStar, and you go to all the big brokerage firms and look at their websites, and you look at every single body and what's for sale in that market and the type of product you're looking for. And the numbers got to work. You got to have a plan. Either the numbers are working right now and you can make them better, or the numbers really suck right now and you hope you can make them better. You got, the banks care about numbers. All the bank cares about is money in, money out.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up because that's actually something I wanted to ask you about. Whenever you go into a deal or you're considering buying a piece of real estate, what's your ideal risk to reward ratio? Like how much money do you like to put in for how much profit potential?
I like to put in as little as possible. I try to get as much I can as the banks. Out of the bank, typically I'm going to put in 20 to 25%. That's on apartments. On hotels, it's a little tougher. Then, they want to see you start putting in maybe 30 to 35%, on hospitality. And then you got to consider how much money you need to fix it up. And, then you go refinance later also. So, if you do $1 million deal, you're going to need $250,000 probably, put down.
Okay. And then let's say you spend, let's say you need to spend $1 million fixing a property up. How much profit would have to be in that deal for you?
If I paid $1 million and then I'm going to spend another $1 million fixing it up?
Just as an example, yeah.
That thing better be worth I'd have to at least make $1 million.
Okay.
At least. $1 million purchase, $1 million fix up, and it should be $1 million profit.
So what is your due diligence process like? I mean, you've been doing this for 30 years now. I'm sure it's going to be very different to someone who's just getting started in this business, but what's your due diligence process like before you actually, I guess, sign on the dotted line to actually purchase?
Everything. On my level, everything. Your due diligence is, number one, if it's an apartment building or a hotel. You walk every single unit, you walk yourself. And then you still have somebody come in and maybe do a structural inspection, a roof inspection, make sure the plumbing's in good shape. Inspections are the little money you spend on inspections gives you peace of mind. Your due diligence is very important. You got to make sure the banks are going to make you do it anyway. The banks aren't stupid. They ain't going to want to get stuck with no dumpster unless you got certain money put aside and they know that you're going to fix it. But, due diligence is very important. Income, expenses, all the bills that the place is paying, rent rolls, insurance costs.
And I guess part of the art of deal making is the ability to negotiate. What tips do you have for negotiating a good deal?
If you can normally not do a long due diligence is one of my, I wouldn't say it's a trick, but, it makes it more inviting to the seller that when you come in, like a lot of times, I mean, I've been around the block. If it's a small deal and I walk every apartment, I might say, screw it. I'll give you $1 million deposit tomorrow, non-refundable. And then, we'll close the deal in 30 days. I mean, luckily, I don't recommend that for anybody unless they really know what the hell they're doing. I could take that risk. I know how to look at a property. Everybody else should make sure that if they don't not sure of something, you better know. I can get on a roof, or I can send my kid up on a roof, or send somebody I know on a roof in 5 minutes to tell you if it's good or not. Showing people that you'll do a quick, clean deal and not have any contingencies on financing, that beats out all the other people that want to pay them more money but drag their ass out. And also, with the other people and those long deals, they have the opportunity to come back and retrade before the money's hard. When I come in with hard money, they know I'm not fucking around. I'm going to buy that building.
Yeah, I mean, because you've got to, I guess, consider that the seller has holding costs for every day that property is still in their name, right?
Well, it shows that, if I don't fucking say what I'm going to do, I'm going to lose $1 million.
Yeah.
He'll make $1 million off of me and still sell $1 million. Hey, that's happened. I've had guys give me hard money and then walk from the fucking deal because they couldn't perform on what they promised me they could do. I've had guys give me a couple of $100,000 and say, hey, I'm going to buy your building in a month. Well, a month goes by and they didn't buy the fucking building. That deal's over. And that $200,000 is mine. I hate to do that. I don't like to do that, but I will do it if you waste my time, in a deal. Whatever you say in a contract is in a contract.
I presume you have some pretty good lawyers too, which have helped you out?
I pretty much just rely on one lawyer I've been dealing with for like 15 years out here. He's real good, we work well together. But that's all he does. All he does is real estate transactions. You don't want to hire a divorce lawyer to handle any real estate transactions. You always want to hire people that specialize in your problem. Whatever the problem is, find somebody that specializes in it. It's like a real estate broker agent.
Yeah, I think that's a really good tip, actually. Ben, let's shift gears from real estate now. Let's go into, I guess, I want to hear a little bit about your outlook on life, because I think you have an awesome attitude and mentality. So just a couple general questions to take us out here. What's the best money advice you'd give to someone in their 20s or maybe even early 30s?
I mean, I'm very partial to real estate because real estate's something you can touch. You control it. If it's going to go good, you're going to make it good. If it's going to go bad because you screwed up, but, and you're in control. You're in the driver's seat. I mean, and real estate doesn't really take up a lot of your time to where you can even do other things or you can do a lot of real estate. You can rent a freaking house out and the person pays you to rent every month. They call you if there's a problem. You send somebody over to fix it. It doesn't take up any of your time. You take the rent money, you pay your mortgage payment, you pay your taxes and your insurance bill, and that's the end of it. It's simple. You don't even need any help, So I always been, leaning towards real estate because you can make money without having to really worry about it. And it's a necessity. People always need a place to live.
I mean, it is also quite easy to lose money in real estate as well if you don't know what you're doing, right?
If you pay too much, that's the problem. People pay too much. You got to make sure when you buy a deal, you're buying it at less than the top dollar price other people are paying. And you can look at it by the square foot. The most important thing is if it's an income property, you can't lose if you know that the rent is reasonable and it's what the market is paying for rent, and that's what the place is collecting. If the place is collecting enough money to pay its bills, then it's pretty much a safe bet. As long as you keep collecting that money and doing everything you're supposed to keep that money coming in, and then that's the risky part with houses. You lose your fucking tenant and then you're stuck. You got nobody there. With 3 or 4 apartments, you got the other rent still coming in. Now,
different sort of question. If we look back at the life you've lived and where you've come from to where you're at now, I think straight up, it's pretty inspiring. What would you say to anyone who blames their past for where they're at in life?
All right. That's the one thing you can never do. You got to let the past be in the friggin' past and don't even think about it unless it's some sort of benefit to you to think about it. If it's negative, forget about it. Move on. Worry about tomorrow. Worry about the future. And just try to, learn from those bad experiences. Every time something bad ever happened to me, it turned out to be good. I swear to God, it's always been that way. Something bad happens, but if it wasn't for that something bad that happened, something good never would have happened. So just, keep moving on and learn from your mistakes and try not to make bad decisions and try not to, hang out with shady people and, and do the best you can to grow in life. Every day, people should be growing. I mean, I've always wanted a lot of money. When I was a kid, I was poor, and I always wanted nice things, because I didn't have them. So, to me, it was a hunger. Everybody's got to follow their own hunger. It may not be money. For me, it was always money. Because money, I just seem like everybody who had money, it makes your life a lot easier. And we're not here forever. So I want my life to be as easy as I can, especially with the crazy kids I got. I need all the money I can get to fucking help me in life.
Right. All right, Ben. Well, let's leave it at that for now. I just want to say, I really appreciate you doing this. I've been watching the show and absolutely loving it. And I was like, it'd be awesome if I could get Ben on the podcast. I know he's not a trader in the traditional sense, but...
Let's do some human trading. I'll give you Danny. What do you got for me? I'll take a fucking kangaroo even. How about this? I'll trade you Danny for a kangaroo. Hey, kangaroos are untrainable, aren't they? You can't train a kangaroo to bounce around the house and keep shit in his pouch for you, like cigarettes and things like that, right?
I'm sure someone's tried. I don't know of anyone.
That would be. So you guys don't keep them as pets? They're too wild to be pets.
Absolutely not.
They're too intelligent to be pets. That's the thing. I think they're fucking intelligent. I'd love to see. I would pay big money to see one punch Danny in the face. Oh my God.
They punch pretty hard.
My wife wants to go to Australia, but I'm scared. You guys are fucking rough out there. You got snakes and deserts and, it's really rough. But I heard from an Australian I met that there's practically no crime. Is that true? Crime is very, very, very low.
You've reached the end of this episode of Chat with Traders. But rest assured, there are more episodes loaded with real market insight and zero hype on the way soon. So to stay updated with each great new release, subscribe to the podcast in iTunes. And we'd love it if you'd leave a rating and review. We'll catch you next time on Chat with Traders.
Chat with Traders is brought to you by Trade the Pool. Did you know that every decade the market reinvents itself? Online brokers opened the doors, mobile apps made trading seamless, and commission-free trading erased barriers. Now, a new era has begun. Meet Trade the Pool, limited risk trading. And now you also have unlimited time to reach the profit target. From now on, your trading risk is capped, and your trading opportunities are limitless. Trade the Pool funds home-based stock traders with up to $200,000 in buying power. That means you can trade larger positions and scale your strategies without risking your own savings. It's time to trade with more capital, making it truly worth your time and effort. Ready to trade the pool? Click the link in the description and join the stock trading revolution today.
Are you ready to get serious about trading? Then join Tasty Trade, Investopedia's best platform for options trading in 2026. Stocks, options, futures, and more. Tasty Trade has everything you trade all in one platform. Get low commissions, including 0 commissions on stocks, so you can keep more of what you earn. Trade smarter with advanced charting tools, a pre-built strategy selector, risk analysis tools, and more features. Visit tastytrade.com/chat for more information. Tasty Trade Inc. is a registered broker-dealer and member of FINRA, NFA, and SIPC.
Markets, speculation, and risk. This is the Chat with Traders podcast, hosted by Aaron Fifield.
What's up? How you doing, everyone? Welcome to episode 131. Now, you'll recall I had Andy Kirshner on the podcast a few episodes back. Towards the end of that episode, Andy briefly mentioned a cloud-based algo development platform and fund CloudQuant, which is a subsidiary of Kirshner Trading Group. I mention this because with me on this episode is Morgan Slade, who is the CEO of CloudQuant and has been since 2016. Prior, Morgan's career as a trader and portfolio manager goes back about 20 years, and during this time, he's worked at many prominent firms and funds. Just to name a few, Milburn Ridgefield, Merrill Lynch, Citadel, and Alston Trading, amongst others. During our chat, Morgan explains why he feels as though the common approach to strategy development can be counterintuitive, and he gives an alternative 3-step formula. We also spend a fair amount of time discussing how machine learning fits into a trader's toolbox. If you are new to machine learning, you'll be fine. Morgan does a great job of explaining things in a way that's easy to follow. All right, intro done. Here's the conversation I had with Morgan Slade. All right, excellent. Well, Morgan, just give us a quick rundown on your background. Tell us a little bit about your history, your backstory in this business. I know you've been floating around for a while, so please share.
Sure. I started out studying engineering, actually, as an undergrad and graduate student at MIT, and there were a lot of people that worked for O'Connor and Associates, which was an options trading shop here in Chicago, that I saw leave the engineering field and come to Chicago and start trading. And as I was finishing up school, that opportunity kind of wound its way down, and Swiss Bank purchased them. But I found my way to New York City and started working for a very old CTA that had been around for about 30 years, called Milburn Ridgefield. And their idea was to train quantitative traders first by training them as traders. And so my first job was actually as an execution trader for a large hedge fund in the New York City area. I spent the better part of the last 20 years or so using quantitative trading strategies and various shapes, both on the buy and sell side, and have been using, things like machine learning and techniques like that for most of that time, and have had the opportunity to trade most asset classes, FX and equities and some options and futures, of course.
I'm interested to know why that first place you worked at, what was their idea or their thought process behind getting quantitative traders to start out as, I guess, more discretionary traders before actually coming across to the quantitative side? What was the idea there?
Well, there's a big jump in terms of understanding how to get your trading algorithms to generate the returns that you think you can based on backtests. A lot of this comes down to what I call trade expression and understanding transaction costs and market impact. When you trade for a firm like that, they had a $2 billion book that was levered up 7 to 8 times. So in the end, they're trading almost $15 billion face value in terms of futures. So as a trader for them, you learn to execute very large transactions. A small trade might be, $25 million trade. And sometimes your bigger trades could be a couple $100 million trade in a currency, or, if you're trading futures, these funds sometimes can be trading position limits in a lot of the futures contracts that they trade. Trading that size clearly has a market impact, and you have the ability to see your impact on the market and just kind of internally builds a sense for how big you can trade something and how much you're likely to move the market. And figuring out how to measure the capacity of a strategy is one of the hardest things to do. And so I think that's something that they had in mind when they looked at that. Is, first of all, you need to understand the rules of the market and how it works and how to enter trades, and save yourself from chasing ghosts. And they also felt like by sitting on the trading desk, you generate a lot of new ideas. And so rather than just take what you know from graduate school, they felt like adding that together with a bunch of real life experiences on a trading desk would probably create somebody who was set up to come up with a lot of good trading ideas and trading strategies.
Right. And I think it just might be interesting to hear a little bit more about how you would actually go about executing $100 million trade. Like, how do you actually put that position on? So, I mean, do you work that over a couple of days? What markets were you trading when you were trading that size? And just speak to us about that a little more, because I think that'd be why, obviously, not relatable to most people listening to this, but I think it would be interesting to hear how you actually work a position like that into the market. And also, is it an outright position? Like, how are you actually structuring that trade?
These were outright positions. So you typically have a directional bet that you're placing. And we obviously traded options as well, but most of that was to just gain leverage in the directional bets we were placing. The trades themselves typically were traded through, large broker dealers that had been instrumental in raising capital for us and had, an execution relationship with us through some sort of managed account. And so we would have to take some portion of each trade and trade it through the appropriate counterparty. Because of that structure, it was sometimes challenging to keep things, kind of under wraps and keep them quiet. In some of the, over-the-counter markets, there was definitely, at times a bit of a chuckle on the end of the line when you called the last guy on your list. Of course, the lists are randomized and fair, but the last transaction on the list was usually somebody who knew kind of what you were up to, and they just needed to know what size trade you needed to do with them. So that's kind of my experience, trading FX, with institutional counterparties. The next step would be to kind of enter into, the forward swap. We're not taking delivery of the currency, so we would swap it out to a forward date. Usually the IMM futures expiration date, but sometimes other custom dates. On the futures trading side, we usually had brokers on the floor that would be executing for us, and we'd, many times have a direct line where, we would pick it up and they would ring, and we would stay on the phone for them for sometimes hours at a time, kind of working these orders. It would generate a lot of commissions for them, but they also worked very hard for us. Just trying to get that much volume through the market was sometimes difficult. So, there were times where you definitely saw, I remember trading crude oil once, and I kind of felt like I personally, moved it $1 or $2 with the size that I was doing, given the volume that we had to do that day. So, and that's, those are valuable kind of insights to have as you go back to the modeling side, to kind of have a sense of scale. It eliminates a lot of questions that you have, and it eliminates a lot of things that you might try to do that you realize aren't practical.
So were you actually, like, obviously when you want to buy $100 million of whatever that might be, that's broken down into a lot of smaller trades. Where are those smaller trades being executed? Like, I know some people in the past who have come on this podcast have spoken about VWAP, volume weighted average price, is like a institutional benchmark. I mean, I don't know if VWAP is more of a was necessarily used however many years ago this was, but is there a point where institutions like to try and fill their orders, or is it sort of all over the place?
Well, yeah, unfortunately, Aaron, I think you're dating me. Back when I was doing this, people didn't really use VWAP that much. And it wasn't actually until, I joined Merrill Lynch a few years later that I really got involved in kind of helping to write some of the first VWAP strategies. But, for futures traders, algorithmic execution was not something very commonplace at all back then. And I don't really even think it was available. And so, the traders really played a large role in breaking the orders up into smaller pieces and trying to get the best execution they could, for the end investor.
Okay, and just going back to something else, you said you were talking about when you were putting on these big trades that you had to work with like an institutional counterparty. So just help us understand why that's the case. Like, why can you not just put that order into the open market?
Well, for over-the-counter stuff, many times there would be some contractual relationship with a bank that, say, raised capital for the fund, they would be able to ask that we execute, or at least usually execute the orders through their trading desk so that they get some benefit from that as kind of part of the deal. On the futures trading side for listed products, obviously you're executing on the exchange, you don't have a choice. And so many times they might have their own, floor presence, but a lot of times we'd go through independent brokers on the floor. So we had a lot more latitude in terms of who we dealt with.
Well, let's move this conversation a little bit. I'd really like to talk to you, Morgan, about developing strategies. So we had a call, was it about a week or so ago prior to, speaking now and recording this. One of the things you'd mentioned to me is that I guess the quote unquote normal way of developing strategies to you seems kind of backwards. So I'd be interested to hear a bit more about your process, or I guess an alternative process to approaching strategy development.
Sure, yeah, happy to go into that. So one of the things that is most frustrating as a trader and as a quantitative trader is, you put a lot of effort into coming up with ideas, trying to figure out what to plug into your model and coming up with some risk rules and how do you cut your losses and how do you take your gains. And then at the very end of the process, you get a little bit of feedback in the form of an equity curve or some sort of Sharpe ratio or some sort of rate of return. And it seems like you went through an awful lot of steps to try and kind of get that metric, that measure of whether you actually did anything right. And most of the time, unfortunately, we don't get it right the first time or the second time or even the nth time. It takes a lot of practice and it takes a lot of blood, sweat, and tears to just kind of find something that actually works. The markets are pretty efficient, and there's a lot of smart people out there. And so after, kind of going through that process for many years, I started thinking about, well, if I start out and I mess up the signaling part of my strategy, then everything else is probably going to fail too. And so I wish there was just some way to break them up into separate steps. And I started thinking about it, and there really is. If you break it up into a prediction step or a signaling step where you come up with some signal that tells you to buy or sell, and then you view the second step as maybe, okay, how big a trade do I want to put on? So we'll call that portfolio construction or risk allocation step. And then a third step is, how do I enter my trades into the market? We talked a lot about how we did it, 20 years ago when I was a futures trader. The world has changed a lot since then. I've actually spent the last, 12 years doing high frequency market making. So I understand how to enter orders into the market now as well. And so the trade expression step is a third step. And really all three of those steps contribute to your P&L. But if you can measure each step along the way as a milestone to see whether you're headed in the right direction, it makes a lot more sense in terms of, not wasting your time on portfolio construction, not wasting your time on trade expression until you have a really good signal or a really good alpha.
Okay, well, let's flesh out each one of those steps a little further. So you said the first step would be, I guess we could call it the signal step. So what's involved during that step?
Well, for a lot of people nowadays, there's a lot of data scientists out there. People aren't learning machine learning. And so they might look at that step as a data science problem where they want to do some supervised learning. So what that means is they basically label a bunch of examples of their ideal trade, what they would have done if they had the ability to do Monday morning quarterbacking. And then they take a bunch of things that they think might have predicted and been helpful in predicting that ideal trade. And then they do some machine learning to find a rule set based on the inputs as to how to most accurately predict the perfect trades that they gave as examples. And that's basically what supervised learning and machine learning is all about, is identifying what you would do in a perfect world and searching for things that help you predict how to do that in the future. Other people might take, technical indicators and just play around with mixing them up together, and different rule sets and different things that, maybe you think a product trades in a correlated manner with another product, or a co-integrated manner with another product. So you might take, one leg of a pair of stocks that are highly correlated, and you might use one to signal the other. There are lots of different things that constitute a signal, and everybody has their own definition. But at the end of the day, you're trying to predict something, and you're trying to figure out what your win rate is. And so I would focus on, what is my win rate? And I would also focus on the symmetry of, or what the ratio of your average profitable outcome to your average, losing outcome is. And you can do some reading on the Kelly criterion if you want to look at, some gambling theory and how that might inform your signaling process. But at the end of the day, if you have something that pays out, even odds, then the win rate has to be higher than 50% in order for you to make money. But if you have something, as an example, something that pays 2-to-1 odds, say your winners are twice as big as your average loser, then you can afford to have a win rate of just over 33.33%. Most people don't really think about it that way, but if you do, and you use a little bit of kind of gambling background or theory to look at your signal, you can realize that it's not just a function of how many trades are winners, but also the shape of the distribution of winners and losers is also very important. So you want things that have what's called a positive skewness, things that have bigger winners than losers typically. And so you could look at Milburn Richfield, where I first worked, and they had some surprisingly profitable strategies that had win rates in the 25 to 35% range, because their odds of the odds ratio for their trades, their average profit, could be 5 times larger than their average loss. And so I think that's a dot that I connected, after a few years, and I think for a lot of new traders is kind of troubling to think that you can have something that wins less than half the time and it's still okay.
Right. So as we're still on the first step here, which we've labeled as the signal step, is this just the entry, or is this essentially the rules for your full strategy in terms of where you enter and where you exit? Like, where does the signal kind of stop?
I like to make it just the entry. I think it keeps it clean and allows you to kind of fine tune the exit later on.
Okay. So how do you determine how good the signal is at this point?
At this point, you're looking at the trade win rate. You're looking at the odds ratio, or the average profit to loss ratio.
But is that not dependent on where you exit the trade?
It could be. Sometimes you say, I'm going to keep it simple, and I'm going to look at something from close to close or from open to close. And so each one of those time horizons that you want to try out becomes a different step one that you need to explore. And so you really, particularly when you're doing the machine learning, you certainly have in mind, when the ideal trade started and when the ideal trade stopped. And so that's really defining your entry and exit conditions.
Okay. And that 1 day hold or open to close, is that something you use quite frequently in your own strategies?
Yeah, I mean, we use lots of different time horizons, but very common ones are 1 day or open to close or 2 day or 5 day, holding periods to try and capture kind of medium frequency opportunities.
Okay, so let's say you have a signal which you're happy with. Let's move on to the next step. So the risk allocation step. So how would we move forward from here?
Well, at that point, you want to try and figure out how the best to weight your trades. A lot of people are trading baskets. And so if you have a basket strategy, then you might start out with an equal weighted or naive allocation as a starting point. And then what you want to do is, if you're going to use something like a mean variance optimizer to weight your trades, then or some other type of allocation scheme that you cook up, you want to compare that against that benchmark to see if it actually improves your strategy. There are some diagnostics. that you can get into, which is probably too much for this call, but there's a body of work in active portfolio management that talk about looking at the TC coefficient, which measures whether your weights actually are proportional to your alphas in your portfolio or your expected returns in your portfolio. Sometimes when you over-constrain things or you have too many rules that you're adding to your model, so it's too complex, when you try and do these optimizations, you'll actually get very suboptimal answers. And so there are some diagnostic tools that you can use to tell if that's happening and to kind of protect against it. But for a simple strategy where you're trading single stocks and things like that, you're really looking for something that doesn't make any major mistakes and doesn't ruin your alpha, basically. So simpler things tend to work better than not. And in large part, your risk allocation decision has a lot to do with your capacity. And one way to figure out your capacity is by testing your strategy at different sizes over time and trying to get a sense for when the performance is best. There's different size accounts. Some people have retail accounts. Most people do. And so they might be looking at capacity a little differently in terms of what kind of capital they have. But larger hedge funds, they have other capacity problems where they're too big for the market and they need liquidity. So lots of different problems, depending on who you are, will crop up in the second step. One mistake that I think is very common is when people start out with a mediocre signal, many times they'll try and make up for it in their backtest by adding complex stop loss and trailing stop rules that essentially curve fit that particular backtest and make it look better, but aren't actually predicting anything and aren't robust at all. So that when they go out of sample, these same rules that made them look awesome in their backtest end up causing them to be doing really strange things that are suboptimal, and they just don't work. And out of sample, performance isn't what they expected it to be at all. So those are kind of some of the pitfalls for step 2.
Okay, so a couple things. As you mentioned, stop losses just there. How do you treat stop losses in your strategies, and how do you actually think about where to actually place them? Because in some of the strategy development I've done, which is, of course, nowhere near the level which you're playing at, but I've found stop losses to actually decrease performance in many cases. My strategies obviously have a very clear exit rule, so I'm not going to hold a position and just hope that it comes back one day. But, there's a clear exit rule, but that rule is generally the same rule that applies for when I take my profit. How do you feel about stop losses, and how have you actually found them to be effective in developing strategies?
Well, sometimes for mean reverting strategies, I found that they've been helpful. But as I've applied, a greater portion of my time to developing machine learning based strategies, I've realized that, what you really want is another machine learning signal or another more complex rule set that's maybe multidimensional, not just looking at your P&L, to tell you when your trade's not working and when the initial, hypothesis you had when you put your trade on, based on new information or some sort of circumstance that you see, set of price action you see in the market or something that you can quantify, tells you that your initial forecast was wrong and it's time to get out and wait for another opportunity to kind of take another bite at the apple. So stop losses, I think you're right. They do decrease performance. They can make your Sharpe ratio slightly better, but they're very hard to get right, and they aren't very robust most of the time. Having traded a lot of different things, I can tell you that there's very few circumstances where just a pure stop loss is the best answer you can come up with.
Now, I don't want anyone listening to sort of take that the wrong way. So I'm not saying, you shouldn't be that you should be trading without stop losses and just be cautious of your risk.
I totally agree with you, Aaron. That's you've got to use stop losses so that you live to fight another day. But I think that we can come up with better answers than just P&L based stop losses.
And on this point, how do you actually measure how good your risk allocation is? Like, is there any sort of gauge to help you decide whether you should move on to the next step or whether you need to, I guess, put a bit more work into how you're allocating risk?
Well, I like trading, Aaron, so I'm usually in a hurry to start trading even if I don't have the best risk allocation scheme. And I find that until I really know my capacity for my strategy, which I can't really figure out until I've traded, although we do have some tools on CloudQuant that allow us to use high frequency data to try and infer those types of things. But generally, the final answer and the final verdict comes from actually trading something. So I typically would choose a fairly simple set of risk rules and take the strategy into the third step and start doing forward testing and doing actual live trading and collecting data on what the impact is.
Right. Well, let's tackle that third step. So if I remember correctly, the third step was trade expression, I think it was.
That's right.
So what exactly is trade expression referring to?
Well, the world has changed a lot in the last 10 or 15 years in terms of execution. Because algorithms are so pervasive, they've automated a lot of the execution tasks on the trading desks, and so what we see now are a lot of the buy side and sell side traders are using algorithms to do their job on a daily basis, and of course they're very productive and they get things done well. And so we leverage a lot of those tools. I've spent a lot of time building autonomous algorithms for market making in the equity and futures space. And there's a set of tools that aren't really very useful for anyone else who's not a high frequency market maker, but there's a set of tools that use a lot of machine learning and things like that allow you to kind of come up with a fair value bid ask for electronically traded markets that have order books. And so in practice we use that. We have a couple of different types of traders that we work with. We have internal traders that are typically have a master's or PhD in engineering, and then we have crowd researchers we work with who they may not even be experts on market microstructure and may not understand a lot about it. So we actually do a lot of that work for them and use our trading expertise to help them get good trade expression on their strategies. And so when they're doing back tests on our system on CloudQuant, they have a menu of algorithms that they can choose from that we have pre-configured for them. And ideally, Aaron, I think a lot of people add the most value in the first two steps. And I think the third step is something that is best left to somebody who's got a lot of market making experience. Or if you don't have access to them, send it to an algorithm that does a VWAP or a TWAP. And if you can't do any of those things, then another thing you can do is you can do something called A/B testing, where you in parallel try to randomly express your trade in a couple of different ways and measure which of the results is best, and then select that as your standard way of doing things. And so that's done by the professionals who do trade expression every day, who do order execution every day. They do a lot of that kind of testing with their order flow, where they randomly, select some of the order flow to do a VWAP as an example, and another to do a TWAP, and another to do an implementation shortfall algorithm. And they're going to try and compare which of those made the most money for themselves or their client.
So this third step of trade expression, is this something which is perhaps maybe more important to traders who are trading much larger size, who can't just put their entire position on with one click?
It is, and it's also more important for people who are doing shorter time horizon strategies, where their edge per share, which I define as dollar profit per share traded, or edge per contract in the future space, is if their edge per share or edge per contract is quite low, chances are they need to spend more time on trade expression to make sure that they actually capture those theoretical profits or that theoretical edge. If you're making 50 cents or $1 a share, chances are you're holding your trades for quite a long time. and you're not as worried about whether you got in at the very best price. So a lot of times it'll be self-determined where you spend a lot of your time. If you're looking for really juicy stuff, you're probably not going to worry about it too much. If you're looking for things that have a really small edge, really skinny edge, then you're going to spend a lot of time doing A/B testing and experimenting with different trade expressions.
Are you ready to get serious about trading? Then join Tasty Trade, Investorpedia's best platform for options trading in 2026. Stocks, options, futures, and more. Tasty Trade has everything you trade, all in one platform. Get low commissions, including 0 commission on stocks, so you can keep more of what you earn. Tasty Trade is packed with advanced charting tools, backtesting, a pre-built strategy selector, risk analysis tools, and more features to help you trade smarter. See equities and derivatives with high trading volumes, dividends, upcoming earnings reports, and more with their pre-built watch lists. Or create a custom watch list to keep an eye on the companies and sectors that matter to you. Manage your positions with speed and precision using active trader mode, one-click trading, and smart order tracking. Plus, Tasty Trade's stellar trade desk team offers live support during trading hours if you need it. Visit tastytrade.com/chat for more info. Tasty Trade Inc. is a registered broker-dealer and member of FINRA, NFA, and SIPC. Have you ever watched a stock explode and thought, if only I had the capital? Or sat on the sidelines because your account balance felt too small to matter? Good news, with Trade the Pool's limited risk platform, you don't need millions or even thousands to start trading the U.S. stock market. Bypass the PDT and tap into over 12,000 U.S. listed equities, from penny stocks to big caps, ETFs, even the newest IPOs, and short anything you like with 0 locate or hard to borrow fees. Start your evaluation, get funded with up to $200,000 in buying power so you can go big without risking your own savings. And now you can also have unlimited time to reach the profit target. It's a game changer. Not ready to trade yet? Trade the Pool offers a free demo and educational resources. Practice on live data, master the platform, and build confidence risk-free before you even pay a cent. Click the link in the show notes to start trading with Trade the Pool's capital.
This might be a good point to ask you. There's one thing I wanted to ask you, and you kind of, I guess, touched on it there. Have you found users who come from a data science background approach trading strategies in a much different way to those with actual trading experience? And if so, how?
The pure data science background folks, they tend to have some ideas as to which kind of tools they'd like to use. But, it's like they've got a hammer and they think the entire world is a nail, and they're not really sure exactly how to apply it or which data sets to take a look at. So I found that they pick it up quite quickly, but they could use a lot of mentoring and coaching. And so we engage people, through our platform to help them kind of get up the learning curve. And as people kind of stand out and as they look like they're having progress, as data scientists, we actually develop a relationship with them and ask them if there's ways that we can help them. Sometimes I'll give them kind of almost homework or books to read and papers that they might read that are kind of relevant to the problem they're trying to solve, and we'll work with them to help them grow. From the experience trading perspective, a lot of the challenges have to do with many experienced traders have strategies they want to re-implement. And so, but being a little older like myself, many times, the computer science skills aren't there. They might have great ideas and they might be almost able to kind of get them coded up, but maybe need a little bit of help. And so we do spend time, helping people, coach them on how to design their algorithm to plug into the Cloud Quant interface, that will allow them to basically, kind of flip a switch and we can get it funded and get it into production. So those are kind of the two different experiences we have. The more experienced people tend to know kind of what they want to do. But I've found that many of them are open to new alternative data sets and things like that as well. They're just different conversations. People have different levels of foundational skills to work with. But the one thing they have in common is they all like to trade. So,
all right, well, let's talk more about machine learning. you've brought it up a few times, so I think it might be cool if we could actually dig into that a little deeper and maybe talk some specifics. I mean, I guess just so we don't lose anyone here and anyone who might be new to, I guess, trading from more of a data scientist perspective, what is machine learning just at its highest level?
Machine learning is really just kind of an automated approach to identifying the best rule set for identifying something you said that you cared about. And in this case, it's usually, I want to know when I should have bought and when I should have sold. We actually, it's kind of funny, traders have been doing machine learning, but manually for a really long time. It's just an iterative process where you try to basically grow your P&L to be the best P&L you can find. With the advance of, cloud computing and things like Python programming language and, a lot more data, people have begun to share software that allows people to do machine learning pretty readily without really writing very many lines of code. I mean, you can probably do, supervised learning on a data set and build a decision tree or build a random forest model using maybe 20 or 30 lines of code. And all the other code has been written by somebody else who was a domain expert and shared it as open source on the internet. So we're really in kind of a golden age for doing research in that alternative data sets, cloud computing, machine learning, and all these things have come together all at the same time. And so what we've found is there's a lot of people out there who are crowd researchers who do machine learning, and they're kind of leveraging these three things to do a lot of research. Now, how do we do it, or how is a simple form of what we do? Well, we're going to go through and we're going to say, okay, I want to build a decision tree based model, which is similar to the same rules you came up with your technical trading strategies, based on what the RSI is doing, or what stochastic is doing, or when the crossover moving average is doing this or that. Those rules can be arrived at using a machine learning algorithm. If you take the same things you were looking at and you feed them into an algorithm with examples of what the right thing to do was, it will very exhaustively, in most cases, find the best rule set that you could have also arrived at on your own if you did it manually, but it would have taken you 10,000 million times longer and a lot of sleepless nights and a lot of time. And so the way I look at it is, somebody asked me the other day, with all these machine learning models out there trading with each other, aren't the markets going to become unstable? And my answer was, not at all. The types of models that machine learning algorithms come up with are very similar, or if not identical, to the same models we've been coming up with for 20 or 30 years. It's just that the research process takes much less time. It's maybe 1,000 times faster. And so you can be, much more productive. We see that, in real life. We have people we hire that come on board and start, ramping up strategies within a couple of weeks. We have crowd researchers who are using the platform who, have strategies they develop in, 1 to 2 months, and they look quite good. So I think that it's a great time to be a quantitative trader, and a great time to be a trader, and a great time to be a researcher for these reasons. So.
Now, I know you have a story you can probably share with us about how you took an existing strategy, or someone who you work with took an existing strategy and actually improved it using machine learning. So the strategy was already profitable, was already making money, but then you, I guess, optimized, if that's the right word, the strategy using machine learning algorithms, and actually got the strategy to perform better. Can you walk us through that example and sort of how that all took place?
Sure. We have a quantitative fund that we operate as part of Cloud Quant, and we've been adding to our bench of portfolio managers. I found, somebody I felt was, really creative and quite special. He had developed a strategy based on analytics data that he had found somewhere on the internet, kind of an alternative data set, if you will. And he was using it to forecast earnings surprises and disappointments, which is kind of a favorite for a lot of equity traders because there's a lot of volatility and you can win big and you can also lose big. He had a strategy that had been making about 20% unlevered returns over 3 or 4 years. And I was impressed with the fact that he was a CPA. He didn't have any formal trading experience other than running this fund he was running. He had kind of taught himself how to build this fund, and he'd raised some money from friends and family, and he knew fundamental analysis inside and out because he was a CPA. But other than that, he really had zero programming experience at all. He had never even picked up a programming book in his entire life. He did everything in Excel. And so one of the things I wanted to do was to show that it was possible for somebody with his background, who was obviously very bright, to kind of grow personally and to pick up this new skill set quickly. And so, I kiddingly, told him, all right, we're gonna have to, get you up to speed on Python because that's the language for machine learning. And he said, well, where will I start? And I said, well, my daughter Ava is 8 and she has a Python programming book that she uses. I'll borrow her book and I'll get it for you. And he thought that was pretty funny. But he picked it up really within a couple of weeks. He was able to use Cloud Quant well enough to start doing backtests. And within 2 months, he had replicated his strategy, and he was starting to do simple machine learning to try and improve the signals. And within about 3 months, he had come up with an overlay to his strategy that allowed him to avoid most of the bad trades that he was getting and really increase the Sharpe ratio to where it went from around 1.5 to about 3.5. And that same guy has now hired several quants to work for him who have a machine learning background. So he has one quant working for him, and he's going to be adding another here pretty soon. And he is in the process of kind of growing his book, and he has now 5 strategies that he's been funded on, and probably a total of about $10 to $15 million in risk has been allocated to his strategies. And he's been here, I think he'll be coming up on just over 6 months. So that's how somebody who may feel like they don't, really have a programming background can pick up and acquire new skills and learn machine learning, which he didn't know at all, very rapidly on some of the new tools that are out there like Cloud Quant. So
you said there his strategy went from somewhere around a 1.5 Sharpe to 3.5, which is a massive increase. I mean, a 3.5 Sharpe ratio is very impressive. What actually changed? Like, he used machine learning to improve this strategy. What actually changed about the strategy?
Well, because he started using machine learning rather than having to do kind of that manual, like trial and error type approach, he was able to bring in all sorts of data that he didn't even know. He knew it sort of mattered. He instinctively knew it should matter, but he didn't know how to plug it into a set of rules. And so it just wasn't clear to him how to make it part of his model. So by using, this random forest model, he was able to label all the ideal trades that he was wanting to make and feed in lots and lots of features that he felt like should be relevant. Pick out the 10 or 15 that actually, according to the machine learning algorithm, were relevant, and run a strategy that made a lot of sense to him and was quite transparent. I mean, he could actually look at what the rules are. He could even write them down in English and say, all right, well, when these 5 things happen, then I want to buy. And when these, 9 things happen over here, I want to sell. And so it's nice to use decision trees because they're transparent. And if you use a bunch of decision trees together, that's called a random forest. And it's more robust for some reasons which I don't want to get into. But there are some books that I could refer you to if the listeners want to, read about machine learning. They can get Python Machine Learning from Sebastian Raschke. And if they're looking for trading ideas and places to start, Quantitative Trading by Ernest Chan is a very good starting point.
Okay, so is this a fair comment to make? So this gentleman who you're referring to, he had these other data sources which he felt should be relevant. He fed those through a machine learning algorithm, which then determined which of those data sources had any predictive power and sort of discarded the ones which didn't. I mean, is that a fair comment?
Yeah, that's exactly, what you do. So in particular with the machine learning, what you want to do is, you have an initial set of data that you want to do that feature selection on. And then what you do after that is you say, okay, so those are the pieces of information I'm going to use. And you do what's called a walk forward. And you basically, from that point onward, you're not using any more information to change which inputs you have. And you just start doing your predictions. And so, as long as you use a big enough data set to train with, we usually use about 30% of that to train. And then we leave, 70% of that as kind of a walk forward out of sample.
When you're using machine learning algorithms to optimize an existing strategy, just in this example, are there any other measures you need to take to try to avoid curve fitting? Like you said right there, you split the data between 30% in sample, 70 out. Are there any other measures which are necessary to take when you're dabbling in machine learning?
Yeah, I mean, one of the rules that I try and use is that, for every new feature that we feed into the model, every new kind of piece of information we feed in, whether it be a technical indicator or some sort of output from another model or whether it's, some sort of piece of data off the internet that we get from some alternative data source, every one of those, I really want to see like 1,000 independent predictions with good statistics out of sample before I'm comfortable that I've got enough out of sample data to know I haven't curve fit. Because the power to do machine learning is also the power to curve fit. And you have to be very disciplined about drawing a tight confidence interval around your answer if you don't have enough data supporting it. And that data's got to be completely independent of your training process.
Now, just before you used the term features, now this is a common term that comes up when talking about machine learning. Can you just explain what features actually refers to?
So features is synonymous with data inputs. It could be, if I want to build a machine learning model based purely on technical indicators, one feature might be the 20-day moving average. Another might be the distance to the 20-day moving average. A third might be, the distance between a 20-day moving average and a 30-day moving average. All three of those things would be just independent features that may or may not get used by the model. But what we mean is inputs to the model.
Now, a buddy of mine is much more advanced on machine learning than what I am. I mean, I haven't really even got into it too much, but I told him I was going to be interviewing you, and I asked if there were some things which he might like me to ask or he thought might be worthwhile asking. Just because we've talked about machine learning a little bit on the podcast previously, and I kind of want to explore some new ground. I mean, we definitely have already done that, but just to take things a little further, how do you go about creating features? Is this process automated, or are all the features created manually?
I think in the long run, we'd like it to be automated. At present, I think most people are spending a lot of their time and their creative energies coming up with better features. In a way, the signal, the prediction process or the signal process, the first step, can be broken up into some sub-steps, and kind of the middle of it has been automated by these machine learning tools. And so, as quantitative traders, as creative people, we get involved at the very beginning at engineering the features, and then we get involved at the very end at analyzing the results. And really the software and the computers kind of do the work in between for us very efficiently. And the ability to kind of iterate on that workflow very quickly, very rapidly, is really how people make a lot of money in this business nowadays, is by being able to rinse and repeat that over and over again. But we, in the long run, aspire to use, some of the more advanced machine learning techniques like deep learning to, automate the feature creation process. And that's definitely something we're very interested in. I think, for the most part, I don't know of anybody doing that. So.
And also another question, I guess, on a similar path here. How do you narrow down the search space to settle on the actual features you feed through your machine learning algorithm?
Well, there's everybody has their own kind of pet way of doing it, but I'll tell you one that's easy to understand and it makes a lot of sense to me. If you were to build a single decision tree, which is really just a simple, one of the most basic machine learning algorithms, what you do is you come up with a set of rules that most efficiently classifies, the good and the bad trades the way you'd like them to be classified. And it does something, called entropy minimization to do that. And that's, in the end, it's just a math problem that somebody else solved for us and we get the benefit of. And so as long as you prepared your data in the standard format and feed it in, it will spit out a decision tree that is just like any other decision tree. It tells you how to classify something. If you look at the things used by the tree and you count how many times one of the inputs was used in creating your tree, you get some sense of the importance of those inputs. And so one of the methods of figuring out which features to use is to create a bunch of decision trees and count how many times each feature was used, and then rank them from most frequent to least frequent, and take the top, X% of those features based on frequency of use.
All right, well, just before we move off of machine learning here, for some traders who maybe have a little bit of programming experience or are keen to start learning, when they're at a point where they feel comfortable taking on machine learning, if that's something they wish to go into, where's a good place to start? I mean, I know you mentioned a couple books before. Is there anything, I guess, beyond books, like like exercises they could try to do? Do you have any suggestions on where they could start?
Yeah, I mean, I think that, one of the things that you want to do is find some data sets. You can go to Quandl. We certainly have a lot of people who use our data sets at CloudQuant internally and on our farm team to do that type of work. And so you want to find, data sets that hopefully nobody is looking at, maybe things that haven't been picked over completely. And you want to create your kind of ideal trades, and you want to, alongside them put all of your features. And then, you want to basically, get the book that I mentioned, the Python machine learning, and, try logistic regression or try to do a decision tree or an ensemble of decision trees called random forest. All of those, I think, will be pretty straightforward to set up, and will give you a sense of what it's like to use a machine learning algorithm, pretty quickly.
All right, Morgan. Well, like I mentioned earlier, we have spoken previously. We spoke about a week ago. One of the things which you also mentioned during that call, which just sort of came up when we were talking about Sharpe ratios, you said it's pretty straightforward to be able to get a strategy which has a Sharpe ratio of greater than 3, or maybe even a Sharpe ratio of 4. How do you go about this? And what are the characteristics of a strategy which can achieve a Sharpe ratio of 3 or 4? Because not every that's a specific sort of strategy, isn't it?
Yes, it is, and I think part of it, we have to provide some context. We have a little bit of an advantage with our access to CloudQuant and the high frequency simulation capabilities. I think it should be said that provided you have access to these types of tools and you have access to interesting data sets, I feel like most of our people that we've brought in, and most of the people we work with on the crowd research side, through our research partnerships with CloudQuant, have been pretty successful at coming up with good strategies. So we have, probably at any given time, thousands of users, coming to our free website and starting, to do quantitative research, every month. And we have a lot of people that have, come up with strategies and ask for funding. And so, I guess what I'm saying is on the basis of kind of my anecdotal experience working with crowd researchers and the new people we've brought on board, we've had good success with people being able to come up with high Sharpe ratio strategies. Now, a lot of times they don't all have the capacity you'd like. They can't trade large amounts of money, and that's really ultimately the holy grail, is to find the $50 or $100 million strategy that also has a Sharpe ratio of 4 or 5 and has an unlevered return of 20 to 30%. Those are truly hard to find, but there are people finding them. And as we add more data sets and add more tools to make it faster for people to complete step 1 of the model design process, we're finding that people are, increasingly becoming more efficient at doing that.
Okay. Well, I think probably most people who are listening to this right now would be happy to have a strategy which has a Sharpe ratio of 3 or 4 and be able to run $100,000 through it. So, you know what I mean? Like, what are the characteristics of a strategy, though, which can achieve a Sharpe ratio of 3 or 4? Because, it's obviously got to be a very short-term strategy. It's got to trade very frequently. Does it have to be, I guess, an HFT strategy?
No, it doesn't. And so the way I look at it is I look at kind of what I call the Kelly edge. I look at the fair value win rate given the average profit to loss of the ideal trade that we're trying to capture. And I look at the actual trade win rate, and I look at the spread between the two. And I look at how many independent trades can be entered into on a daily basis. And I can then calculate essentially the daily win rate. And so these types of strategies typically win, 60 to 75% of all days, but they may only win on, 51 to 58% of all trades, if that makes any sense. But because you're placing lots of bets, the aggregate power of your edge over the fair value win rate plays out over a large number of trades, just like somebody who's counting, who's counting cards in blackjack, who knows their odds. If you play enough hands, then you ultimately beat the house. And the same thing applies here, is you don't necessarily need to always make money. If you can find something that has a certain amount of statistical edge, where you have lots of opportunities to trade lots of stocks, and this may be the playground for institutional traders rather than more retail traders, but I've seen retail traders who have used our platform and come to us with some good ideas. And so while we don't actually facilitate people trading through CloudQuant, we end up funding their strategies and running it ourselves and paying them a share of the performance. But there are people who, whether they come from a large investment bank or whether they are a really smart engineer or whether they just have always loved trading, they come up with things, and sometimes they're basket trading strategies that have the opportunity to place lots of bets and take advantage of small statistical edge.
So I don't know if this is a dumb question, but how many trades would it need to take? Would you want to take on any given day on average?
Well, I'd like to make as many as possible that I think fall in the category of having positive edge, which may seem like a cop-out answer, but that we really cast a wide net. We try and trade as many different stocks as we can, anything that we feel like we have an edge on.
All right, Morgan, well, let's talk a little bit about CloudQuant, and then we'll probably wrap this up. So just so that anyone listening to this knows a little bit more actually about CloudQuant as a platform, what data is available to users? You've kind of hinted throughout this that there's, I don't know if high frequency data is the right word, and different types of data too. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Sure. Well, we do actually have the high frequency data. So CloudQuant's the world's first free cloud-based backtesting platform where we provide any user who cares to register on cloudquant.com access to high-frequency trade and quote data for all U.S. equities and ETFs. We also provide, kind of the number crunching, the clock cycles, if you will, for free. And we have earnings calendars. We're going to be rolling out news sentiment data, and we have some fundamental data, and we have a number of other data sets in the pipeline that we're adding that will give access to all the crowd researchers. And the way people use that is, we are an incubator for quantitative strategies. I think a lot of people have been challenged with raising capital for their strategies and kind of taking it to the next level beyond what they can fund with their own personal account. And we noticed that with the confluence of crowd researchers or just independent thinking people who are interested in the markets, which we kind of call crowd researchers, and then cloud computing and alternative data sets and machine learning. All four of those things have kind of come together. A few years ago, Andy Kirshner, who was on your show, a few weeks ago, he had this idea that this was going to happen, and he started building a technology platform to allow really anybody to have access to institutional quality research tools. After 5 or 6 years of working on this, we've finally gotten to where it's ready for the crowd researchers to start using it. We've been using it internally to manage about 150 million, and we're growing that number very rapidly now that we've added to our team of internal quants. And we provide this platform for free so that people can push a button that says fund my strategy, and we will take a look at it, compare it against our existing strategies and our years of experience, and try and figure out if we think it's something that has staying power, and allocate somewhere between $250,000 and $5 million to strategies that we think have capacity to handle that. We have other people that have bigger strategies that would get larger allocations, but that's kind of our target area for what we're shooting for initially. And we have probably about a dozen to 24 people who are in the process of going through that allocation process right now.
Can you just expand a little more on how you determine which strategies actually get an allocation?
So as we've been trading quantitatively with CloudQuant internally for a little over 5 years, and personally, I've been trading quantitatively for probably 25 years. We have a significant amount of experience with not only how our platform behaves in real life, but how simulations in general perform in real life. And so we do a lot of analysis that's proprietary to help kind of figure out if somebody has, curve fed or done something that's not going to lead to a robust, live performance. So a lot of that, unfortunately, I can't kind of go into, but we do have a methodology for analyzing things, and we had a lot of success stories internally that we can compare things to. We can compare, the Sharpe ratios that we see from the internal PMs, and look to those comparisons as a way to select crowd research strategies. And one thing I want to mention is the crowd researchers own all of their strategies, and it's completely private to them up until the point they decide that they would like an allocation, would like to share in the profits. Then we essentially have a small group of individuals that partner up with them and help them with the trade expression part of their algorithm. And so those people obviously would work kind of hand in glove with them and kind of perfect their strategy for prime time. But for the most part, most users come to our platform and we really can't even know what they're doing because of how it's set up. It's very private. There's a very strict privacy policy, and nobody has access to any of that information. And so the only way we would see their activity is if they're showing up on our leaderboard as having a high Sharpe ratio or a great rate of return. Then we might, kind of give them a pat on the back and see if they are interested in an allocation.
Okay. Yeah. No, I'm glad you mentioned that. It was something I was going to ask you about, actually. Are you able to share what the profit split is? I'm sure some people listening would be interested to know what that is, or does it vary on a case-by-case basis?
Well, it's actually pretty amazing. It's really quite generous if you look at, kind of the hedge fund business and how challenging things have become. Obviously, fees are dropping, very quickly, but expenses are going up, and so management fees are going down. Expenses going up is not the place you want to be. We view CloudQuant as the first opportunity to generate alpha at scale using those 4 key ingredients that I mentioned earlier. And so we kind of view the crowd researchers as partners in this business. They're a crucial part of the research group. We actually, as of last month, realized that we were doing more research with crowd researchers on our platform than we were with internal researchers on the platform. We have 8 internal portfolio managers. They actually, in aggregate with all their quant trading teams, do less research using the same tools as the crowd researchers than the crowd researchers do in aggregate as of last month. Expect that trend to continue because we have people in 80 different countries doing research actively on the platform, and we are expecting that those numbers are going to grow. So, I think at the end of the day, we pay half of what you'd normally get as an incentive fee. So 20% incentive fee is what a hedge fund typically gets. We pay 10% to the crowd researcher because we value them so highly. And we also create opportunities for them to increase that percentage even further by working closely with us on furthering their research and by achieving high performance metrics.
Sorry, can you just repeat that? It's 10% profit split to the trader?
On the baseline, that's right. Of net profit, yeah.
Okay, right. Very good. All right, Morgan, well, let's leave it at that. Where's the best place for listeners to go if they want to find out a bit more about yourself and also about CloudQuant?
Well, I'm not as interesting as CloudQuant, but I refer them to cloudquant.com. And, we have, they're welcome to follow us on Twitter, LinkedIn, and we're constantly posting new updates on alternative data sets that we're adding and new features that we're adding to the platform. We really are there for them, and so we appreciate their feedback and would like to get as many people to take advantage of this opportunity to essentially be our business partners and come up with trading strategies, and hopefully all of us can make lots of money.
That's the goal. What's the Twitter handle?
It's CloudQuant.
At CloudQuant. Okay, cool. All right, Morgan. Well, I just want to say thank you very much for doing this. I appreciate you taking the time. It's been good speaking with you.
Thank you, Aaron. I've really appreciated it, and you have a great day.
You've reached the end of this episode of Chat with Traders, but rest assured there are more episodes loaded with real market insight and zero hype on the way soon. So to stay updated with each great new release, subscribe to the podcast in iTunes, and we'd love it if you'd leave a rating and review. We'll catch you next time on Chat with Traders.